Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by your local Buick. Introduce the new 1951 Buick. Be sure to see it. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here's a word from RCA Victor. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Yes, a great many American families have taken this advice and bought the thrilling RCA Victor 19-inch console. Truly, the most exciting buy in television. When you set out to become an RCA Victor million-proof television set owner, remember that the set you choose will be the very hub of your home for years to come. So select the model you really want most, and chances are that model will be the Kingley RCA Victor 19-inch console. Inch for inch, your best buy in television. Your 19-inch set will give you, in a great big way, all the matchless million-proof qualities of sight and sound possible only to the world leader in electronics. Yes, inch for inch, your best buy in television is indeed RCA Victor 19-inch. And with it goes wishes to you and your family for all the warmth and good cheer of million-proof television by RCA Victor. The big black limousine moves at moderate speed through the crowded streets from Tokyo Airport toward occupation headquarters in the Daiichi building. Within the limousine are one of our highest state officials traveling incognito as Mr. White and Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. The car moves up to the heavily guarded entrance of the Daiichi building and slows to a stop.
Bandai! Bandai! Bandai!
Get down, get down! Well, Colonel Cecil, you identified him?
Yes, we have, Thurston. His name was Suzuki, a young student at Keio University.
Keio University.
And as you know, Mr. White's arrival here was a closely guarded security secret.
Yeah. How did Suzuki get past the MPs?
Well, that's something I thought you could tell us.
Me?
Yes, Suzuki was carrying a bureau pass, signed by Ken Thurston.
That visit of Mr. White was top secret. What's going on there in Tokyo?
Chief, you remember what happened at Nagoya about 3 months ago?
Nagoya?
Yeah, just before the Incheon invasion.
Oh, sure. One of our troop ships bound for Korea was nearly blown up by an unidentified one-man submarine.
Yes, and a month ago a private jet plane crashed accidentally near the Army Air Base at Ashiya. It carried enough high explosives to have leveled it, if it had hit the target.
Wait a minute, Ken. Do you think those things are tied up with this attempted assassination of Mr. White?
I'm getting right to work on it.
What have you got to go on?
Keio University and the man who forged my name on Suzuki's bureau pass.
Any idea who it is, Ken?
Chief, only one man in the world has had enough practice to get away with it. Pay Gonzalschmidt.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Thurston. My name is Nikolai Krachenko. I'm correspondent with TASS, the Soviet News Service.
So?
I am quite familiar with Keio University. and the attempted assassination of Mr. White is public knowledge. If you are seeking information concerning Suzuki here, I could be a valuable aid to you.
What makes you think I'm interested, Krachenko?
I told you I was a news correspondent, Mr. Thurston. It is my business to know about men like you.
That doesn't explain your knowing about Suzuki.
And why not?
The name of the man who attacked White has been kept top secret at headquarters. Try again sometime, Krachenko. Maybe you'll have better luck.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. I shall.
Come in, please.
Well,
You are surprised at something?
no, I'm pleased. Is Professor Hawkins in?
Yes. I'm Natasha Koroya, his secretary. And you must be Mr. Thurston.
That's right.
Professor Hawkins informed me that you would be calling upon him this afternoon. How unfortunate.
Oh,
A girl has her dreams, you know, Mr. Thurston. Knights in shining armor. And what happens? When such a one walks into his office, he wishes to see Professor Hawkins.
well,
If you have some spare time after discussing assassinations and Suzuki with Professor Hawkins, perhaps we might have a drink together. I'm rather tired of sipping sake with Russian news correspondents.
Oh, thanks for telling me that you know Krachenko.
Now perhaps you will wonder what else I might know and attempt to worm the information out of me over, shall we say, martinis?
You win, Miss Koroye.
The Hotel Imperial Bar at 8:30 tonight?
Hotel Imperial, 8:30.
Oh, dear, if I'd had any idea that I would become involved in government investigations, I would never have accepted this exchange professorship at Cairo University. Oh, no.
No, it's not as bad as that, Professor Hawkins. You're not being investigated. Suzuki is.
Eh? What's that? Suzuki?
What do you know about him?
Why, he is a student of mine. That's all, specializing in subsoil microorganisms. Oh, he's very good at it, too. Very good. Excellent paper on his last field trip. Oh, excellent.
Your classes take many field trips, Professor?
They take field trip? Oh, of course. Yes, of course. How else could they study actual soil conditions?
Ever taken in near the Army Air Base at Ashia or at Nagoya?
Well, all I know about Suzuki is that he is an excellent student. You should read his last paper entitled Bacillus botulinus and the Subsoil of Osumi. Oh, it's
Yeah, all right,
brilliant.
Professor, yeah.
Yes,
What information do your files show about him?
You know, it's strange that you should ask me that, Mr. Thurston. That's very strange.
Oh?
I checked our student files just prior to your visit here. It was very surprising. Very. We just don't seem to have any information regarding him.
Well, how's that possible?
Well, it isn't. That is, it shouldn't be. But I made a very extensive search, added by the registrar and by Mr. Krachenko. We simply couldn't find anything.
What's a Russian news correspondent got to do with this?
What's that, Russian news? Oh, you mean Nikolai Krachenko? Oh, he is taking some courses at the university. The art of basket weaving, university administration. Oh, no, I'm afraid I can't tell you any more about it. Oh, but of course, what's the matter with me? I do have some information about Suzuki. Here, it's right here in the paper he wrote about Osumi. Yes, here it is, on the flyleaf. It's his home address.
Well, that's something. What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I told you. Bacillus botulinus and the subsoil of Osumi.
I mean Suzuki's address, Professor.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. It's number 213 Kobe Road.
213 Kirby Road.
Oh, pardon me, please. Professor Hawkins speaking. Who? A Mr. X? No. There's no one here by that
That
name.
calls for me, Professor, if you don't mind. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan.
That's right. Long time no see, eh, Mr. Thurston?
Where are you?
Outside in the reception room, talking to this cute little cookie Natasha. I'm all ready to drive you to your next stop.
Huh?
Sure. Number 213 Kobe Road.
But it's just like I said, Mr. X. I was here in Tokyo, temporarily embarrassed for funds, you understand? And when this Suzuki joker gave me a job learning him how to talk English, well, naturally, he knew I was an American, my accent, you understand?
Oh, sure.
He gave me room and board. I gave him English lessons.
You also gave him a bureau pass with my name forged to it.
Sure. Suzuki found out you were in Tokyo, and he said he had some absolutely top-drawer secret stuff to tell you. But we couldn't get past those military cops at Daiichi, and then I found his bureau pass.
Yeah, where?
And my wallet. And naturally, you had to have this top-secret information of Suzuki, so I wrote up a pass for him. To do a favor. Oh, just for old lang's sake.
Pagan, I ought to wring your neck.
Always joking, eh, Mr. Thurston? Anyways, when I saw you leave headquarters, I followed you to university, and here we are. Number 213, Kobe Road.
Okay, let's go in. I want to look over Suzuki's things.
Go right in, Mr. X. The door is open. Anything worthwhile stealing already... I mean, go right in, right in.
Looks like somebody's been packing.
That Suzuki stuff, yeah, it's all his. It was going to leave on a field trip or something.
He couldn't use these to do any research.
Huh? You mean those Japanese dime novels?
They're pamphlets, instruction manuals, issued during the war to kamikaze battalions.
Well, imagine that. So that's what Suzuki was studying at the university?
He was studying them all right, but not at the university. This ties it all up.
Ties what up?
The attempt on Mr. White's life, the sub at Nagoya, the plane at Ashia. Come on, Pagan. We're taking these back to the colonel at occupation headquarters.
Cut your throttle, chum.
Mr. X.
You're not taking off with nothing.
Yeah, I see him, Pagan.
That rates you 20-20, chum. Figuring you did miss a persuade in my hand.
No, I didn't.
Hey, what's gives with this character, Mr. X? Even I can't understand what he's saying.
He wants these pamphlets, Pagan.
Give a gentleman a cigar, Herman. He just rang a bell. And, one more little handy hint. Don't try making like Gorgeous George. You're in the land that invented judo, remember? The pamphlets. You activate nicely, chum. Just keep on piling up your points like that. You never wind up with a Section 8.
Any other free advice?
Brother, I'm so full of it, I should be toting 4 stars. Oh, I understand your honorable ancestors are nuts for guys who remember anything about Mitsubishi 101.
Mitsubishi 101?
That's right, brother. You start beating your gums anywhere about that little number, you'll join those honorable ancestors. Chop, chop. Any questions? No? Okay, chums. I'll bow.
You're sure about your identification, Thurston?
That ribbon in his lapel cinched it, Colonel Cecil. I was there when they gave it to him. He's Nicky Hidayo, all right. A Nisei who won the Congressional Medal of Honor in Italy.
All right. I'll have every available man in G2 start tracking him down at once.
Well, here we are, Mr. X, arriving safe and sane. The Hotel Imperial.
Yeah, thanks for the lift. See you later.
Oh, don't mention Mr... Hey, what do you mean later? We got a date inside there with that luscious lotus bloom Natasha Koroye.
I've got a date, Pagan. So long.
But Mr. Thurston, How do you like that? Such ingratitude. I should ought to stop giving my man valuable services right now. And I would, if it wasn't for the money in it.
Your pardon, Mr. Zellschmidt. I am Nikolai Krachenko, news correspondent for TASS. And I'm greatly honored by this opportunity to interview the great Pagan Zellschmidt.
Interview? Great, but...
Concerning your mission here in Japan with your assistant, Mr. Thurston, I know it must be... weird. How strange.
What?
This money, lying on the seat of your car.
Hey, this is a C-note.
That. I seem to have an uncanny faculty for finding $100 bills.
It is? You do? I will hop right into my jalopy, Nikolai, my oldest, my dearest friend, yeah. Now, what was it you wanted to ask me about my important mission to Japan?
Well, I didn't expect to see you here tonight, Professor Hawkins.
Eh? What's that? It's you, Mr. Thurston. Oh, it's a ghastly place, isn't it? Ghastly. Why, that girl insisted upon us coming here.
I didn't know you'd been invited to Natasha's little party.
Oh, yes. Natasha was most insistent that I be here.
Did she tell you why?
No. Come to think of it, she didn't. Now, that's strange, isn't it? Yes, that's very strange.
Your pardon, gentlemen. Would one of you be Mr. Ken Thurston?
Here, waiter.
So, it is a telephone call for you, Mr. Thurston, if you would care to receive it, sir.
Sure. Where is it?
Oh, this way, if you please, sir.
I'll be right back, Professor.
Oh, of course.
The telephone is here, please.
Thanks.
So.
Oh?
Ken, is that you, Ken?
Yep. What's up, Natasha?
Something has happened. It concerns Suzuki.
Oh?
Yes. Ken, you must come up here to my room at once.
All right, Natasha. What's the number?
It is 314. And hurry.
Natasha! Natasha, what's going on there?
Mitsubishi 101.
What?
Mitsubishi 101. Mitsubishi.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Velasco as Pagan Zellschmidt.
But I do not understand, Mr. Thurston. Why did Natasha ask us to meet her in her room?
Oh, we'll soon find out. Here's 314.
Really, Natasha, I must apologize for this rude entrance, but... Mr. Thurston, that's not Natasha.
No. It's a Nisi Medal of Honor winner. By the name of Nikki Hidayo.
He's conscious now, Thurston, but the doctor says he only has a few minutes left.
Thanks, Colonel. How you feeling, Nikki?
Not too good, chump. Not too good.
What happened in that hotel room?
I was booby-trapped, soldier.
Who did it?
Don't know.
What were you mixed up in, Nikki? A new kamikaze movement?
That's right, chump. They're going all out.
And their target?
Anything American or UN in Asia.
How did you ever get roped into anything like that?
I figured I'd be a hero again. Play secret agent all by myself. Turn him into G2. I tried to tip you at the Suzuki's. Couldn't make it. The local general was on my tail.
Who is he?
It's funny. I beat my choppers about your ancestors. Never figured I'd be meeting mine so soon.
Nikki.
Thurston.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Professor Hawkins' office.
This is Ken Thurston, Professor.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Thurston?
Do you still have that field trip report of Suzuki's?
The field trip? Yes, I have it. It's right here.
Then hang on to it. I'll be right down.
Just a moment, please. I'll be right there. Sorry to have locked the door, Mr. Thurston. My nerves are not of the best. I'll have it opened right away, though. There we are. Now come right in. What? And that's all I remember, Mr. Thurston. Whoever this person was struck me. When I regained consciousness, Suzuki's field trip report was gone.
Then my hunch was right.
Hunch?
Yeah. What was the title again, Professor?
Was Bacillus botulinus in the subsoil of Osumi.
Usumi. That's a small island off the coast near Tokyo, isn't it?
Yes, it is. What the...
It's all right, Professor. Whoever it was is gone. Our friend left a memento of his visit outside the door, Professor.
Memento, Mr. Thurston?
A newspaper. A copy of Pravda.
Pravda?
That's right. Published in Moscow. And it gets its Tokyo news from Nikolai Krachenko of the TASS News Agency.
Why, yes, Thurston, I remember the island of Osumi very well. Matter of fact, I planned several raids on it during the war. However, it was so badly demolished, no attempt's been made yet to rebuild it.
Do you remember why we were so anxious to knock it out, Colonel?
Very clearly. It was an airplane factory, turning out kamikaze attack planes by the thousands.
It wouldn't happen to have been a Mitsubishi factory, would it? Mitsubishi factory number 101?
Why, come to think of it, I believe it... Thurston.
Yeah. Better have a speedboat ready for me at the Tokyo docks.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Krachenko.
Yes. I'm most pleased that you remember me.
What are you doing down here?
A question that I was about to address to you. It would seem to be a strange hour of the night to go boating. If I'm correct in assuming that speedboat is waiting for you.
Still trying, aren't you, Krachenko?
It was at your suggestion, Thurston. You asked me to try again. Remember?
Yeah. But I still can't take any chances.
Oh, you, Mr. Thurston? Are you?
Pagon, how the devil did you get down here?
Oh, that colonel guy at G2 told me where you were. When I told him where I've been and what I learned for you. You see, I was all tied up with a very important man, a big newspaper fellow. And I wanted you to... Hey, you met this newspaper guy, too? Small world, eh, Mr. X? I don't get it, Mr. Thurston. What are we doing walking around in this old, busted aeroplane factory anyway?
Checking the subsoil of Osumi.
Huh? You know, sometimes you don't make any sense, Mr. X. Didn't I tell you I had a long talk with that Krachenko guy about kamikazes? He knows all about them.
Did he tell you that? Or did you tell him?
Now you're just splitting hairs. Anyway, there's nothing on this pile of junk to... Hey, what did you pick up there?
It's a firebomb cylinder. The kind we fill with napalm.
What's napalm?
Jetted gasoline. Used for incendiary bombing.
So it was dropped here during the war, so what?
Not this kind. We've only been using them since Korea.
Hey, then maybe your hunch was right. Maybe this island of Asumi is the headquarters for some kind of a new kamikaze outfit.
Would you like to answer that, Natasha? Did you come over here right after the hotel shooting, Natasha?
That's right, Ken. After a few little detours.
Like picking up a field trip report at Professor Hawkins and seeing the little lead was sprayed around later.
Mr. X, this luscious lollipop, you mean the cheese?
That's right, chum. I'm the four-star general Nicky talked about, and my little arm is right behind me. Aren't you, boys?
Yes,
I wouldn't advise any foolish moves while we take you into headquarters. My lads are very allergic to knights in armor from the west. Well, Ken, what do you think of our little headquarters for the kamikazes?
It explains your interest in Suzuki's field trip report. You were afraid something in it might tip me off to this place. What happened at the hotel? Did you see Nicky around and figure he might spot us in the bar and spill something to me?
Of course. And I wasn't going to take any chances with the wool I intended to pull over your eyes. So I planned on meeting in my room. Only he walked in on me while I was forming, so...
Boy, you shoot people for practically nothing.
No, not for nothing, Zellschmidt. From here, we control our entire movement throughout Japan. Train our leaders, choose our targets. Ease us for the Asiatics, and we'll not rest until that goal is achieved.
Letting your slogans run away with you, aren't you, Natasha? It's not Asia you're after, it's the world.
Look, this is all a very interesting and educational type talking, but what about me? What's going to happen to me in all these things?
I'm afraid that neither you nor Mr. Thurston will be around to see it, Zellschmidt.
I won't? You mean...
Yes, my friend.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Relax, Pagon, you're not dead yet.
Don't let that comfort you. You will be soon.
Mr. Rex.
Going to play executioner yourself, Natasha?
No, the gun is merely to prevent you from getting any ideas while I call some of my students. A few of them can use some practice at this sort. What was that?
Just something you overlooked, Natasha.
What's going on up there?
Maybe the colonel at G2 got nervous when I didn't radio.
What are you talking
I
about?
told him I'd report in 30 minutes after we got here. Those are Navy patrol boats starting to land. I'm afraid your students won't last very long.
No.
And just so you won't get any ideas, Natasha, I'll take that gun.
No.
Lock that door, Pagon.
Believe me, Mr. Rex, it's practically dead.
Ah, good. Now we can all settle down and relax for a few minutes. It shouldn't take too long until Mitsubishi 101 is rendered harmless again.
Well, I guess we taught these kamikaze suiciders a lesson, Mr. X, eh? Boy, listen to those lovely guns.
There's nothing lovely about them, Pagon.
Why?
As long as people anywhere can hear that sound, we haven't taught anybody a thing. Slogans, guns. They don't settle anything. They only lead to suicide. Not only for kamikazes, but for the world. That's the reason we've got to teach Natasha and all the rest of them. Yep. And maybe even ourselves.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment. You've read about them coming, you've heard about them coming, and now they're here. The new 1951 Buicks. Today, your nearest Buick dealer took the wraps off Buick's new all-star lineup for 51. A lineup that stretches the imagination of even Buick owners. With its new features, new style, new design, the 51 Buick hits a new high in smartness and distinction. You won't believe it until you see it. So see the new 51 Buick first chance you get at your nearest Buick dealers. Your first look thrills you, your first ride tells you, the smart car, the smart performer, the smart buy for 51 is the new Buick. See it at your nearest Buick dealers now. Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. In tonight's cast, you heard Gene Bates, Will Wright, Wilms Herbert, Stan Freeberg, Howard McNear, and Tony Barrett. Next week, Mr. X rides the Orient Express, the most famous train in the world for international crime intrigue. And believe me, he finds plenty of both, along with Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by your local Buick dealer, who just today introduced the new 1951 Buick. Be sure to see it. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And so until next week, same time and same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now it's your hit parade. Tomorrow, hear the new Blanding Show on NBC.
Lost and shoot on an moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's number one adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent M for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent M, reporting for assignment.
Agent M, we have been brought here to cooperate with this country's intelligence department while tests of a new anti-aircraft gun are being conducted. The new gun is of great importance, and the tests will be held in the utmost secrecy. However, news of the event has become known and has attracted attention of several spies. One in particular is dangerous. He is Anton Rain. Here is his record and an account of his activities since he arrived here. Investigate and keep me informed. That is all.
Several hours after K7 issued his instructions to Special Agent M, the spy Rain reported to his superiors. He addressed a group of officers in the consulate of the country for which he worked.
Gentlemen, I have approached the inventor of this gun. He refuses to talk with me until after the tests.
That means but one thing, Rain. If the test is successful, he won't see you at all. The gun will become the property of this government.
That will not happen, sir. The tests will fail.
How do you know that?
I have made 2 contacts since I've been here. The first was with an official of the munitions plant where the shells for the gun are being manufactured. Each shell to be used in the tests will contain twice the amount of explosive called for in the inventor's specifications. The anti-aircraft gun will explode when the first shell is fired.
It is good. Rain, I know you were the man for this job. The exploding gun may also kill several of the higher-ranking military officials gathered to watch the test.
It is so planned.
Uh-huh.
You said you had made 2 contacts. What of the other?
A few hours ago, I received a telephone call from an army officer. I will meet him for dinner tonight.
You're sure it's not a trap?
It might be. I will use care. However, if I can be on the field when the tests take place, I may be able to make sketches which will enable us to know more of the gun's secrets. Why should we pay this crazy inventor if we can get the secret of the gun?
Yeah, Rain, you're smart. I leave everything to you. Report to us again tomorrow. And if you need more money, send for it. That is all, gentlemen.
Early that evening, Agent M and his assistant Ivan arrived at a famous hotel. M wore an officer's uniform. He talked with Ivan briefly, then entered the dining room alone.
All right, Ivan. I just looked in. He's at the table he described, waiting.
You'll go in at once?
Yes. Wait for me in the lobby. But first, telephone to L6. Tell him to follow Rain from the moment he leaves the hotel. I will want to report on everyone he talks to after he leaves me. That's all. I should join you within an hour and a half.
Good luck.
You wish a table, monsieur?
No. I believe this gentleman over here is waiting for me. You are Monsieur Rain?
Yes. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I'm Captain Cotterell.
I am very glad to see you, Captain. Of course, I don't know what it is you wish to talk to me about, or even how you learned my name.
That's easily explained, monsieur. A few months ago, I worked with Lotte Run. Have you ever heard of her?
Lotte Run, of course.
Our business was, well, shall we say, profitable? Last week, I contacted her again. She gave me the names of 3 men who might be here at this time. Your name was among those 3.
I am beginning to understand, Captain.
Monsieur Rain, are you interested in the new anti-aircraft gun the military authorities are testing this week?
Why do you ask?
Because I have some information. That is the reason I contacted Lotte Run.
I see.
The tests will be conducted in 2 days. It might be possible for you to witness them.
Captain, I am a patriot. In the past, your military authorities have on occasions invited a member of our general staff to observe certain tests. This time, your officers have seen fit to withhold that invitation.
Yes, I know that.
I am not a spy, but I will confess that as a patriot, I am tempted by your offer.
Cards of invitation have been issued to certain military and civilian leaders for the tests. I have one such card in my possession. With it, you could observe the anti-aircraft gun in action in complete safety.
And you are willing to sell this card of invitation?
It is yours for £5,000.
Then I accept. I will pay you £2,000 now and £3,000 at the scene of the test.
It is a satisfactory arrangement. The card is in this envelope, together with directions to reach the scene. Present the card and with it the password.
And what is the password?
The gun's number, BX31.
The next afternoon, Agent M and Ivan waited in M's rooms for reports.
Anton Rain is smart, Ivan. 24 hours and we haven't got a thing.
We know where he went last night after he left you.
Yes, we know that he visited the council of another country and that he was closeted with several of that country's army officers. He's working with them, there's no doubt about that. But what is he planning?
Has L6 reported?
No, not in the last 3 hours. He's tapped Rain's telephone lines, but so far he hasn't heard anything. Now, unless we get... I'll take it. Hello? Oh, yes, L6. A man just called. He made an appointment to meet Rain in a cafe. Have you the address? Wait, I'll take it down. Well, it may not be important, but we'll follow it. Yes. Yes, I'll remain here. Ivan will go to the cafe immediately.
A few minutes later, Yvonne entered a small cafe in a distant section of the city. She seated herself in a booth next to one occupied by 2 men, one of whom she recognized as the man who'd had dinner with M. She placed her order and listened.
The shells for the test were delivered this afternoon. You agreed to pay me as soon as they were placed on the field.
Yes, I am ready to carry out my agreement. Here's your money. There's £10,000 in this package.
Good.
Now, you are sure the shells will explode when they are used?
Each shell has twice the amount of explosive called for in the specifications.
Good.
When the gun is fired the first time, it will be blown to bits.
Fine.
Yes, this money is all right. I've got to get out of the country. As soon as the gun blows up, they'll investigate.
All right. You've done your job. I leave you. Remember, do not talk to anyone.
Don't worry. I won't talk. If I'd tell anyone that I sold out to anyone like you. Wish you had your money back, you rotten spy.
You should have thought of that before. Don't try to move. I've got a gun.
Why? What do you want?
You're under arrest. I'm going to take you to Special Agent M.
The next morning, Special Agent M left the city early by train. By 10:30, he was on a field far north of the city. It was nearly time for the tests. Men stood about in groups, members of the general staff and of the ministry. Others crowded around the new anti-aircraft gun. M searched for Rain. He found him near the gun making sketches.
Good morning, monsieur. You were making sketches.
Good morning, Captain. I was merely jotting down the names of a few of those who are here. Come, we will go over here and talk.
I prefer to stay here, Rain.
I see. Well, then I will leave you. I prefer to stand away. It is easier to watch the gun's performance.
You will stand right where you are.
What are you doing?
There's a gun in my coat pocket. I have it pressed against your side. The others are drawing back. You are going to stand here by the gun.
No, you don't know.
What don't I know?
The gun crew is taking their positions. They're going to fire.
The first shot will be directed at that captive balloon over the left end of the field. They're taking aim.
Captain, we have got to leave. We must get back.
Stand still or I'll pull the trigger.
You don't understand, Captain. The gun will explode. The shells get back. They're ready to fire.
Stand where you are, Rain. Nice hit. Watch. They're aiming at the second one. It's much higher.
Captain, you sold me the card and password. You're as guilty as I am. You've got to listen. We were lucky the gun didn't explode. It will this time. We'll be blown to bits.
No, and it won't explode, Rain. Oh, you were making sketches and notes. I thought so. I arrest you as a spy.
Huh?
Your plot has failed. I had new shells delivered here last night.
You cannot prove anything. You sold me my pass.
I'm not an army officer as you believe, Rain. I'm Special Agent M, and you're under arrest. And in this country, spies face the firing squad. Special Agent M, reporting K7. Anton Rain and all who aided him are under arrest. I waited until I could take Rain with sketches of the new anti-aircraft gun on his person. The case is closed.
Today, spies are even more active than in the days of the World War. Nations are rearming. New weapons of defense are being studied and tested. Peace may depend upon their effectiveness. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Thank you for rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, 10 p.m. The place, the spacious drawing room of a villa in the south of France overlooking the Mediterranean. A stout man in a velvet dressing gown sits at the piano, his stubby fingers gliding expertly over the keys.
Come in, Philippe. Oh, I thought you were Philippe, my butler.
You were wrong, Barranco.
Who are you? And how did you get into my villa?
I'm called Dominic, and I walked in.
But what do you want?
Only a trifle, Barrancos. Your life.
What?
Such a discord.
You've seen him in such pictures as Canyon Passage, American Romance, and The Great McGinty. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, on another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. Guess where I found him? On second thought, better not guess.
Steve?
Hello, Commissioner. Well, where am I going this time?
Paris.
Paris. Hey, what was her name now?
Don't count on that, Steve. And no horse races either. This isn't a pleasure trip. It's strictly business, and dangerous business.
I might have known. Okay, Commissioner, let's have it.
Steve, last week a man fell down an elevator shaft in Bombay. Died instantly. 5 days ago, a private plane crashed near Stockholm. The owner also died instantly.
Oh, so there have been a couple of accidents around the world. What's that got to do with me?
We thought they were accidents at first, but night before last, a third man was murdered in his villa in the south of France, shot to death while sitting at his piano.
Can anyone play that bad?
Steve, there's a tie-in between these three men, one that's tremendously important to us. These dead men were all millionaires in their own countries. 2 weeks ago, 7 of them met to plan a giant merger.
What kind of a merger?
They pooled all their capital to form a holding company which would finance industrial expansion in backward countries.
I see.
We believe that interests hostile to the plan are obstructing it.
Well, it sounds like a pretty effective way to obstruct it, all right. Killing off the partners. You say there were 7 originally. That leaves 4 now.
3. Last night, the killer struck again.
What?
In Paris. 2 of the partners had dinner together. Marcel Laborde and the American Scott Wheeler. As they left the cafe, they were fired on. Laborde was killed.
You know, I'm beginning to think you've got a nice, safe job picked out for me, Commissioner. I get to play bodyguard, huh?
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after an interview with the American, Scott Wheeler. Actually, your job is to protect him and the other surviving partners, and to get to the bottom of these killings.
Where's this Scott Wheeler staying?
At the Hotel Brevant. That will be your first stop in Paris.
Ruth got my press credentials and passport ready?
And your plane ticket. You take off in 2 hours. Steve, we don't want anything to interfere with the plans of these men. Those killings have got to be stopped. That's your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Welcome to Hotel Bravo, monsieur. What type of accommodation would you prefer?
I'll let you know later. Right now, I'd like the number of Scott Wheeler's room here.
I beg your pardon.
Hello.
You wish to see Mr. Wheeler?
That's right.
May I ask your name?
You may. I'm Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent.
Hello. I'm Martha Vaughn. May I see your credentials? Your press credentials. May I please see them?
Yes, I guess so. I don't quite understand.
I'm Scott Wheeler's secretary.
Oh, sure. Here they are.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Just that we don't wish to take any chances, particularly after the recent attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life.
Matter of fact, that's what I want to interview him about.
Oh? All right. I'll take you up to his suite, if you don't mind.
Should I mind?
Look.
Oui, monsieur.
That man who was just here, he was Steve Mitchell?
Oui, he was a friend of yours.
In a way. Thank you.
Monsieur, you wish to leave a message for him?
No. I will deliver it to him later. In person.
Go on in, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Hello, Martha.
Well, Mr. Wheeler, this is Steve Mitchell. He's a foreign correspondent from the United States.
Hello.
Glad to know you, Mitchell. Meet my associate, Gordon Hemsley.
Hi.
How do you do? Well, I'll be running along, Wheeler. Ring me up as soon as Voorhees arrives, will you?
Okay.
Good day, gentlemen.
Well, what can I do for you, Mitchell?
Well, I believe he'd like a story about the shooting night before last, Mr. Wheeler.
That's right.
There's not much to tell. Laborde and I had dinner together, took a walk afterward. Laborde felt like a cognac, so we stopped in a little place called La Patate.
La Patate?
Yes.
That's slang for potato, isn't it?
Yes. They think of some strange names for their bars. Anyway, we had a drink and left. Just as we went out the door, I heard some quick footsteps behind us. I started to turn around. The next thing I knew, one bullet whistled by my ear, another one hit Laborde and killed him.
I see. I'd like to take a look at this bar where the shooting took place.
La Patate?
Yeah. Where is it?
Well, it's sort of a hard place to find. Martha, why don't you show Mitchell where it is? All right with you, Mitchell?
I can't think of a guide I'd rather have, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you.
I'll try not to get you lost, Mr. Mitchell.
Would that be bad?
Come on.
So this is the potato. Sounds like a hot potato right now. That's some music.
That's what they call le jazz haute, Mr. Mitchell.
I can believe it. You know, I've got one rule with all my guides, Martha.
Mm-hmm.
They call me Steve.
All right. You sound like you've had a lot of guides, Steve.
I get lost easily.
No.
You worked for Mr. Wheeler very long, Martha?
What? About a year.
Like it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be talking about me all of a sudden, Steve. I thought it was the attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life you were interested in.
I've got a two-track mind. Okay, I'll get back on track one. Now, as I get it, Wheeler and Laborde came here, had one drink, and left.
Yes, the shooting took place right outside. Apparently someone followed...
What's the matter?
Steve, that little man who just walked by.
What? Oh, the gent with squeaky shoes? What about him?
Well, I've noticed him hanging around the lobby of our hotel lately.
What?
Yes, and night before last, just after Mr. Wheeler and Laborde went out to dinner, he left too.
Hey, maybe we should have a talk with him.
Steve, look. He saw us watching him. He's going out the front door.
Come on.
I wonder...
What?
Nothing. We'll talk about it later.
There he goes in that cab.
Come on. There's another cab over here.
Yeah. Driver?
Oui, monsieur. Taxi cab, huh?
Yeah. That cab, hightailing it down the street. Don't let it out of your sight. Let's go. Squeaky Shoes knows he's being followed, all right. That cab of his is really traveling.
Steve, look. He's stopping in front of that building in the next block.
Yeah. He's running inside. Driver, pull up behind that other cab.
Oui, monsieur.
Hey, what kind of a building is this, anyway?
What? It's a museum, Steve.
Museum? Okay, we'll look inside. Some museum, Martha. Looks like King Arthur's round table.
We're in the medieval room, Steve. The armor, the weapons, and the tapestries are all from the Middle Ages.
Too many places for Squeaky Shoes to hide. Look at all those drapes.
got to be in here somewhere, Steve.
Unless there's a back door to this place.
I didn't think of that.
Boy, these suits of armor really must have been comfortable on a hot day.
Look at the battle axe with this suit.
Yeah, reminds me of a lot of old mother-in-law jokes. Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, Steve, watch out!
Huh?
The armor, the battle axe, it's falling. Oh. Steve, you all right?
Yeah. I almost got a haircut the hard way. Look, help me get this tin tuxedo off me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. Somebody behind the drapes shoved it over. He's probably long gone by now. Well, come on, Martha. Let's go back to Wheeler's suite. Mr. Wheeler, I think it's time we laid a few cards on the table. I'm not just after a story. I've been assigned to investigate these killings. Here are my credentials.
I see.
Mr. Wheeler, in that case, I'd better tell Mr. Mitchell what I was going to tell you.
What do you mean, Martha?
The little man with the squeaky shoes. Yesterday, I saw him at the door to Mr. Hemsley's suite, like he'd just come out.
What?
You sure about that, Martha?
Later, I saw him go into a rooming house across the street.
Mr. Wheeler, this squeaky shoes boy could be the one who took a shot at you and Laborde the other night.
But what would he be doing in Hemsley's room?
I don't know yet. Come on, Martha. Let's take a look at that rooming house.
I think this is it, Steve.
Looks like a real dive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But at least it's a convenient location just across the street from Hemsley's hotel.
You think there is some connection between them, Steve?
Let's go in. Whew. Fresh air would really smell funny in here.
There don't seem to be any rooms downstairs, Steve.
Come on, we'll try the stairway.
Steve, wait. You hear that?
Yeah. Squeaky shoes.
There he is at the head of the stairs.
Hey, you. Wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Steve, he's bleeding.
He's grabbing at his chest. Get out of the way, Martha. Here he comes. Holy smoke.
Steve, is he still breathing?
Not anymore.
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Today, the armed forces of the United States are concerned with hundreds of contributions to the activities of peace. America's forces are scientific forces devoted largely to the training of scientists and technicians, specialists in the techniques that make for better living in peacetime. Yes, America's armed forces constitute the world's greatest scientific enterprise. And to man that enterprise, the services are seeking suitable trainees capable of profiting from education and capable of leadership and responsibility. For the right men, the armed forces offer a whole world of technical training for the service and for the future. So if you're thinking of an active career, an educational career, a vital career, think of the armed forces of the United States. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 30 seconds later. Steve and Martha have run up the stairs and are searching the dead man's room.
Nothing here that I can see, Steve.
Killer must have gone out the window, Martha. Still open. Well, let's go on back.
Steve. Looks like the doorway is occupied.
Oh?
I'm Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Your name, monsieur?
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. This is Miss Martha Vaughn.
Mademoiselle?
Inspector?
Monsieur, what connection exists between you and the dead man downstairs?
Connection? None at all.
Then what are you doing in his room?
Trying to find the guy who stabbed him a couple of minutes ago.
And you do not know the dead man at all?
I don't even know the guy's name.
It is Dominique.
Dominique? That's supposed to mean something to me?
It does to most of the police in Europe, monsieur. Dominique was a hired killer.
Oh? You happen to know who his last boss was?
No, monsieur, but we had heard Dominique was in Paris and had trailed him here. As you see, a few moments too late.
Yeah. Well, look, Inspector, this is all very nice. But if you'll excuse me, I have a transatlantic call to put in.
You say you are a foreign correspondent, Monsieur Mitchell.
That's why the telephone call. My boss likes to hear from me now and then.
Monsieur, perhaps your interest in this affair is greater than the procuring of a mere story, and perhaps not.
Well, you've covered all the possibilities, Inspector.
In any case, you will please keep yourself available for questioning. Paris is a big city, monsieur, but I am quite capable of finding you should you choose to hide. Kindly do not put me to the trouble.
Yes, Ruth.
It's Steve calling from Paris, Commissioner. He's on the line now.
Good. Hello?
Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, how you doing?
Who knows? A few hours ago, I had a near miss with a battle axe.
What?
Oh, no one you know.
Now, Steve.
No, I mean literally, Commissioner. I had a hot lead for a while, a hired killer who needed a new pair of shoes. His name was Dominic.
Was?
Yeah. Somebody with a sharp knife beat me to him.
Any other lead, Steve?
Well, there may be a tie-in between Dominic and the Englishman, Gordon Hemsley, one of the partners. Yeah, that's right. Nothing definite on him yet. There's still someone missing from the party, a third surviving partner, Carl Voorhees. He's supposed to arrive from Amsterdam tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Why, Steve, we have information that Voorhees has been in Paris for 2 days.
Oh, that's interesting. Incidentally, Commissioner, I wish you'd check on the exact terms of that merger.
All right, Steve. Why?
Oh, just a hunch I'm working on. Cable what information you can get to me at the Hotel Brevant. I'm on my way back there now to talk to Wheeler again.
Mitchell, I'm no hero. If I'd known what this merger was going to mean, I'd never have gone into it, in spite of the good I know it'll do. But it's too late to back out now. All the papers have been signed.
I think you should leave Paris, Mr. Wheeler.
Don't worry. As soon as this meeting's over, I'm going to.
What's the timetable on the meeting, Mr. Wheeler?
Voorhees is coming in tomorrow from Amsterdam. He, Hemsley, and I are meeting tomorrow night around 10 to set a few final details. Then the quicker I get out of Paris, the better. Who?
I'll go, Mr. Wheeler. Who is it, please?
Carl Voorhees.
Voorhees?
Good evening, Wheeler.
Hello, Voorhees. I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow.
I decided to come tonight.
You know Martha?
Fräulein?
This is Steve Mitchell, a foreign correspondent.
Hello.
Mynheer Mitchell.
You say you just got in, Mr. Voorhees?
An hour ago.
That's funny. I heard you got in 2 days ago.
That is a lie.
Is it?
Mynheer Mitchell, my affairs are no concern of yours.
Where are you staying, Voorhees?
At the Continental.
Oh, just across the street.
Well, it's too late to get anything done tonight, Voorhees.
Where's Hemsley?
Hemsley? He's staying at the Splendide. I suggest we meet here in my suite tomorrow night. How about 9:30?
Yeah. I see you then, Wheeler.
Good night.
Good night, Fräulein. And Mynheer Mitchell.
Good night.
I wonder what he's been doing those 2 days he's been here.
So do I.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm worried. I'd appreciate it if you'd be here tomorrow night for that meeting also.
Might be a good idea.
If you could get here before the rest come, say, a little before 9?
Okay. Well, I'm going over to see your partner, Gordon Hemsley. You better stay in your room all day tomorrow, Mr. Wheeler. I'll see you tomorrow night, about 8:45.
Really, Mr. Mitchell, I can't say I relish being disturbed this late at night, just because you want some sort of silly interview.
Well, I'd like at least to get a statement from you, Mr. Hemsley. 7 of you put through a merger. So far, 4 partners have been killed. That leaves just 3 of you. Yourself, Wheeler, and Voorhees.
Oh, I'll get it, Mr. Hemsley.
Righto. Very well, Mr. Mitchell, I'll give you a statement. This merger will accomplish a great deal of good. I personally intend to carry it through regardless of threats or any consequences to me.
Speaking of threats, Can you throw any light on the death of a hired killer named Dominic?
Dominic? I don't know anyone by that name.
Don't you? He was seen outside your room shortly before he was killed.
Why,
Mr. Hensley.
Yes?
It's Voorhees on the telephone. He said when he was here this afternoon, he forgot to ask
Voorhees
you...
here?
Never mind. I'll take the call. You have your statement, Mr. Mitchell. Would you please excuse me?
Sure. And thanks. See you around.
I wish I'd set this meeting earlier. What time is it, Mitchell?
2 minutes to 9, Wheeler.
Oh. Care for another drink?
Thanks. Wheeler, you ever hear of a thing called a squeeze play?
Squeeze play? Oh, here's your drink.
Thanks. How sure are you of your partners, Hemsley and Voorhees?
What are you getting at, Mitchell?
They met yesterday afternoon.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I wish I'd never gotten into this deal in the first place. Come on, let's go into the drawing room. It's a little more cheerful in there.
Okay. Incidentally, I've been meaning to ask you. You say you hired Martha about a year ago.
That's right.
Who recommended her to you?
Let's see. Why, it was Hemsley.
Uh-huh.
After you, Mitchell.
Where are the lights, Wheeler?
Over on the other wall.
Okay, I'll get... Yep. Oh, my head. Wheeler. Hey, you're bleeding.
Shot. Shoulder, I think.
What happened?
Don't know. Saw someone hit you on the head. I tried to dodge. Shot me in the shoulder. Then he ran out.
Okay. Ought to be a doctor in the hotel. I'll get him. Then I'll call the police.
Monsieur Mitchell, once again I find you at the scene of a crime.
Believe me, Inspector, it was not my choice either time.
You say you were unconscious when Monsieur Wheeler was shot. Have you any idea how long you were unconscious?
Just a few seconds. I heard the clock start to strike 9 as I walked into this room, and it was still striking when I came to.
That stain and broken glass on the carpet, what do they represent?
Well, part of the glass is from my wristwatch, I guess. The rest of it and the stain are from the drink I was holding in my hand when I got slugged.
Steve, what's happened?
Martha. Well, Hemsley.
The gendarme at the door said something about a shooting, Mitchell.
Yeah, Wheeler was shot.
What? Oh, Steve, is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in the next room with the doctor. He's going to be all right. I just think it's a flesh wound.
Oh.
That's good news.
Is it, Hemsley?
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Skip it.
Permit me, I am Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Did you two come over here together?
I know. We just happened to arrive together, Inspector.
I see.
My room is just down the hall.
Permit me to inquire as to your movements for the past hour.
Why, I was in my room reading.
Mademoiselle has a witness?
What? No.
And you, Monsieur Hemsley?
Wheeler had scheduled a meeting for 9:30. I waited in my hotel until it was time to come over. Then I came over.
So?
Incidentally, where's Carl Voorhees?
Why, I expected to find him here for the meeting.
I will answer. Brisac speaking. Oui, Géraud. What is that? So, you are sure of the time? Merci. At 9 o'clock, Monsieur Voorhees called room service for some ice. When the boy arrived, 5 minutes later, he found Voorhees with a bullet through his heart. It is indeed a perplexing case, Mitchell. Our killer moves very fast. He shoots Monsieur Wheeler and kills Monsieur Voorhees, all in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah. Of course, Voorhees lived just down the street from Wheeler.
Oh, it is my turn to buy the drinks, Monsieur.
Oh, I've still got some here. I think I'll just have a little ice in it.
As you prefer.
Hey.
Monsieur?
How long has it been since our last drink?
20, perhaps 30 minutes?
Yeah. Look, Inspector, you asked me about that stain on the carpet of Wheeler's drawing room. I said it was broken glass and liquor.
That is correct, Mitchell.
Was there any ice on the carpet?
No, there was not.
Inspector, half an hour ago, I got a cable from the commissioner. Here, take a look at it.
Terms of merger such that in event of one partner's death, his voting interest passes to survivors.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll round up everyone in Wheeler's room in a few minutes, I think I can deliver you one grade A killer. How's the shoulder, Mr. Wheeler?
Coming along, but I don't understand the purpose of this meeting.
What's it all about, Steve?
Yes, being summoned here like fugitives from justice.
Monsieur Mitchell is host at this gathering. He will explain.
And I'll make it short. The person who shot Mr. Wheeler in the shoulder and killed Voorhees is undoubtedly the same one who hired Dominic to kill the other partners.
You mean one man's behind this whole thing, Steve?
One man. Or woman, Martha.
Hmm?
I'd like to show you how that killer arranged the shootings tonight. Mr. Wheeler, this clock that was striking when I got slugged, has it been running okay lately?
Why, yes, it has. Matter of fact, Martha took it to be fixed a couple of days ago.
I see.
Well, I don't see, Steve. What are you driving at?
When I got knocked out, the clock was striking 9. When I came to, it was still striking, so I figured I'd just been out a few seconds. Actually, I was unconscious nearly 20 minutes, long enough for the killer to get to Voorhees' hotel, kill him, come back, reset the clock, and then shoot himself in the shoulder.
What?
What about it, Monsieur Wheeler?
I'm afraid Mr. Mitchell's imagination is working overtime. Mitchell, do you actually think I'd shoot myself?
If the stakes were high enough, and in this deal they are. You'd already knocked off 4 of your partners. That left only Voorhees and Hemsley in your way.
I say, Voorhees and I were getting a little suspicious of Wheeler. We met yesterday afternoon to talk about it.
My patience with your sense of humor is wearing thin, Mitchell. You're making a lot of statements that would be very difficult to prove.
You're wrong there. I can prove most of them with the help of just one ice cube.
Ice cube?
Yeah. When I came to, all the ice in my drink had melted. Yet just now, down in the bar, it took the ice in my drink almost 20 minutes to melt.
Well, Monsieur Wheeler?
But it'd be kind of hard to explain that away, wouldn't it, Wheeler? Wouldn't it?
I have nothing to say until I've seen my lawyers.
Oh, that can be easily arranged, Monsieur. They will find it easy to locate you. You will be in prison.
Going to have some time to play in Paris, Steve?
I'm afraid not, Martha.
Too bad. Take a look at the newspaper. It's full of things to do, places to go. We could have a lot of fun.
You don't have to sell me on that. Hey, look at this picture of the horse race.
Well, what about it?
Well, the horses are running in the wrong direction.
What? Oh, no, that's the way they do over here, Steve. The horses run clockwise instead of counterclockwise like in the States.
You know something?
What?
I think I'd better stay here a couple of days after all.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. The way I pick horses, I could clean up a fortune.
Oh.
Mine always run backwards.
You have just heard the 5th in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I like to say that. Hello there, this is Diamond. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I say it all the time. Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I think it sounds kind of, well, pretty bad. Of course, I'd rather say, hello there, this is I've got a sponsor, Diamond, but that's silly, too, because if I had a sponsor, I wouldn't have time to say, hello there, this is Diamond. I'd be overshining his shoes. Confused? Well, so am I. Want to get really mixed up? Let me tell you what happened last week. This is real silly. So silly, it wound up with murder. I was sitting in my office thinking about June Allison when the phone rang. Diamond Detective Agency. No other corpse can make that statement.
Oh, Rick.
Don't believe it? Just listen to what one of our satisfied customers has to say about Diamond. I've been buried now on the 30 years.
Rick.
Hello, Helen.
You idiot. What are you doing?
I know this will throw you. Nothing.
No washing today?
Finished an hour ago. Oh, by the way, I got a beef.
A beef?
Yeah, those socks you knitted for me shrunk so much I need 4 more pair.
Well, if they shrunk, what do you want with 4 more pairs?
Going to start a new fad. Going to wear 'em on my toes, you know, toe socks.
Well, if I knit you 4 pair, that'll only give you 10 altogether.
Oh, by George, you really pulled off a speedy, didn't you?
Well, howdy. Wasn't half as bad as some of those ghastlies you come up with.
All right, Smarty. Now, what's on your rural mind?
Want you to do me a favor?
Like, for instance?
No, for instance. I told you a friend of mine would come up and see you, and I want you to do what you can for him.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, honey. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, I was told to look you up. I am Renee.
Rick, what is it?
Helen,
Yeah, what's the matter?
something just tiptoed into my office. I got a hunch you know about it.
Oh, maybe that's Renee.
That's what it says.
If you are Mr. Diamond, I wish you'd please pay a little attention to me, or aren't you interested in a potential client?
Hold it a second, honey. Sure, I'm always interested in a potential client. What did you do, lose your wedges?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. I've got Miss Asher on the phone now. She just told me you were coming up.
Oh, well, please say hello to Miss Asher. She's such a darling.
Yeah. Honey, Renee says to say hello. Says you're a darling.
Oh, well, say hello to Renee. He makes my hats for me.
I'll get the story from him. Call you later. Now, Mr. Renee.
Your full name is Benet. Renee Benet. How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Benet?
Mr. Diamond, I have a problem, and Miss Asher seemed to think that you could help me with it.
Well, depends. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I never use them. Depends on what. You don't even know my problem yet.
Look, I don't care if you swipe John Frederick's toupee. For $100 a day in expenses, I'll grow a mattress on his skull.
Mr. Diamond, I can see that you don't know much about hats.
You are so wrong.
Oh, am I? Well, it may interest you to know that John Fredericks are 2 people. Mr. John and Mr. Fredericks.
Look, Mr. Benet, I don't care if they're patrol number 3 of the Brownies. Can you afford $100 a day in expenses?
Mr. Diamond, I am the new sensation in hats.
You must look lovely. Okay, Mr. Benet, I take it you can afford me. Now, what's your problem?
I want you to prevent the theft of my 3 latest creations.
Hats?
Creations, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, creations. Why do you want them protected?
Why, because someone is going to steal them before my fall showing.
How do you know that?
Because on similar occasions, the same thing has happened. Twice, to be exact. The designs were stolen, and 2 weeks later, that lowlife George Marchand had his showing, and my hats were the high point of his show.
What did you do?
What could I do? I couldn't prove it. If I attempted to expose him, he would have said that I was lying. Everybody knows how much we hate each other. I'd have been a laughingstock.
Do you think he had the hats stolen?
I'm sure of it. And I'm also sure that someone in my salon is responsible for the actual theft.
You know definitely?
No, but I suspect my partner, Gerald Winters. He's always been jealous of my ability. Oh, Mr. Diamond, Couldn't you open a window or something? It's frightfully hot.
Oh, it's the air conditioning. I keep a bag of red lip jumbos up in the vent. Sometimes they get stuck.
Red lip jumbos?
Pistachio nuts. You like hats? I get hung up on pistachio nuts.
Perhaps you should see a psychiatrist.
I did.
What happened?
I sent him 5 pounds of pistachios just yesterday.
Oh. Oh, well, here's my card. I'll see you at my salon, Mr. Diamond, in about an hour. Oh, and something else. I don't want my partner or the help to know that you're a private detective.
What am I supposed to do? Buy a hat?
Well, I'll tell them that you're a designer from Hollywood. That way, whatever you say will be all right. See you in an hour.
Richard of Hollywood is coming here to look at our new line.
That's correct, Lillian.
Never heard of him.
Well, that's not so surprising, Gerald. There are a lot of people I'm sure you've never heard of, especially the more famous ones.
I don't like that.
Oh, don't you? Well, I'm overjoyed that you're sure of one thing, at least.
Now, don't you two start fighting again. I've never heard of this Richard of Hollywood either.
Well, he's a new man, works for the studios. Has made quite a sensation the last year or so.
Well, I'm sick and tired of temperamental artists. I'm going back to my office.
Well, why don't you do that, Gerald? Keep the books in the black, dear Potter, while I work to pay for your salary.
You know, Rennie, someday I'm going to strangle you with one of your own hats.
Why don't you buy yourself a barbell instead? Then the next time you get into a bathing suit, there'll be no doubt that you have muscles. Oh, this boy.
How can you two continue like this? It's frightful.
Lillian, my love, I would rather join forces with a cobra than to keep on with Gerald. But he has an iron-bound contract that assures him of at least $50,000 a year. I'm helpless. Yes, come in. Oh, Mr. Richard, come in.
Thanks. You better go out and pour some water on your partner. I just ran into him.
Gerald, what do you mean?
Well, I was looking for you, and he came up and introduced himself.
You told him your name?
Told him I was a hat designer from Hollywood, so he pointed out your office and said something about my lily white hands.
And what happened?
I didn't like the remark, so I shoved one of them down his throat.
Oh, wonderful. This I'll have to see.
I put a feather in his mouth. You can't miss him.
Renee, don't you think...
Oh, I'm sorry. Stupid of me. Lillian, this is Richard of Hollywood.
What? Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. How do you do?
This is Lillian Richmond, my junior designer and chief model. Now, you two think of something clever to talk about. I want to see Gerald, bloody nose, feather, and all.
Cigarette? You look nervous.
Oh, thanks.
So, Gerald was the victim of a collision?
Yes.
Do your friends call you Richard?
Well, it depends on how friendly they get. Then sometimes they come up with some real hair curlers. What do your friends call you?
I prefer Lillian, but sometimes they call me Lil.
Well, Lil sounds more interesting.
That's when they call me Lil, when things get interesting. You don't act much like a hat designer, Richard. More like you should be playing football.
Oh, well, I started by designing helmets for Notre Dame.
I understand you work for the movies. You with any particular studio?
No. I'm with an independent company. Real Square Productions. We make training films.
Training films?
Oh, that was simply wonderful. I had to pour a vase of water on him. Several customers were so frightened they left, but it was worth it. And how are you two getting along?
Richard was just talking about football. He was explaining the merits of a short pass.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, Lillian, Mr. Richard and I have some business to talk over.
Not at all. Get him to tell you how he started by making helmets. Maybe you'll get some new ideas, Renee.
Helmets? Oh, my goodness.
See you later, Richard.
I'll wear my muzzle.
Isn't she lovely? She has about as much conscience as a tiger in a chicken coop.
Okay, now, what about our business?
Oh, of course. Now, here's a retainer. I trust that $500 is enough to start on.
My landlord will think so. What do I do?
Well, I've told everyone that you're going to be with us until the fall showing. You want to see how I work, perhaps take some designs back to Hollywood with you. Now, all you really have to do is to get to know the people that work for me. Now, be here from 9 in the morning to 6 at night and keep those designs from being stolen.
Oh, by the way, where are the designs?
In my safe here. Tomorrow they go to the designing rooms, and that's when the situation becomes acute. We'll have nothing to worry about until tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow in the morning at 9, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Oh, in case you need me, here's my card. I'll write my home number on it. For some reason, when I get a client, they always run into silly little things like murder or something. You just might need me. See you in the morning. I left Renee and headed for my apartment. I had suddenly found myself in the horrible position of a man with a steady job. 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Now, I'm a guy who can get along without too much sleep, especially when the situation calls for it. Like the little blonde dancer that works over on 52nd Street. There was a situation. But this time, I figured a good night's rest wouldn't do me any harm, so when I got home, I fixed a bite to eat, took a hot shower, and climbed into my little old shack. Okay.
Diamond?
Oh, hello, honey.
Now you stop that. Wake up.
What? Oh, no. Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Levinson.
Well, bully for you. What time is it?
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Goodbye, Walt.
Now you wait a minute. I'm just trying to make things easy on you. And what was that hello, honey, for?
Oh, I was dreaming. What do you mean, make things easy for me? At 4:30 in the morning, nothing's easy.
I wanted to let you get here under your own steam. I know what a shock it'd be if I sent Otis down there to drag you out of bed.
Oh, yeah. Horrible. That old lady ate the fire. The Dracula was loose again. Hey, what do you want me there for?
Well, I know you won't be surprised, but there's been a Rittero killing.
Well, so what?
So you're mixed up in it. Now get down here.
Now, wait a minute. Who's dead?
A guy named Benet, auto accident.
Renee Benet?
Yeah, I guess that's the way you pronounce it. You see, Otis, you mallet head, you were wrong. It's pronounced Benet, not Benny. That idiot was calling him Rennie Benny.
Walt, how did you know I was working for Benet?
Your card was found in his pocket. I'm at 125th Street, so come on up as fast as you can.
Well, as soon as I get my football helmet off.
Football helmet? You sleep in a football helmet?
Well, I do. Don't you? Bye. I left the apartment and took off the address Walt had given me. It was way uptown on Riverside Drive. It was cold, and the fog had begun to drift in. I found Walt over near the prowl car, and he briefed me. Renee Benet had been killed in an automobile accident. His car had crashed over a 100-foot viaduct.
He went through the guardrail up there, Rick.
Oh, wonder what he was doing way up here. Certainly wasn't headed home.
Maybe he was going to see someone.
Oh, maybe. Better check and see if he knew anyone out this way.
Now, you wait a minute. You think something's wrong?
Could be, huh? He had a partner who might want him out of the way. Oh, it's a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty badly burned before the fire boys got here. Wait a minute. Otis is over there with him. Otis!
Probably warming his feet.
He couldn't warm those big things on an atom bomb. Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Did you find anything?
Yeah, there's been a fire.
Oh. Get over here.
Walt, what about that card you found in his pocket? Why didn't it get burned?
It was in one of his suits over at his apartment. I put in a call, checked his license plate, found out who he was, where he lived, and sent a couple of boys over. They came up with your card. You know how they all love you.
Anything else in the apartment?
Nothing yet. We'll get a report.
Here I am, Lieutenant.
He's getting smart.
Oh. Hello, Shamus.
Otis, get the car started. We'll go back to the station and wait for a report about this accident.
Yeah. Lieutenant.
No.
No?
That's right. You touch that siren and I'll throw you out of the car.
Guy can't have any fun anymore.
Walt, when are you going to get that report? It's 6:30 in the morning.
I know it's 6:30. I always yawn like this when it's 6:30. Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah?
I got that report, Lieutenant.
Take the marbles out of your mouth. What did you say?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little sleepy.
Maybe you'd like me to sing you a lullaby.
Oh, that'd be silly.
Well, then make sense.
I got that report. Benny...
Benet.
Okay. He died from the fire. Autopsy showed he had a slight concussion, but not serious enough to kill him.
What about the car?
It wasn't tampered with. There was something funny, though. A steering wheel was smeared like someone had been wearing gloves. No prints. Benny didn't have on any gloves.
How'd the fire start?
Cigarette in the upholstery.
Cigarette in the upholstery. Okay, Otis, I'll call you if I need you. Go on back to sleep. Did you hear?
Yeah. Benet was murdered.
What makes you so sure?
Walt, Otis said he had a slight concussion, but not enough to kill him, right?
Okay.
You're going to tell me that he was unconscious the whole time it took that fire to start? Ordinarily, a cigarette smolders a long time.
Then why didn't he get out of the car?
Because he didn't have time to wake up. Someone helped that fire along, got it burning in a few minutes, and then pushed the car over the viaduct.
Ah, that isn't enough.
Okay. How's this, then? Benet didn't smoke.
Now, that I'll buy. But how do you know?
He told me. I offered him a cigarette in my office this morning.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, I know he had two enemies. His partner, Gerald Winters, and another hat designer, a George Marchand.
I'll have them picked up.
No. Let him alone for a while.
Huh?
Let's have some breakfast first, and then go down to Renee's salon when it opens.
Quite a store.
Yes? Oh, good morning. How's Richard from Hollywood?
From hunger.
Richard from Hollywood.
All right,
Oh,
Walt.
I wish Otis was here. He'd love this.
Well, whose side are you on? Now, Walt, this is Lillian Richmond, Walt. Lillian, this is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Homicide.
Oh, well, I hope he's just in to buy a hat for his wife.
I'm not married, Miss Richmond.
Well, to buy a hat.
Lillian, I just called Renee's apartment. Oh, what do you want?
Walt, this is Gerald Winters.
Who split his lip?
He ran into a fist.
Where were you between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning, Mr. Winters?
What do you want to know for?
Gerald, this is a lieutenant from Homicide. I think maybe something's happened.
What could have happened? I was in bed from 11 o'clock till 8. Besides, what's a policeman doing with the great Richard from Hollywood? Did someone see one of his creations and strangle to death?
Where were you around 4 this morning, Lillian?
Also in bed, but I can't prove it. Why?
Benet's been killed.
What?
You don't seem too upset, Mr. Winters.
No? Well, you're right. As a matter of fact, I'm not.
How did it happen?
Car went over the viaduct, burned to death.
Well, then why ask us where we were? It was an accident, wasn't it?
No, it was not an accident. Mr. Winters, what happens to you now? You take over the firm?
Well, yes. It all goes to me.
I think you'd better come down to the station. Answer a few questions.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, this is absurd. I hated Renee, but I'd never kill him.
Rick, do me a favor and go over to this George Marchand. Talk to him until I can send Otis down to pick him up.
You aren't a hat designer, are you?
Bingo. You win another split lip.
No, not.
Lay off him, Rick. Come on, Mr. Winters. Let's go.
I knew he wasn't. I just knew that man couldn't be famous in Hollywood or anywhere else.
Well?
Mm-hmm.
Police?
Private detective. The name's Diamond.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
Stop back after you see Marchand. I'd like to find out more about the game.
Strong line and a good backfield. You've played it.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
George Marchand?
Yes.
Well, I'm from the police, Mr. Marchand.
The police?
Your competitor, Rene Benet, was killed last night.
What?
He was burned to death in his car.
Oh, but this is horrible. But what has Renee's death to do with me?
Well, we think he was murdered, and we're trying to find a good motive.
Mr. Diamond, it's true that Renee and I were enemies. Everyone knew it, but to think that I would take his life is utterly absurd.
Yeah. Where were you about 4 this morning, Mr. Marchand?
Well, I was in bed, asleep.
Everybody sure had a dull evening. How well do you know Gerald Winters, Renee's partner?
Oh, just slightly.
How about Lillian Richmond?
By reputation only.
One more question. When's your fall showing, Mr. Marchand?
In 2 days.
Well, be sure to be around for it. The police get very unhappy if a murder suspect catches the first plane for the border.
Murder suspect?
See you later, Mr. Marchand. I left Marchand counting his pulse and wondering just how much I did know. And if he could have seen what was going on in my little old mind, he might have grown a few white hairs. I grabbed a cab and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station in Walt Levinson. Needless to say, he was not happy.
Oh, now, you wait a minute, Diamond. I'm satisfied with Gerald Winters. He's the only one who had a motive.
The only one who had a motive that you can see. Too many things point to someone else.
Give me a for instance.
Oh, you always want a for instance.
Well, hang it, you're trying to convince me that Winters isn't the killer, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Walt.
Then I want a for instance. I want to know your reason.
Well, Winters and Renee hated each other. Even as partners, they really wanted each other out of the way.
Are you crazy? You just gave me the best reason for hanging on to Winters.
Walt, when Rene was killed, he was 10 miles away from his apartment going in the other direction.
So what?
Did you find out if he knew anyone who might live out that way?
Even if he didn't know anyone out that way, I still say so what? The killer went for a drive with him, got out there, hit him over the head, poured gasoline on the seat, and dropped a cigarette. Pushed him off the viaduct. And Winters smokes. I know. I sent a whole carton down to his cell to make sure.
You're right about how the killer did it. But do you think Rene would have taken a drive like that with a man he hated, knowing how much a man hated him? Huh? And another thing. It was pretty warm yesterday and last night, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Lousy weather.
Okay. The killer wore gloves. Isn't that a little strange on a warm night?
So he slipped on some gloves. Didn't want to leave any fingerprints.
No. The killer was driving. The report said there were absolutely no fingerprints on the steering wheel. If Rene was in the driver's seat, there would have been a few of his anyway.
We couldn't tell whether he was in the driver's seat. He could have been thrown aside when the car crashed. But I don't get this glove angle.
You want to catch a killer?
Oh, what kind of a remark is that?
Well, come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Down to Rene's shop. We can get in through a window I noticed in the alley. There are some designs in his safe, and Walt, the killer has to get them out tonight.
There you are, Lieutenant. It's Jimmy.
Rick, I don't like this. Busting into a place without a warrant.
Oh, go on. Climb in and watch out for the burglar alarm.
All right. Come on, Otis. Okay. Here, I'll give you a hand, Diamond.
Oh, well, that ought to be easy for you, Otis.
Yeah, why?
Well, you could hold on with the other four and still have one left over to grab me.
Oh, is that so?
You two lay off. Come on, Rick. Show me where to go.
Right over here, in Rene's office.
What makes you think the killer hasn't already stolen the plans?
I wouldn't have done it the night of the murder. That would have shown a motive. Wouldn't have done it today. Too many people in the shop. Go on in.
Gee. Spooky. I can't see a thing.
Walt, what's this? Boo.
Ah, for Pete's sake, Shaw.
Now, lay off, Otis Diamond. And where do we hide?
Just sit down anywhere and be quiet. The first person through that door is our killer.
Clock is going to drive me crazy.
You want me to shut it off?
How do you shut off a clock, stupid?
Busted.
Oh. Rick.
Yeah?
I still don't understand why that glove angle is so important.
Well, as a single item, it's not so important. But along with the rest, it was the first thing that gave me an idea of the killer.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I think I got it. I did.
Oh. Rick, it's 3 o'clock. I don't think your killer's going to show.
Yeah, I'm getting stiff.
Hold it, Walt. I think we have a customer.
Otis, get up and stand next to that light switch. Flip it on when I tell you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Otis.
Oh, hello, Lillian.
Oh, you startled me. What's this all about? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
For me? I don't understand. I was just coming over to pick up some of my sketches. I forgot them this afternoon.
So you waited until 3 in the morning?
I had a date.
Yeah. Otis, go out and drag in her date.
Now, you wait just a minute. I don't know what this is all about, but
Go
you've
ahead,
no
Otis.
right to...
All right.
Mr. Diamond, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Lever. Point by point, it goes something like this. Rene Benet was killed by someone he knew and trusted. He never would have gone for that riot otherwise. Benet didn't smoke, so the killer was an amateur and started the fire with a cigarette. The killer wore gloves, and it was too hot that night for a man to wear them without looking suspicious.
Are you saying that you think
That you killed Benet? Sure you did.
Come on, you get in there.
Your dirty hands off of me.
Yeah, here he is, Lieutenant. This is the guy in the car.
Lil, what is this all about?
You better ask Mr. Diamond, although I don't think he'll make much sense. He just accused me of killing Rene.
What?
Good morning, Mr. Marchand. I thought you didn't know Lillian.
Well, prior to this evening, I did not. I called her because I wanted to talk to her about Rene's death.
Ah, you're lying. Today at your shop, you called me Mr. Diamond. How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
Oh, no. You're fibbing again. I just said I was from the police. Only one person who knew both of us could have called you, and she also knew I was on the way over to your shop. Didn't you, Lil?
The name is Miss Richmond. Now prove that I killed Renee. You've got no motive.
Well, the designs are enough to start with. You probably suspected I wasn't a hat designer. And you knew you had to work fast if you were going to get those designs to Marchand here before this fall showing.
That's not true. Lillian never gave me any designs from Rene.
You know, of course, Mr. Marchand, that if we stick your girlfriend with a murder rap, you're an accessory before and after the fact.
What?
Sure, maybe you'll get to sit in a nice electric love seat and hold hands.
Oh, but I had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, you knew about it, and you knew who did it. That's enough to put you away for 20 years. Being mixed up in the actual motive might get you life.
No. She was the one that did it. She knew Winters would be blamed for it.
George!
Yes, she stole the designs for me because she wanted to ruin Benet and take over his salon, but I did not know she was going to kill him.
Why, you dirty little man. You did know it. You did know it. You helped me plan it. If I got the best sketches for you, I'll tear your eyes out.
Get her away from me.
Come on, lady. Let's go.
Okay, haul them both out to the car. Rick, I don't know how... Rick. Oh, no. Rick! Oh, why does he always disappear like that?
Rick, what's that you're playing?
That's a new thing. Kind of pretty. Don't Cry Joe.
Well, sing it.
All right, but you know that gripey neighbor in the other apartment building.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. You don't hear any of the other tenants yelling for you to shut up.
Well, maybe they're not as forceful as the Grouch. You see, honey, I got a couple of letters.
Letters?
Mm-hmm, from the people in that building. Most of them like the singing, but a couple feel the same way the Grouch does.
Well, there's only one way to find out what all the people in the building think.
How's that?
Open the window and sing so they can all hear you.
Okay, I'll buy it. You open the window. Don't you think maybe this is silly?
Rick, I like you to sing when you come over here, but I don't want you to do it if no one else does. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go, let her go, let her go. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go, let her go, let her go. You've got to realize this is the wind-up. You'll feel much better once you make your mind up. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
No reaction yet. Maybe they all took poison.
Well, give them time. We'll find out soon enough.
I guess so.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen and case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Kay Brinker, Clark Gordon, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned for Irene Dunn and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
And now, Dick Tracy.
This is Dick Tracy on the case of the broken window. Stand by for action. Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Boys and girls, I guess you know the baseball season will last until the World Series is over sometime in October, and I expect that you'll be playing baseball and softball just about right up to that time. Well, I'd like to make a few suggestions that will prevent you from getting hurt. And they're not suggestions that will ruin the fun of playing either. Well, for instance, here are some safety rules for running the bases. Always try to run on the base line. Make sure that all bases or bags are firmly attached to the ground. And to stop yourself from slipping when you're rounding the bases, touch the inside corner of the bag. Now, here's a word or two about sliding. If you slide, do it feet first. Don't change your mind in the middle of the slides. Once you've decided to slide, go ahead and go through with it. Practice a hook slide to either outside corner of the bag, keeping your toes turned up, your arms in the air, and stay relaxed. Above all, play clean baseball. Rough stuff, especially on the base paths, is not only dangerous, but it's unsportsmanlike. Remember, you're no good to the team unless you're in top playing form. Protect your physical condition, play clean, play safe. And now, Dick Tracy. In Friday's story, he learned how Frankie, called the Spider, and his friend Mickey got themselves jobs in a small factory in the hope that Dick and his men wouldn't look for them there. Well, the owner of the factory seemed to take to the boys, and by the end of the week had grown quite friendly with them and had given them a raise. In addition to that, he trusted both boys to run errands for him. As a matter of fact, he had gone so far as to send Mickey on an errand to deliver money. Well, as our story closed, we heard Spider tell Mickey that if they played their cards right, they could steal from the owner and probably get away with it. Well, for today, let's start with Dick and Pat.
Seems to me we're in an awful rush. Must be that you're tired of hearing them repeat that tri-state alarm and want to get...
I'm not getting any returns. I'm going to do something about that patent right now.
Where are we going?
We're going to examine the records of the juvenile court. I have a hunch that we might come across some further clue that would help us find these boys.
Yeah, but Dick, suppose these kids are left town. You know how kids like that are. They take nothing to hop on a freight train and beating it.
That's what I thought at first, Pat, but I don't think so now.
What made you change your mind?
Well, certain things, Patrick. First is the fact that we haven't had any return on our alarm. Second, as a result of that alarm, all railroad stations, bus depots, even the airports have been watched. Seems to me there were over 300 men on the lookout for these boys at those places.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Now, this business of going over court records always gets me down, but I guess we got to go through with it.
I'm afraid you're right, Pat. And in addition to our search, I thought I'd have a talk with a couple of the investigators to see if they can help us. Here it is. Pull over here, Pat.
Now, for a few minutes, let's turn our attention to Spider and Mickey, who are back at the factory.
You tired, Mickey?
No, Spider. It's just that this job is so dumb. Nothing to it except playing these cases around all day. I wish that... Yeah. Make it look good. Yeah.
Well, boys, how's it going this morning?
Pretty good.
Oh, that's fine. I wondered whether the work wasn't going to be too hard for you. You can stop for a moment, boys. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Well, that makes 101 this morning.
Did you say you wanted to talk to us?
Yes, I did. I assume you boys have found a room?
Oh, yeah, we found one all right. Paid a week's rent in advance.
Nice room?
Now, what could you expect for $4 a week?
Yeah, $4 for the two of us. That's all we could afford right now.
Yeah, that's right. You see, we're both broke. We came into town with what we thought was enough dough, but I don't know where it went.
Well, that's a common failing around this town, and it's just about what I suspected. I have a proposition to make you boys.
A proposition? Hey, what kind
Well,
of
you see, I'm living alone now. Have been since my wife died, and, last night I thought I'd ask you boys if you wanted to come and live with me.
Oh, gosh.
Plenty of room, lots of it.
How much?
Well, knowing how you're fixed financially, I thought that perhaps we would make it just about what you're paying now. And later on, when you get on your feet, if you like, you can pay me more.
Oh, gee, mister, that sounds awful good to me.
Then you'll take me up?
It's a deal.
You
said it. Sir, I've got an idea.
Go ahead.
Well, it's almost quitting time. Will you let us off now? Both Mickey and me'll work twice as hard to catch up tomorrow. We'll go to this room and get our stuff.
A good idea. Then you can come home with me right after we quit work. Well, go ahead, boys, but hurry back because you've only got about a half hour before quitting time.
Okay, mister. We'll be right back. Come on, McGee, let's go. Come in.
Well, boys, how are things?
Oh, gee, just perfect. That's right. And boy, have we used that shower bed.
Well, it's a fact you both look pretty well scrubbed up. Well, as long as you're satisfied with the bargain.
Satisfied? Gee, I feel that we ought to pay you more than $2 apiece for a layout like this.
Well, we'll talk about that sometime in the future. Now, you make good on your jobs, boys, and you'll have nothing to regret. Oh, what I came up to tell you was that I have to go out for a while. You'll be alone, so the house is yours. No, that's just as if the whole place was your own home. See you later.
Yeah. Goodbye. Hey, Mickey, get to the window. Yep, there he is. He's walking out to his garage. Let me see. Yep, there he goes. The sap. Hey, what do you mean, the sap? He's a nice guy. What? They say he's a sap and you're a dope. For a layout like this for $2 apiece. Are you forgetting how we have to earn that $2? Well, even that ain't bad. Are you forgetting that we got this spot laid out for a touch? Listen, Mickey, don't let that old goat get under your skin. You know what we got planned. You just remember we got him coming along good. Yeah, but, Spider, if we play our cards right... Relax, Mickey, and let me play the cards. Think I want to be breaking my back in that factory of his? No, sir, not me. Now, come on. You and I are going to look the rest of this joint over. Okay, Spider, whatever you say. Sure. Boy, what a layout. Yeah. Get a load of the furniture. This guy sure must have dough. Hey, this must be his room. Oh, yeah. There's the suit he had on yesterday. Hey, we better stay out of there. He might find out we've been in there. He gave us the run of the house, didn't he? He didn't know what he was in for. Gee, look at all the clothes he's got. Yeah. 5 suits and about 6 pairs of shoes. He must be making plenty from that factory. Let's see what's in this sort of a desk. Gee, looks like where he does his homework. Look at all the books. Hey, look out, Spider. Don't worry. I'll be careful to put it back. It's a bank book, ain't it? Yeah, that's right. Shows what he puts in the bank. What's the matter? Hey, listen to this. August 31st, $786.47. September 3rd, $400.43. September 4th. And here's one for over $1,000. Gee, that's plenty of money. $1,000 bucks. $2,300. Yeah, here's the big one. Boy, oh boy, what we couldn't do with that much dough. Well, we could... Hey, Mickey. Yeah? Let's get out of here. Come on, we'll go back to our room. I've got an idea. Hurry.
Are you the men from headquarters?
Yes, I'm Inspector Tracy and Mrs. Pat Patton.
How do you do?
Howdy.
You didn't waste any time getting here.
Oh, please give me the details.
Well, as I told you over the phone, I hired these 2 boys.
How long ago?
10 days.
And you finally took them into your home and gave them a room.
That's right. You see, this is a big house.
I think I understand, sir. Now, when was it that you sent them to the bank?
9:30 this morning. You see, I made up my deposit, including everything I didn't have time to deposit on Friday. And
how much did it amount to?
Well, here's a duplicate deposit slip. I always make one for my records. Here.
$3,073.
It's the largest deposit I've made in some time. You see, I sent both the boys with it. Perhaps I shouldn't have, but...
We sent them at 9:30, huh?
Yeah, that's right. And when they weren't back by 10:15, I called the bank teller who reported they hadn't put in an appearance. I jumped in my car and cruised along the street hoping to see the boys, but no sign of them.
It's 11 o'clock now. Now, where's your phone?
Right over here.
Good. I'm calling headquarters. Well, I'm getting them on the phone. I want you to give me a description of the clothes those boys are wearing when they started for the bank. Hello, headquarters? This is Inspector Tracy. Now, look, take this down and get it out on the teletype. Repeat bulletin 701. Include and repeat broadcast.
Gee, it's dark out here, Spider. Yeah, I know. Hey, here comes a car. I'll stick out my thumb. Okay. Give us a ride, mister.
Where you going?
To the next town.
You live there?
Yeah, that's right. We went to see some friends when we missed the last bus. Be a good guy and give us a ride, will you?
Hop in. Say, kind of late for a couple of youngsters to be out.
Yeah. Why, I told you how it happened.
Yeah. See, we sure will catch it when we get home.
Well, I can remember when I got a licking when I was young. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take you right to your door and wait till I see you get safely in the house. And if your father comes out or something, maybe I can fix it for you.
In just a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first... Oh, what a wonderful morning. Well, anybody knows it's not morning now, but almost every morning is wonderful on ABC. And there are several reasons why people go for ABC morning shows. Shows like The Listening Post and Breakfast in Hollywood. For example, each show on The Listening Post is a dramatization of a current story in one of the country's most popular magazines. You'll also hear stories ranging from delightful comedy to moving tragedy. Fiction written by top authors and acted by Broadway and Hollywood stars. And it all adds up to good entertainment on The Listening Post, heard Tuesday through Friday over most of these ABC stations. Well, following The Listening Post is that Mad Hatter Tom Brenneman. Tom's just about the only man we know who can talk to hundreds of women and still have the last word. Yes, Tom has a personality that is at once easygoing and contagious. And proof of his persuasive personality was demonstrated not so long ago when Tom was given a Treasury citation for outstanding work in the sale of war bonds. Why not tune to Tom Brenneman's Breakfast in Hollywood and The Listening Post tomorrow on most of these ABC stations? And now, back to Dick Tracy.
Look, mister, you don't have to take us all the way home. Just drop us on a corner.
Oh, I don't mind taking you home.
I said drop us on a corner.
Say, what's going on here?
Yes, just what is going on. We'll know more tomorrow. So tune in, same time, same station, for The Adventures of Dick Tracy, directed by Frank Shin, written for radio by M.C. Brockhausen. And this is George Gunn speaking. Dick Tracy is tough. He has to be to stand up against the ruthless characters of the underworld. Tracy's mind races like lightning. If it didn't, he'd never be able to outthink the shrewd criminals he faces. A man in Tracy's position must be superior in every way to win out against the vicious desperados that plague honest citizens. Every minute of his existence is packed with danger because criminals can't rest while Tracy is on their trail. Don't miss a single exciting chapter in The Adventures of Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Tune in again, same time tomorrow, when Dick Tracy will be heard over this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
Emma Peel stepped over the dead body of Edward Salt and searched his desk. The Admiral attempted to give a hand.
What's this? Railway tickets. London to Norborough, first-class return.
Well, must be hundreds of them. Man must have had an obsession about railways.
Look, Admiral, they're all punched.
Oh.
See? All neatly punched through the middle O in Norborough. The hole's about the size of a microdot. It makes sense. Salt fills in the O with a microdot.
And the ticket collector clips it out again.
And the message is passed on to the ticket collector. We've got it, Admiral. We've got it.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed is lost and found, and Mrs. Peel makes a determined effort to correct a disastrous train of events. Mrs. Peel had lost John Steed. In checking up on Edward Salt, she'd raced to Norborough Station to keep an appointment with Steed. He wasn't there. Only his umbrella, swinging gently from the luggage rack. Mrs. Peel had managed to collect it and listen to the message Steed had recorded upon the secret apparatus in the handle, but it hadn't told her very much. She'd turned for help to Admiral Cartney, and they'd found Salt's body. Now, Mrs. Peel was sure she was on the right lines. Railway lines, which would take her to Chase Halt Station yet again. In the station was a train. The ticket collector opened a door. The man who was posing as a bridegroom climbed in.
How'd it go? Splendidly. Mr. Salt is no more, and I brought you a little keepsake. A memento. It's Salt's mini camera. Might be useful.
Good. Let's see how your worthy bride is getting along. Are you making progress?
Yes. Nearly finished.
The bride was working on the floor, installing a bomb under the corner window seat.
Just reassure me. How do we know that the vibrations of the train won't set it off?
You'll have to take my word for it.
She has a good list of credits.
It's all very fine, but never anyone is important. What triggers the bomb off?
A radio signal.
Where will it come from?
From this train.
Sounds dangerous. There should be at least a mile between us. We don't want to blow ourselves up as well.
We won't. At the moment it goes up, we'll be speeding away in the opposite direction. Now relax. We all have our problems.
What's yours?
Well, for instance, how do we get this carriage off this train and onto his train?
Easy. Here's your answer.
The ticket collector produced a series of very official stick labels. He showed them to the group. They all read,
"This carriage to be commandeered and prepared for VIP train."
Very important person.
Very.
I'll transfer this carriage tomorrow, and I'll attend to it personally. I'll be sorry to see it go.
Not to worry. You may be losing a carriage, but he is gaining a bomb.
Mrs. Peel arrived at the deserted Chase Halt Station carrying Steed's umbrella. She immediately went to the tool chest where they had found Mark Lucas's body and was relieved to find it empty. Far off along the platform could be heard the querulous voice of old Crew. He was singing to himself as he went about his self-inflicted duties.
When I marry your daughter,
Mrs. Peel dodged back into the shadows as she heard footsteps approaching. A man approached, hand in coat pocket, clearly clutching a gun.
Hey, you Mr. Crew.
Oh, yes.
You live here?
Oh, I've got a little place in my signal box. Semi-detached. Here, further along the line.
You live alone?
Hey, what are the questions? Who are you?
The man was about to withdraw his hand from his pocket when Mrs. Peel moved like lightning. She grabbed his wrist. It wasn't a gun at all. It was an identification card.
Mrs. Peel.
I don't know you.
George Warren, I'm a friend of Steve's.
Oh, yes? Then where does he buy his trilbies?
He doesn't. He wears bowlers and buys them in St. James's. This is my identification card.
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Ah, but I thought of it first.
Special security watch all along this railway line.
Oh? Someone important traveling along it?
Perhaps you don't understand me, Mrs. Peel. Special security. Can't divulge details to anyone. And I mean anyone. Now then, what about you? What are you doing here?
I wanted Mr. Crew's advice on a railway matter.
Oh, my experience is at your disposal, Mrs. Peel. Why don't we retire to my signal box, talk over a nice cup of tea?
Splendid.
Now, what exactly is your problem?
Well, it's this umbrella. I want you to listen to it.
In the just-married compartment of the train, the ticket collector faced the bride and groom.
A mini camera of sorts. There was a film in it.
A practical place to keep a film, I'd say.
I've just had it developed. It's details of security on this line. They're sending a special branch man to visit every station along the route.
Well, so what?
Don't you see that means chase halt? They'll find Lucas's body.
And that means the game is up. Unless I can get to the special branch man first. When do we reach Chase Halt?
Coming up in about 10 minutes.
The groom grinned and reached beneath the seat, producing a Tommy gun.
Splendid. An unscheduled stop is indicated, don't you think?
In the signal box, drinking hot, sweet tea, Mrs. Peel demonstrated the mechanism of the tape recorder in the umbrella and said,
You see, in the background is the clatter of the train. Now, is it possible for you to pinpoint the exact section of a rail which made that noise?
Noise, madam. Poetry. Pure poetry. Another stanza, please.
Look here, Mrs. Peel. This may be all very interesting, but what does it all mean?
Steve's disappeared. This is the only lead I have. If I can find just where he was when he was held up, then it's a step in the right direction. Well, Mr. Crew?
Let me hear it again.
Move and don't speak.
Oh, sounds all wrong. Yeah. There are 2 sets of diddly bombs. Oh, it's impossible. A train can't be going fast and slow at the same time.
He's right. Diddly bomb. Diddly bomb.
Yes.
You know, I don't think this part is a train at all. Just a minute. Diddly bomb. Diddly bomb. It's the Mark V tapping code, a sort of tricked Morse device so that man could communicate with each other in prisoner of war camps. Spool it back, Mrs. Peel. Give it to me again.
Right.
Durbridge. That must mean Durbridge Junction.
Oh, yes. Well, Durbridge Junction is on this line. 9 lines with close couple of points of Hampson design. The original lines laid down in 1899. Further modifications carried out on April 25th. Hey, that's funny. Train stopped at the station. Nothing ever stops here. There's something very wrong there. Must be something very wrong.
Back in the the station, the train had stopped. The groom slipped out onto the platform. He headed for the tool chest and was amazed to see that it no longer contained a body.
The old boy in the signal box. It must be him. Right.
Holding the Tommy gun at the ready, the groom hurried up the line. In the signal box, Mrs. Peel was insisting that she should be told the complete truth.
Look, if someone important is traveling on this line, I have a right to know. Now, is it today?
Tonight.
But who is traveling tonight? I must...
Mrs. Peel had leapt at old Crewe, knocking him over into safety. But George Warren lay on the floor, dying. Mrs. Peel crawled over to him.
Who is it, Warren? Who's traveling this line tonight?
The Prime Minister.
Mrs. Peel and old Crewe only just managed to get to the train before it started to pull out. In the corridor, they paused to get their breath.
I still don't see why you had to pull me along.
You're my only ally, the only one I can trust.
That's extremely kind of you, but...
Look, all the others are dead or missing.
My dear lady, I fear that my services would be to no avail at all.
You're getting a ride on a train, aren't you? How could you turn your back on that?
No, that is true, of course. Yes, this is a nice example of the 5//77 type carriage.
Yes, well, let's go into details later. We must find Steve. Come on. I'll start here. You follow the ticket collector.
Ticket collector? Then what?
Watch him. See what he does, where he goes. And come back and tell me. Off you go.
Did his best, but the ticket collector and the groom had retired beyond the restaurant car to the galley, which turned out to be more a chief operations room than anything else.
We'll keep this door locked from now on. Only those who give the correct signal are allowed in. Are you comfortable, Mr. Steed?
John Steed was handcuffed by one hand to a steel chair.
I have been worse. I thought you should witness the final phase. Thought it might amuse you. Oh, but it isn't of him. It's for me, really. A coup isn't a coup unless someone is there to see it, someone to impress.
I'm afraid I shan't be able to applaud with these handcuffs on. Still, I can shout author, if that'll help.
The look in your eyes will be enough.
Apathy?
Agony. You see, I'm going to kill your Prime Minister.
Oh, but presumptuous. How do you know which way I voted?
I'm not considering your politics, merely your patriotism.
It's greatly exaggerated.
I think not. Our train will pass at about 8:57, and then you will hear the Big Bang.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story. Murder in Haste.
Elbert Taylor was 2 people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver, aged 45, amply mature and a little crotchety. To his wife, Helen, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had to be bought off with $100 bills instead of chewing gum. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Elberts and more careful with the $100 bills. And Elbert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Elbert, is that you?
Yeah?
Elbert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night, after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servants, and they don't...
Did you, call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get money somewhere, Helen.
You took it.
Of course I took it.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
Oh!
What did you expect? Think I'm going to sit up and beg you for every time I need $5?
Oh!
Sure, that's what you want, isn't it? Come on, come all. Watch Elbert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, Elbert.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, what does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't be ridiculous.
Get away from me.
Give me that phone.
Let go of my hand.
Why, you nagging, Mr. Disagreeable.
Albert! Albert! I'm sorry.
You want to watch
I'm
me
sorry.
jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert! You're hurting me.
Yes.
Let go, please.
I'll hurt you all right.
Oh, Albert!
I'd like to shake you until... I'd like to shake until your teeth fall out, you... There!
Well, Elbert, why don't you do something? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and help her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look, standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you realize Helen isn't going to get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Elbert, she's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. When you see those big new Signal billboards that say, "Go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline," remember, it's power that puts more mileage into new Signal gasoline. Amazingly increased power that chemists created by actually rearranging the atoms in gasoline molecules. You'll notice Signal's power first in the way your motor springs to life the instant you touch the starter. You'll notice Signal's power again in the way your car steps ahead in traffic with pickup that makes you proud. And you'll notice it in the knock-free purr of your motor on hills, steep ones that you'll breeze up in high. Yes, new Signal gasoline is packed with the kind of performance that makes even old cars feel young again. But while you're enjoying this performance, don't forget, The amazing power in new Signal gasoline that makes this performance possible also makes new Signal, more than ever, the Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's the Whistler. 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there, no sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double Check Lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days, when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you'll get from your friendly neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami. Yes, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hound, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles over money. No the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone. More jumping through hoops for Helen. Because the last argument was now. You said final, wasn't it? So final that Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, down in a chair by the sergeant's desk, you've decided on the only course of action can start to tell him the whole impossible. You leave her in her thing.
And then I wandered
to the bedroom and locked the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to you
around the streets all night.
Arguments and probably have paid no.
I thought about running away again.
No attention.
And then it all seemed so useless.
2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform.
So you came into the station and spilled it, huh?
Of the limited express bound for Jackson.
Aren't you going over there?
We've been there. Found her an hour at...
Villain points north.
So you did it.
I see. You made...
Nice night.
Oh. Well, know that she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know that, Mr.
I didn't hear you come up.
Sorry. I said it was a nice night.
Yeah.
I saw you running for the train when we...
Jameson, she was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
Pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's kind of close, all right.
You say she was shaking you down, huh?
You been in Miami long?
No.
What'd she have on you?
My assistant. No, been fishing off the Keys just a week or so.
I see.
Oh, that's right, your assistant. Have you,
Name's Ricketts.
Glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard...
had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
The assistant? Brown.
Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
Yes, I
Now, tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take to the police?
That's right. Well,
Police. Okay.
I guess I'll be getting in...
Hey, but a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff.
Side, Ricketts.
Good idea. I'll go with you.
That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
No, you don't know her. She would have done anything.
Not if it meant her neck, pal.
Huh?
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth.
You have got a bum memory, Jameson. It was all over Buenos Aires 6 months ago. She's wanted down there. For murder.
Didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop.
There.
And there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. Then when you're 10 feet from it, it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials. E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat, and Ricketts is just waiting.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler...
For you to stop there, you hold your breath and keep on.
...will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast...
Going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this yours?
...for entertainment by the marketers of Signal Gate.
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
And by your neighborhood signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Eleanor Beeson, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar, where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes, sir? Make it a Manhattan, dry.
Dry? Manhattan. Right, sir.
Thank you. Oh, is this your magazine here?
That whistle. What? Oh, no.
May I look at it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar...
You going to New York?
Yes.
Yellow and black circle signs.
Well, it'll be cold up there this time of year.
Identify those popular Signal Oil stations.
A lot of snow and all that.
Yes.
In 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I suppose so.
You know, I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow. Oh, for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for, well, 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to Americans again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago and
You
thinking
have a compartment?
Oh, yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr...
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson? Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
I'm afraid I am, yes.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's to you, Mr...
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson.
Hmm?
Why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We could have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course, if you'd like.
Yes, Albert, the compartment would be quieter. And you'd feel a little more comfortable, particularly since you noticed your friend Mr. Ricketts stroll into the bar and sit down, still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds the compartment pleasanter, too.
Well, a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. Has to keep in touch, you know. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. So you say you left Buenos Aires, huh?
Yes, planned to anyway, but made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh, I'll probably go back in a year or so. Did you ever read anything of mine, Brown?
I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, haven't you?
Yes. Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you're reading it.
Well, no, I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Oh, don't apologize, Brown. Well, how about a nightcap before we turn in, eh?
Oh, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Well, I've got to confess I'm a little bush. I've been rattling on like a magpie all evening. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thanks. Wow, that's beautiful brandy.
None better. Well, Brown, what'll we drink to?
Oh.
I have it to crime, Brown. Mighty profitable business, for me at least. Yeah, here's to crime. You know, that's odd. Murder is my business, and yet I've never in my life seen a murdered man.
Not a fact?
No, never been in a police court. Hardly ever known a policeman.
What?
I'm really sort of a phony when you get right down to it. Well, Brown, it's been great talking to you, but
Tell me more about your agent. You were saying you've never met him personally?
Oh, Farrell. Well, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard, the way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
Well, you've never even been to New York?
Never. Probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight,
Look,
and
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it. And
I'll tell you about it tomorrow, Brown. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
Oh, it's early yet.
Now, see here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you to...
Good Lord, what's that? They're trying to stop it. Stop the train. Back up!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second, and then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe, in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving toward you. Finally, you manage to get out.
I gotta get out. Through this window. What's this glass?
Here, let me help you.
Oh.
Give me a hand.
That's it. Oh, thanks.
You all right?
I think so. I'm a little dizzy.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah, you're lucky. This coach got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, got out just in time.
Hey, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar went to your compartment with you. He's still in there?
My compartment?
Pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor, murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
No, he left a few minutes before the crash.
Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I gotta give him a hand here. Can you make it up to the crossing?
Yeah.
There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown, take it easy.
Well.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring and watch, exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, "To Albert with all my love, Helen." Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with him. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, wonder if you fellas can help me.
Hurt, mister? We got the doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck?
Yeah.
Say, I'm the AP correspondent here. Could you give me your name?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Leslie Say, aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank. Only last night you and me made that bet.
Yeah, now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murder in that serial you're running in the Post.
Oh, well, that's very flattering. Now, I wonder if you could help me about the bus,
Say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murderer?
Yeah, then we won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow.
Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think that would be...
Fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Ricketts.
Oh, pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? You been out there and looked at it?
Well, I gotta stand by the
I'm
counter.
a reporter, pal, and I'm getting a story. Or I was until
Skip
you...
it. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? That's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course Well, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Leslie Jameson, famous mystery story writer.
Well?
Traveling incognito,
Well,
narrowly escaped death.
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want to... Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial in the Post, Murder in Haste. Had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Oh, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Hey, yeah?
Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Well, we ain't got it here yet. Well, Mr. Jameson, who done it?
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. You ought to finish it.
Afraid we won't buy another copy of the magazine?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, it's a matter of ethics. A writer
What do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Sure, Jameson. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Come on, now, what goes?
Well, I don't want...
I got your car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. I'll be right with you. Hey, you guys know anyone who wants to go to New York? I got a car and I want someone to share the driving.
Well, Jameson here
Sure,
wants
you
to
said
go.
you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, you can come with me, huh? Give me a hand with the driving. Come on.
All right.
Oh, but first, give him a break. Tell him who the murderer was.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Huh? Well, it's your business. Come on. Hey, it was the old lady did it. got hotel space in New York, Jameson?
No, not yet. I thought I'd arrange that when I arrived.
You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
That bad?
Worse. But I think I might be able to fix you up at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
Oh, I think so. Just sign the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Oh, nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste has me fooled right up to the last page. Oh, Peters.
Yes, sir?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Get the boys over. I want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? No, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Oh, nothing to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of the boys from the Star Express. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And Peters.
Yes?
Have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Oh, certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Say, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You just don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out. And you did find out, didn't you, Albert? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures, and all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Albert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids, hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in room at Midtown Hotel. And to complete the success of your change of identity, the second page of the same paper carries the news that you, Albert Taylor, wanted for the murder of his wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. You're all mixed up now, aren't you, Albert? But you almost wish Helen was with you again to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson is on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her that,
Never mind.
Hello, Leslie.
Oh, what are you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? All right, what you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr., whatever your name is?
All right, I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? All right, where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. Now, if you'll just...
Just what?
Now, look, there's nothing we can do for your husband. Now he was killed. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to leave town. Now, all I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I see.
What are you going to do?
I could go to the police, of course.
Wait a minute. Wait. I can make it worth your while to...
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you here in New York?
No.
Well, that's very fortunate. You see, well, Leslie and I, we didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we'd been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. So, with Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live off his royalties without doing another lick.
You want me to keep this up?
Of course.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his package?
Yes.
And I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it, Mr. Jameson.
Oh, I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I ever heard
There's
of.
a Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. You know, he seemed quite interested in our relationship. Of course, if you like, I'll bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, darling. Just call me Ruth. Mm-hmm. There's a dear.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Why, we're behind in the rent. The maid hasn't been paid. Just look at these bills. Look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? You know, there's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
That'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. It's going into my account.
Oh, I see. Maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, dear, not mine.
32.
Having trouble.
Oh, nothing at all, sweetheart. It's just that my account's overdrawn by $500.
Of course, you could finish your book, dear.
Sure. Finish the book. Write a Leslie Jameson mystery novel.
Well, then I suppose you'll just have to think of something else.
Ruth, be honest with me. Actually, how long do you intend to carry on with this?
Indefinitely, dear. You know, I know when I have a good thing.
You mean then there's no end?
Oh, there is if you want one. There are always the police, of course.
Will you quit throwing that up to me? You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without you bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair
6
with
months
you.
now. No sleep. Hounded day and night. I can't eat.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Trying to dodge my shadow. I'm getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. This dagger hanging over my head.
Albert, what's happened to you? Albert, get a hold of yourself.
No way out, is there? I'm trapped. Yeah, run into a corner. There's no way to turn.
Albert, stay
There's no
away
way to
from
turn,
me.
is there?
What are you doing?
No way to turn.
Yes, sir.
You're the desk sergeant?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Well, you can take this down.
What's the matter, pal?
I just killed my wife.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about that extra something you get when you have your car serviced at independently operated Signal gasoline stations. I'm talking about that feeling of confidence and well-being you have as you drive out, knowing that your car has been thoroughly and conscientiously taken care of. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. When they lubricate your car, for instance, here's what Signal dealers do to make sure not a single point is overlooked. Instead of relying on memory, they check each point against Signal's lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there, no, sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days, when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you'll get from your friendly neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, war has driven the demand for anthracite coal to an all-time high. Yes, anthracite has pitched in to do 5 big extra wartime heating jobs, of which replacing wood is just one. That's right, friends. Wood, cordwood, was an important peacetime fuel. But suddenly it disappeared. All over rural America, wood piles vanished. The cutters were off to war or to work in war plants in the city. 544,000 homes faced bitter cold weather without fuel unless anthracite was immediately supplied. But you can bet it was supplied, friends. And not just to meet this missing wood emergency, but to meet other wartime demands, too. To fill Uncle Sam's huge new military coal bin. To replace oil shipped to Africa. And coke now making steel in Pittsburgh mills. True, to meet these tremendously increased demands, you have been limited to 87.5% of last year's coal. But knowing how vital the coal thus made available is to victory, we know you are accepting this war limitation cheerfully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Drums of Doom.
Lamont, have you ever seen such dancing? She's wonderful.
Unbelievable, Margot. She's all over the stage at once.
Ooh, those tom-toms give me the shivers.
The most amazing bit of interpretive dancing I've ever seen. A high spot in Louise Rinaldo's career, all right.
This is a Macumba number, isn't it, Lamont?
Yes, based on a native sacrificial dance at Haiti. According to the program, no white man's ever seen it before.
Look, Lamont. She's actually frozen in the middle of the stage, staring up as though she were hypnotized. Heavens! Something's wrong, Lamont. The curtain's coming down.
Yes, I wonder what it...
Oh, Lamont, what could have happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to announce that due to a sudden indisposition, Miss Rinaldo will be unable to continue her performance.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes?
Miss Lane?
Yes, I'm Miss Lane. What? You're Louise Rinaldo, the dancer.
Yes. They told me I might find Mr. Cranston here. It is terribly important that I see him.
Oh, well, I'm expecting him shortly. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Why, that was a brilliant performance you gave last night. I hope your sudden illness was nothing serious.
Illness?
There's that unfortunate interruption in your performance last night.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was most unfortunate. In the midst of life, there is always death.
What?
Oh, it is nothing. An old proverb.
Oh, that's probably Mr. Cranston now. Excuse. Will you excuse me?
Of course, Miss Lane.
Hello, Margot.
Lamont, Louise Rinaldo, the dancer's here to see you.
She wants me?
Yes, and she seems terribly frightened about something.
Well, let's go and find out what this is all about. Hello, Miss Rinaldo. Miss Lane tells me you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston. It is very important. Could I speak to you alone?
You can speak freely in front of Miss Lane.
Oh, very well. I wanted to show you this. I know you have made a study of these things, Mr. Cranston, and I hope you would be able to help me.
Where did you get this?
I found it in my dressing room last night. And then, during the performance, I happened to look up in the scenery loft. A larger one hung up there, suspended in midair, like an omen of the devil. And that's when I screamed. Oh, Mr. Cranston, you've got to help me. I'm in terrible danger.
Why, it's just a piece of black satin cut out in the shape of a little hand.
You have her scissors, Margot.
Wait, yes. Just a minute, Lamont.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I don't know what to do. They are after me.
Come now, Miss Rinaldo. You've got to pull yourself together.
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Margot. I will cut open this hand. Just as I thought. A bone and dust inside.
I'm afraid I don't follow all this. What is this queer-looking black hand?
Margot, it's a symbol of something that reaches into the heart of our most civilized places. In the black jungles of Haiti.
Sounds menacing.
It is. This little black hand is a voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes, Margot, the black magic of Haiti. This little black hand is the calling card of the voodoo. Whoever receives it is marked for death.
Lamont, Miss Ronaldo found the black hand right on this dressing room table, didn't she?
Yes, Margot, and I... Shh, quiet.
Oh, I didn't know Mrs. Ronaldo had visitors. Well, she asked us to wait in her dressing room until the performance was over. I am sorry, Mrs. Ronaldo said. I can't get castanet for her next number.
Sarah, have you been with Miss Ronaldo long?
6 months. I must go. Mrs. Ronaldo waits for castanet. Not very talkative, is she?
See the look on her face, Margot, when she saw this little black hand?
Yes, it was either fear or guilt.
Margot, I think we better watch the rest of this show from the wings. Come on.
Lamont, she's giving a magnificent performance. No one in the audience would ever suspect that that poor girl's terror-stricken.
Mr. Cranston.
Yes?
I'm Ralph Henderson, Miss Ronaldo's manager.
Oh, how do you do? This is Miss Lane.
How do you do? Louise had told me that you consented to help her. Frankly, I'm afraid for her. She never was very strong, and this fear that's taken hold of her seems to be undermining her health completely.
Mr. Henderson, do you know anything about Miss Ronaldo's maid, Sarah? She's a native of Haiti, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a strange girl, full of native superstitions.
Do you have any idea who might have put that voodoo in Miss Ronaldo's dressing room last night?
Well, I've been trying to figure it out. You see, I know a bit about Haitian and folklore myself. Perhaps Louise may have unwittingly antagonized the natives on her trip to Haiti. Well, the arm of the voodoo is long, Mr. Cranston.
Zara?
Well, she'd be the most likely suspect, but she seems so devoted to Louise. Good heavens, the sandbag's fallen.
He's been hit. Get a doctor, quick.
Was it Miss Ronaldo?
I can't tell. There's so much confusion out there.
Bill, ring down the curtain.
How is Louise, Mr. Cranston?
She's not injured, Mr. Henderson. She just fainted when the sandbag fell so close to her. She's still unconscious. We'll need some water.
Oh, Zara, get some water.
Yes, Mr. Henderson. That other dancing girl was killed, wasn't she, Lamont?
Yes, it was a terrible death.
I think she's coming out of it. Mr. Water, miss. Oh, thanks, Zara. Here, Miss Ronaldo. Try to swallow a little of this. There. That's fine. Drum. The drum.
What is she talking about? Shh. I want to hear what she's saying.
Grave. Tombstone. Bracelet. It is them. It is them. Papaluva! Papaluva!
What are you gibbering about?
Papaluva there. Listen to drum. A voice. It is zombie. A voice of walking dead.
Thanks.
Zombie!
Yes?
It is zombie!
Miss Ronaldo needs quiet. Do you mind taking Zara outside?
Huh? Oh, all right.
It's zombie!
Come on, Zara.
Zombie! Zombie!
I wanted to get them out of here, Margot. I think this may be a chance to find out some things we want to know.
Lamont, she seems to be in a trap.
Yes, I know. It'll help.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try hypnotism. Louise Ronaldo, listen to me. You're going to tell me everything. Everything that has frightened you from the beginning.
Yes, from the beginning. It began in Haiti. We were walking through the woods one day. Oh, Ralph, this Haitian countryside is beautiful.
It has been fun exploring it, but getting dark, Louise. I think we ought to be starting back.
Oh, Ralph, look over there. Those tombstones. Why, it is a native burial ground.
Louise, come back here.
Oh, Ralph, come and look at the exquisite trinkets on these graves.
Don't touch them, Louise. Those ornaments are put on the graves by the natives to ward off evil spirits. The natives are very superstitious. Listen. Tom-toms in the hills.
Oh, it is just a ceremonial dance, Ralph. Oh, look. Here's a curious-looking bracelet on his headstone here.
Hey. Why, that must be centuries old. A relic of the old slave trading days.
I want it.
No, Louise. I'd stir up trouble with the natives.
I don't care. I want it for my collection, and I'm going to take it.
Louise, we'd better get out of here quick. There's someone watching us from behind that tombstone.
All right. There is no one behind that tombstone, only under it. And he will never miss the bracelet. What was the beginning? From the moment I took that bracelet from the grave, I had no peace. I did not sleep. And always I hear the tombstone throbbing. It almost drives me mad. Finally, my husband suggests we cut our visit short and return to the States.
Her husband. I didn't know she was married.
Margot. Your husband?
Yes, Ralph Henderson.
Ralph Henderson. Why, that's her manager.
Let her go on, Margot.
The trip back was uneventful. The symptoms disappeared. I thought I was cured. After we got here, I began rehearsing for my recital. And then it started again.
What started again?
Visions. Visions in the night. I would wake and see a figure standing by my bed, pointing at me. And then the drums would begin.
She's coming out of it. Quiet, Margot.
Where am I? Oh, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane.
Telling us a very interesting story, Miss Rinaldo.
What did I say?
A good deal. Why were you keeping your marriage to Ralph Henderson a secret?
Oh, did I tell you that? He thought it would interfere with my career if it were known. Please, do not let him know I told you.
No, we'll keep your secret.
One more question, Miss Rinaldo.
Yes.
That slave bracelet you took from the grave, you have it with you?
No. No, it has been missing for several days now.
Could you describe it to me?
I have a picture of it here in my bag.
Good.
I was going to sell the bracelet to a dealer. I had it photographed so he could distribute copies among his clients. Ah, here is the picture.
Thanks. Very unusual looking. Shouldn't be hard to identify.
What do you think, Zal?
Later, Margot. Well, Miss Rinaldo, I think you'll be all right for tonight. Miss Lane and I have to be running along now.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, I'm over here.
Oh, there's Shreve's cab, Lamont.
Hey, where have you two been? You said I should meet you here after the show, you said. It's been over for hours.
Get in, Margot. I'm sorry, Shrevey. We had a little business backstage. Hope you didn't mind waiting.
No, I didn't mind. I didn't. I had the meter running the whole time.
You know, Lamont, I'd say that Zara is the most likely suspect. Maybe one of her ancestors is buried in that
No,
grave.
Margot, I've got a hunch there's something more diabolic than that behind this case. You see, Margot, that sandbag didn't fall by accident. The rope holding it was cut.
You mean that someone meant to kill Louise Rinaldo tonight?
I'm not sure, Margot. Anyone might have been under that sandbag when it fell, and the person who cut the rope knew that.
But I don't understand.
That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Lamont, what about that bracelet? If we could find out who stole it.
Margot, I've been thinking about that. Maybe we'll locate that bracelet through Doc Bronson.
Doc Bronson? Who's he?
Someone in the shadow sent to jail some years ago. He's a dealer in all sorts of strange curios, charms, bracelets, amulets, mostly stolen. That bracelet was stolen from Miss Rinaldo. The chances are sooner or later it'll find its way to Doc's place.
And you think...
I think it's about time the shadow renewed Doc's acquaintance.
Jack, what can I do for you? Well, that's fine. There's no one here. I could have sworn I heard the door open. Who's that?
You forgotten your old friend, Doc?
That voice. It's the Shadow.
So you do remember me.
What do you want with me this time, Shadow? I ain't done nothing.
Little black hand I've just thrown on the counter. Do you recognize it?
No, I never saw it before.
Haven't you, Doc? What about that bracelet you're fingering so nervously? Where did you get it?
Oh, a friend gave it to me.
That bracelet was stolen from Louise Ronaldo, the dancer. It's a collector's item worth a fortune. Worth even murder.
I know what you're talking about.
You're lying, Doc. I remember receiving stolen goods is one thing, murder is another.
Murder? I ain't mixed up with no murder,
So where did you get that bracelet?
All right, I'll tell you. Nobody's gonna pin a murder rap on me. Some customer gave it to me as payment for a job I done.
What job?
That little black hand. This customer asked me to make him another one, just like the one I made for Gloria Nelson.
Gloria Nelson? Gloria Nelson died under mysterious circumstances a few years ago. Or maybe she was murdered, Doc.
Honest, I had nothing to do with it. All I did was...
Where'd you make those voodoos, Doc?
It was...
Doc! Doc! Dead.
March winds roaring around and over your home as they do, friends, have an effect on firing your furnace you don't want to overlook. Yes, high winds inevitably increase the pull of the draft in your chimney and accelerate the rate at which your fire burns. What can you do? Well, close the turn damper as far as possible, for one thing. But the best thing to do is install an automatic heat regulator now. Do it now for two reasons. First, to save precious coal. At this season particularly, hand control of furnace dampers is inefficient and wasteful. Trying to keep up with changes in wind velocity makes correct hand regulation practically impossible. So install a heat regulator and let it control those dampers for you efficiently, automatically. Your regulator will keep the temperature in your home right on the beam without any attention from you and protect your family from spring colds due to uneven heating. And remember, heat regulators are quickly available now. They may not be next fall. So be safe, friends. Call your dealer and order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. And now, back to the chateau.
Commissioner Weston will see you now, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, thanks, officer.
Well, hello, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, Mr. Henderson. Were you just in talking to the commissioner?
Yes, that unfortunate accident at the theater. Police have been conducting an inquiry.
Oh, that's so.
I hope you're not one of the suspects.
No, I'm afraid my visit here is purely social. Commissioner's a good friend of mine. Well, how is Miss Ronaldo?
Well, Mr. Cranston, I'm afraid her health won't stand up under the strain. Her heart isn't too strong.
Why don't you get her to go away for a while?
I've suggested that, but she won't hear of it. Well, I've got to get back to the matinee. Goodbye, Mr. Cranston.
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hello, Cranston. What's on your mind?
Hello, Commissioner. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
What is it?
Remember the Nelson case about 2 years ago, I think it was?
Nelson? You mean Gloria Nelson, the heiress?
That's right.
That's one I won't forget. She was found dead in her home. Someone in the department got the bright idea it was murder. We investigated thoroughly, and there wasn't anything to that theory. Gloria Nelson died of a heart attack. But what's that favor you were going to ask?
Well, I'd like the name of Gloria Nelson's nearest living relative. You probably have it in the files.
What's on your mind, Cranston? You haven't found out anything, have you?
Oh, come, Commissioner. You know I have no interest in crime.
Pardon me, Commissioner. Just got this report from the 9th Precinct. Old Doc Bronson's been found dead in his curio shop.
Doc Bronson, huh? Looks like the underworld is settling accounts again. Well, think I'd better go down and have a look myself.
Oh, but Commissioner.
Huh?
The file on Gloria Nelson, remember?
Now, Cranston, you can't have it. It's against regulations. You'll find it in that first filing cabinet.
Good old Weston.
Lamont, we've got to do something. Louise Ronaldo just about got through her performance tonight. I never saw anyone so frightened.
Yes, I know, Margot.
Lamont. My door. It's open.
Margot, wait out here.
Be careful, Lamont.
No one here. It's all right. Come in, Margot.
Now, what do you suppose? I'm sure I locked the door.
Look, Margot, on that chair.
What is it?
Little black satin doll with a dagger through its heart.
What does it mean?
Another sign of the voodoo, Margot. Means someone's going to die tonight.
Oh, Lamont.
Now, we've got to act fast. Go over to Louise Ronaldo's apartment. Don't alarm her, but get her out of there somehow. I've got a hunch we'll find the answer to some of our questions tonight in Louise Ronaldo's apartment. Good. Margot got on the way. Let's take this lock. Someone's opening the door.
Help me.
Zara, what happened? You're hurt.
No, Miss Cranston. Hurry. Miss Ronaldo. Miss Lane in danger. Theater. Hurry.
Louise, I don't think we should have come. You heard the voice on the phone. It said I must come here to the theater at once if I wanted to end this horror. I'd like to know who made that call. There's nothing so menacing as a dark, empty theater. If only we could put on a few lights. No. Well, the voice said, from darkness the terror came. From darkness let go. It said we must find the center of the stage and wait there. I don't like this. Suppose it's a trap for me. I think we ought to leave it once. The drums. They're back in my head again. They are following me. I hear them, too. Louise, we're getting off the stage right now. The light. Someone has turned his spotlight on us.
Don't move out of this circle of deadlight.
Who are you?
You die here tonight.
That voice seems to be coming from up in the scenery loft. I can't see the spotlight's blinding me.
Ronaldo, you took the breath that's from the grave. You have violated the sleep of the dead. You must pay with life.
No! Louise.
You will die with our Miss Lane.
Oh, no.
I will come down. Down. You die now.
Light's gone out. Oh, Shadow. Oh, thank heaven you've come. Yes, Shadow, I will.
Why don't you come up and get me?
All right, I will.
You can't prove anything. Ruth? You've been talking to Ruth? She lied. Whatever she told you, she lied. Gloria's death was due to natural causes. The police said so. No, it's not true. You know too much. Who are you? You won't be a shadow when I get the spotlight focused on you. There. I've got the spotlight on. I'll just swing this beam around until I can see you. Then you'll be a perfect target for my knives. I hear you coming, but I can't see you. The light's right on you. But I can't see you. I can't see you. I can't see. Voodoo! Voodoo!
But, Lamont, I still don't understand what made him do it.
And you see, Margot, Henderson, alias Nelson, was a psychological murderer. Took fiendish delight in literally frightening his victims to death.
Oh, how horrible.
His plan was to marry into a wealthy family, get his wife to sign over her interests to him, and then proceed to terrorize her.
But where does the voodoo come into it?
When he and Louise took that trip to Haiti, it gave him an idea how to get rid of her. And when she took the amulet from the grave, she was playing right into his hands.
You mean he used her own conscience to frighten her?
Yes. together with a recording of tom-toms, the witch doctor's costume, those voodoos he got from the doc. Henderson had Doc killed to seal his lips, just as he killed Zara when she refused to assist him further in his plans.
Oh. Then Zara was in the scheme, too.
Yes. She confessed just before she died.
But, Lamont, where does that falling the sandbag fit into the picture?
All part of Henderson's campaign of fear, Margot.
Oh, I see. You know, you never did tell me what happened up there in the scenery loft with Henderson and the shadow.
Naturally, Henderson couldn't see the shadow coming. He must have fallen a victim of his own power of suggestion. Thought the shadow was some kind of black magic that had finally caught up with him. And as a result, he jumped to his death from the catwalk.
And now, friends, let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Or perhaps I should say good afternoon, with the days so much longer. Spring is here, or will be shortly. And spring brings with it special conditions to keep in mind in heating your home. First, as we've noted, the day is longer. And the sun's rays are daily gaining in strength, too. So what you want to be sure to do is get all the good you can out of those solar rays. Let the sun help heat your home. Keep the shades up. Allow it to shine in all you can. That'll help quite a lot. You'll be surprised how much. Now, another thing is the problem of high winds. Watch out for them. They create a stronger draft in your chimney, cause your fire to burn too fast, and overheat your home. Offset high winds by closing the turn damper of your furnace just as far as you can. And I'd like to repeat an earlier warning about carrying a deep fire even in mild weather. Remember, another little trick of spring weather is the sudden drop in temperature. So for best results, even in mild weather, keep a deep fire. Then you're always prepared. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
The first nighter will follow. Longines watches have been honored by 10 World's Fair grand prizes and 28 gold medal awards. Longines jewelers also show the Whitnor watch, a companion product of outstanding value in the moderate price field.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Carol. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. A hypochondriac I know is having trouble sleeping, and someone prescribed a little lead pill. Unless I stop him, he may take it right between the eyes.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the hypocritical hypo. Miracle Whip.
has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the hypocritical hypo. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and the rain is coming down in the proverbial buckets. From a window in a little Brooklyn hideout, a gentleman named Fred DeSantis watches anxiously. Then finally a car draws up to the curb. A few minutes later, there's a knock at the door, and Mr. DeSantis almost knocks over a lamp in his eagerness to answer.
Hello, Fred.
You alone, Denny?
What else?
Where's Margie?
She wouldn't come.
What do you mean she wouldn't come?
Give a fella a chance to take his coat off, will you?
I asked you something, Danny.
Honest, DeSantis, have a little consideration. I could catch pneumonia this way. Any doctor will tell you...
Where's Margie?
I told you she didn't come with me.
Why not?
She said, how did she know it wasn't a trap? There was no way of checking. You ain't got a phone here.
Told her you were working for me.
Sure, but you wouldn't believe me.
What does she want me to do? Call for the money myself?
That's what she said.
Well, you go right back to
It
her.
won't do any good, Fred. I practically got on my knees to the girl. All she said was, if DeSantis wants his dough, let him come and get it.
And how far does she think I'd get with Larry Sloan looking for me?
I told her that, too, but she wouldn't listen. Look, I got an idea. How would it be if you gave me a note?
If I gave you a note?
Yeah, to Margie. You can tell her if she don't want to come over here herself, she can turn the money over to me.
She can what?
I mean to bring to you.
Hey, you nuts.
Well, what's the matter?
You think I'd trust you with 65 grand?
Oh, now that hurts, Fred. All I'm trying to do is be helpful. You can't say I haven't proved it.
What are you trying to give me?
Who else would go out on a night like this? I'm liable to catch my death of cold.
Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, well, I'm very susceptible. Well, if that's the way you feel about it...
Oh, wait a minute, Danny.
Yeah?
Swear on your kid's life?
I swear by my kid. Now you satisfied?
No, but I can't help myself. Get me a pen and some paper.
Say, buddy.
Me?
Yeah. I wonder if you could help me out.
Now, look, mister, I'm in a hurry. If you don't mind.
Relax, kid. Someone would think I was going to brace you for a touch. You live in that house?
Why?
Because if you do, you must be Danny Graham.
Well, what if I am?
Well, my name is Cy Nichols.
Yeah, well, look, Mr. Nichols, I'm not a well man.
You'd never guess it to look at you.
Well, appearances can be deceiving, you know. So if you'll excuse me.
Ah, take it easy, Danny. A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Your friend's name wouldn't be Larry Sloan, would it?
And what made you say that?
I wasn't born yesterday. And if Mr. Sloan wants me...
That he does, Danny. When Larry Sloan wants something bad enough, you're gonna get it.
Yes?
I wonder if I have the right place.
Well, that all depends. What place are you looking for?
Are you Mike Waring?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the private detective they call the Falcon?
That's right.
Oh. Well, my name is Pearl Graham.
Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay long. I left my baby with a neighbor.
Well, what can I do for you, Mrs. Graham?
I don't know if you can do anything. My husband's disappeared.
Your husband?
His name is Danny. He hasn't been home since last night.
Did you report it to the police?
Yeah, but they told me not to worry.
You don't seem to have much luck following their prescription.
Going out of my mind, Mr. Waring. Danny never did anything like this before.
What does your husband do?
Well, that's hard to say. Right now, he's working for Mr. DeSantis.
What DeSantis would that be?
I don't know his first name.
Well, what kind of work does Danny do for him?
I don't know exactly.
When you come right down to it, you don't seem to know very much about anything.
Well, Danny believes that a wife shouldn't interfere in her husband's business. He thinks her place is in the home.
A fellow named Hitler had the same idea.
What?
Nothing. Well, I'll do what I can, Mrs. Graham. So I've got a hunch if your husband doesn't show up, you'll be way ahead of the game.
You must really enjoy your work, Si. You realize Graham's been out for almost 24 hours? What'd you hit him with, anyway?
Well, you know how it is, Sloan.
No, I don't know. That's why
Now, who dat?
I can't imagine.
Think it'd be Fred?
No, DeSantis wouldn't have missed him yet. Keep an eye on him. I'll get it. All right, hold your horses, will you?
Hello, Larry.
What are you doing here, Hazel?
I surprised you, didn't I?
You certainly did. What's the matter with Los Angeles?
Nothing.
So why didn't you stay there?
I got lonesome for you.
You got lonesome for me. I got a good mind to knock your teeth out.
Will you listen to him? I traveled 3,000 miles to see him, and Hey, what was that?
It's none of your business.
Well, who's that fella on the
Look,
bed?
Hazel, if you don't get out of
Hey,
here...
that's Danny Graham, ain't it?
How did you know that?
What's the matter with you, Larry? You know I used to work here in New York. It was in, let me think, kid.
Do it outside.
I mean, you don't want me here?
How'd you ever figure that out?
Well, when a man says to me...
I'll be right with you, Si.
Hey, who's he?
Nobody you should know. Now, beat it.
Well, at least give me a chance to use the...
told you something, Hazel, didn't I?
Okay, Larry. You'll see if you won't be sorry.
Go on, get lost.
Not bad, if you like him stupid.
You're, running off at the mouth, Si.
No offense intended.
Get him up.
All right. Come on, Danny. Come on, rise and shine.
Let me alone.
Get up, boy. This is reveille.
Huh?
Hello, Graham.
Oh, you're Larry Sloan.
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about
You
this.
should be. You know he could have fractured my skull. Where's the mirror?
Sit down.
Hey,
Lay off him, Si. Listen, Danny, I want to talk to you.
You're not kidding me, Sloan. I know what you're going to say. You'd like to know where Fred DeSantis is hiding out.
But you're not going to tell me, huh?
I swore on my child's life.
So what?
So on top of that, this...
Careful.
I'll be lucky if I don't have a concussion. Do you know that the skull is the tenderest part of...
shut up.
Well, if you think I'm going to tell you where DeSantis is just like that, you're wrong.
Am I?
Yeah. It's going to cost you $1,000.
What?
And it's worth a lot more. I know why you're after him.
Do you?
Well, I can draw my own conclusions. He had a roll on him big enough to choke a horse.
How much was in it?
I didn't stop to count it. But I figured it ought to be worth 1,000.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Danny. I'll give you 100 now and the balance after I see DeSantis.
Well, I really shouldn't, but okay.
20, 40, 50, and 50 makes 100.
He's in Brooklyn.
Where in Brooklyn?
Got a furnished room at 1440 Kelvin.
If you're lying to me, Graham.
I swear by my... It's the truth, Mr. Sloan. Can I go now?
Yeah.
You won't say anything to DeSantis
I won't
about...
say anything to him.
Well, lots of luck.
Oh, thanks.
You know, he could be tossing you a curve.
Yes, I thought of that.
And supposing he tips off DeSantis.
Would you believe it, Si? I thought of that, too. Get your coat. I feel like a little ride.
Now, where could she have put that hot water bottle? If I told her once, I told her 1,000
you,
times.
Daddy?
Who'd you expect, Pearl?
Where have you been? I was going out of my mind.
Well, you didn't have far to travel.
I even hired a private detective to find you.
You what?
Yeah, Mike Waring.
What'd you do that for?
I told you I was worried sick.
Well, you call him and tell him the wandering boy has returned. Is that all the shirts I've got?
No, there's some in the bottom drawer. You going off again?
Yeah, I got to run over to Philly for Mr. DeSantis.
How long will you be gone?
Just overnight.
Well, what do you need all those shirts for?
I'm going to change every 5 minutes. Any more questions?
You're going away with that girl.
What girl?
Hazel.
Hazel?
Hazel Fulton.
What, are you crazy? I don't know anybody, but... She called me?
Yes.
Well, what do you know? I haven't heard from her in years. I thought she was in Los Angeles.
You're not fooling me. You're planning to run away with her.
I wasn't planning on it, Pearl, but it's not a bad idea.
What about me and the baby?
Let your father support you. He's got apartment houses.
I'm not going to let you go, Danny.
Don't be a dope.
I mean it.
Are you going to get out of my way?
I'm warning you. You walk out of that door. Danny. Danny!
Hiya, Mike. Long time no see.
Yeah, it feels like a week.
Well, what'll you have?
Well, I don't know. What do you suggest?
I wish you'd ask me that sometime.
Oh, hiya, Sergeant.
Dear, what are you doing here?
Well, I had something to tell you, but it kind of slipped my mind.
Well, that's a great help.
Speaking of great helps, Mike, that reminds me. Did you ever try a fresh, crisp, chopped lettuce salad to cool off with?
Oh, yes, indeed. These are my salad days, you know.
Oh, you mean you're green and fresh and all mixed up?
Why, Sergeant, you surprise me. That's tough to top.
Not if you top it with Miracle Whip.
Oh, that's pretty good, Eddie. Can you beat that one, Sergeant?
No. After all, it's Eddie's favorite subject.
That's right, because Miracle Whip's my favorite dressing.
And on you, it looks good.
On salads, it tastes good, Mike. Because it's a doggone delicious salad dressing, that's why. The best you ever tasted. And what makes it so wonderful? Its swell, peppy flavor. Mind you, not too sharp, but just right. And is there any other dressing like Miracle Whip? No, because Miracle Whip is made differently, so it has a distinctive flavor. And is it mighty good tasting? Believe me, it is. So, Mike, shall I bring on the salad now?
You mean with no questions asked?
Well, just this one. Do you know what folks call Miracle Whip?
Oh, let me see. Miracle Whip?
No, yes. I mean, millions of folks call Miracle Whip their favorite salad dressing. It's the one and only.
Well, gee, Miracle Whip is just like my girl.
How's that?
Well, I call her my one and only.
Yeah?
Yeah, and so do millions of other guys.
Oh.
Hey, now I remember what I had to tell you.
Well, I'll get that salad for you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Ed.
Yeah, we picked up a client of yours today, Mike.
Client of mine?
Lady named Pearl Graham.
How did you know I was working for her?
Well, didn't she hire you to find her husband?
Yeah, but I don't seem to be having much luck.
Maybe you ought to try the morgue.
What are you talking about?
He's down there with a slug in his brain. Would you like to take a look at him?
Well, I don't imagine I can do him any good. I'd sooner take a look at Mrs. Graham. Now, her, I may be able to help.
I didn't kill Danny, Mr. Waring. You've got to believe me.
How come you didn't see the murderer?
My back was to the door.
You didn't hear it open?
It was open all along. I just came in.
What time was that?
It was exactly 20 after 3. I remember looking at my watch. Danny bought it for me. He was always buying me presents.
He sounds like the type. How do you explain the gun being found in the room?
I don't know.
You know how your fingerprints got on it?
I don't remember. I was so dazed. I must have picked it up without thinking.
You weren't so dazed that you couldn't take your child and head for LaGuardia Airport.
I didn't realize what I was doing.
Did you realize you had a fight with your husband?
That's a lie.
Well, then why did Sergeant Corbett...
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on?
I want to be on yours, Pearl, but you've got to let me.
Danny and I never had any trouble.
Well, I heard...
I don't care what you heard. He was a good husband and a wonderful father.
Yeah, I know, and he was always buying you presents.
He was. He never looked at another woman.
Yeah. And who was this Hazel one of the neighbors heard you yelling about?
I don't know any Hazel.
Didn't you accuse your husband of going away with her?
No. Danny was going away on business for Mr. DeSantis.
Yeah, so we're back to DeSantis again. Have you any idea where I can find him?
No. Danny never told me.
Oh, that's right. Danny never told you anything.
That's because he was considerate. He never wanted me to worry.
He sounds too good to live. No wonder someone knocked him off. All right, Pearl, I'll do what I can.
Hiya, Mike. Well, what'll it be?
Oh, just a cup of coffee, Ed.
I hear you got yourself a new case.
Yeah. Incidentally, did you know Danny Graham?
Yeah, I used to drop by occasionally, till I discouraged it.
You know the man he worked for?
Who's that?
Mr. DeSantis.
DeSantis?
Now, hold on a minute.
No.
Well, pass the word along, will you? If you can give me a lead, I'll be
Waring.
very... Yeah?
A phone call.
Who is it?
They don't say.
All right, thanks. Hello?
You Mike Waring?
That's right.
I hear you're looking for me.
Who's this?
Fred DeSantis.
Oh, this is a great pleasure, Mr. DeSantis. I was beginning to believe you didn't exist.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm working for Pearl Graham.
Pearl Graham?
Yeah, her husband Danny was employed by you. I was wondering if we couldn't sit down somewhere, have a little talk.
I think you'll find it more profitable if you talk to Larry Sloan.
Larry Sloan?
Yeah, look him up. He's stopping at the Wickersham.
Well, what's he got to do with this mess?
I'm not going to do all your work.
Where can I reach you?
It's kind of hard to say. I'm always on a move. But don't worry, Waring. I'll keep in touch.
Hello, Sloan.
Do I know you?
I don't think so. My name is Mike Waring.
Not the buzzard. Oh, I mean the falcon.
You may have had it right the first time.
Well, what do you want?
My client needs your help.
Your client?
Girl named Pearl Graham.
Oh, is that the widow?
Then you know her husband was murdered. Huh?
Yes, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Very.
Well, now that we've got that settled, I don't think there's anything else to talk about.
Oh, I don't know. Fred DeSantis thought we ought to get together.
DeSantis?
Mm-hmm.
You spoke to him?
Not more than 10 minutes ago.
Si.
Yeah?
This is Mike Waring.
Glad to know you, son.
Frisk him.
Sure.
Hey, look, fella, if you don't mind.
Ah, shut up.
This is my best suit.
Well, I'm giving it a good pressing. He's clean, Larry.
Well, that's the way my mother brought me up.
Oh, this kid's a ball of fire.
Yes. Maybe we'll have to put him out. Where is DeSantis Waring?
I have no idea.
You said you spoke to him.
On the phone.
You're lying.
I'd like to see you try that again.
Now, let me...
Come on, Waring. Get up. I said get up. Where is DeSantis?
I wouldn't tell you if I knew.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a guy who's stubborn. All right, Si. Break him down. Well?
He still ain't talking, Larry.
Then what'd you come out for? Get back in there.
It's no use. He's out cold. You gotta hand it to the guy. He's got the constitution of an ox.
He knows where we can find DeSantis.
Well, if he does, he ain't telling. Look, Sloan, I've been doing a little thinking.
Have you?
Yeah. Much as I hate to say this, I think we can kiss that dough goodbye.
Oh, you think so?
Well, for all we know, that Danny Graham might have had it.
Mm-hmm. When did you think of that?
Well, I don't think I understand you, Larry.
Sure you do, Si. You're no dope.
Thanks.
You know, something just occurred to me. After Danny left here, you went to get the car.
Mm-hmm.
You were gone a long time.
And I told you I was low on gas, so I thought I'd better fill up.
Where'd you go for it? Texas?
Oh, now, that's not right, Larry. You don't hear me making accusations. After all, you weren't around when I got back.
I went to look for you.
Where, in Texas?
Don't you be smart.
I'll tell you, Sloan. When people don't trust each other, it's no good.
So?
So, suppose I bow out.
You mean just like that?
Why not?
Well, look what you invested in this thing.
It was only time.
Still, I feel you got something coming to you for all your trouble.
Forget it.
No, I wouldn't feel right. Stick around, Si. I'll see you get yours.
Hello.
Huh?
I hope I didn't disturb you.
How did you get in here?
The door was open. I gotta talk to Larry about that. He's very careless.
Where is he?
I don't know. He and that Cy Nichols fellow must have gone out.
Well, what's your name?
Hazel.
Hazel?
Uh-huh, Hazel Fulton. What's yours?
Waring.
Well, I'm very glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring.
Likewise. You'll pardon my not getting up.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to it. Every time you come into this room, there's someone stretched out on the bed.
That's so. Who was the previous occupant?
Danny Graham.
Danny Graham.
Yeah, you know him?
Very well.
Well, it certainly is a small world.
Yeah, certainly is. You phoned Graham's apartment last night.
Who told you that?
My spies.
Well, don't let on to Larry, will you? He's awful jealous.
What did you want with Graham?
Just wanted to find out how he was. I haven't seen him in, I bet it must be at least 5 years.
Had he changed much?
Nah, I would have known him anywhere. I got a wonderful memory for faces. Now, take yours, for example.
Yeah, I wish someone would. It's not doing me any good.
Oh, you shouldn't talk that way, Mr. Waring. You got a lot of character in your face.
Huh?
Just because it's all banged up don't make any difference.
Does to me.
No, I'm serious. Now, on the other hand, you take Larry.
I'd love to. Any idea where I can find him?
Well, he just opened an office in the Parker building, but I don't suppose he'd be there, do you?
No, I don't suppose so. But we're not doing anything, so what have we got to lose?
I think it's down this way, Mr. Waring. Yeah, that's right. See? 419.
Hazel, you're wonderful. How long have you been in town?
I just got in this afternoon. Boy, was that plane jammed.
How'd you know about this office?
Huh?
Well, if you only got in this afternoon, who told you Sloan had an office in this building?
He wrote me. What did you think?
I don't know what to think. You're a very strange girl, Hazel.
You really mean that?
I can't make out it.
You were saying?
It's open.
So what's the matter?
Well, it's easy to see you never listen to mystery shows.
Ooh, I think they're awful.
Yeah, where's the light switch?
I got it.
My, that boyfriend of yours is quite sloppy, isn't he?
Larry? Well, he's as neat as a pin.
Well, this is a heck of a way to leave an office. Yeah, just look behind this door. Now, take it easy, Angel.
Oh, it's Larry's friend.
Yeah. How are you, Si?
What are you doing?
The last time we met, he tried to make me talk, so I thought I'd do as much for him. Well, you can't say I didn't try.
What now, Mike?
Now, Angel, the police.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
How you doing, Sergeant?
Oh, Mike?
Yeah.
Well, you've been keeping yourself. Your client's been asking for you.
Well, you tell Mrs. Graham she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof she didn't kill her husband.
What's your idea of proof?
Ever hear of a lad named Si Nichols?
There was a Si Nichols who used to run with Capone.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's the boy. I just found his body.
Yeah, where?
In Larry Sloan's office.
I heard Sloan was in town.
Oh, yes, he's definitely moved in, Sergeant. You'd be surprised how quickly he picked up our local customs.
What's all this got to do with your client?
Well, it figures that the same party who killed Danny Graham killed Si Nichols.
Well,
what's wrong with you, Corbett? Nichols couldn't have been murdered more than an hour ago, and for the last 24 hours, you've had my client under lock and key.
guess again, Mike. Mrs. Graham raised 10 grand worth of bail at 7:30 tonight.
She didn't.
And if you think that's something, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough was your friend, Larry Sloan.
Well, the sergeant's news has probably surprised Mike. But me, I prefer more pleasant surprises. Like the first time I ever sat down to enjoy a salad topped with delicious Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just 20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring learned that Pearl Graham was released on bail supplied by Larry Sloan. Now, as we find the Falcon and Hazel.
Is this your apartment?
What does it say on the door?
Michael Waring, private detective. Hey, you're a detective.
Yeah, but don't breathe it to a soul. I'd hate for it to get out.
Gee, you must be a real lifesaver.
Nah, don't let that hole in my head fool you.
Huh?
You'll see it better when I turn on the lights.
No, let me.
You know, I'm going to have to change the lock on that door. This seems to happen every week.
Well, you got such a wonderful location, you can't blame people for making it their headquarters. Hello, Hazel.
Don't you talk to me, Fred.
Oh, I take it you two know each other.
You don't hear me boast about it.
Well, you might introduce me just the same.
I'm Fred DeSantis.
I thought so. You won't believe this, DeSantis, but I've been looking all over for you.
And that makes us even because I've been looking all over for you. Where's your client?
My client?
Danny Graham's wife. She's got 65 grand of my dough.
You're a liar, Fred. It ain't your money. Larry's got as much right to it as you have. I'll leave it to him.
Keep your mouth shut, Hazel.
No, let her talk.
I'd like to see someone stop me. Let me ask you, Mr. Waring. Just because Larry made a mistake and trusted Fred to grab the payroll from the Mayfair plant while Larry was busy covering the...
I told you to shut up.
It's a free country.
That dough belongs to me, Waring.
Well, what do you expect me to do about it?
Get it from Pearl Graham. She's got it.
How do you figure that?
Because a girlfriend of mine turned it over to her husband. I gave him a note for it.
So?
So if they didn't find it on Danny's body, who else could have grabbed it?
I never thought of that. Did you, Sergeant?
Frankly, no.
Hey, what's he doing here?
Playing cops and robbers. Did you hear enough, Corbett?
You betcha. He's going to make a great witness against your client.
He'll make a better one against himself.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's getting late, DeSantis. And if you don't get it by now, believe me, you certainly will at Sing Sing. Hey, Eddie, this coffee's awful good.
Oh, thanks, Mike. Yours okay, Sergeant?
Yeah, it's swell, Ed. Oh, say, Mike, just between us girls, will you admit that you were lucky?
I was lucky?
Yeah. There was no way on earth you could have pegged DeSantis for the killer.
Oh, why, it's as obvious as the hole in my head. Now, you grant me that the 65 grand he and Larry Sloan stole in that payroll heist was the motive for the killings.
Well,
then Sloan had to be innocent.
Why do you say that?
Because if Larry had the money, he wouldn't have bothered to bail out my client. He put up $10,000, hoping she'd lead him to 65. Would have been a good investment if it worked.
Yeah, that's practically what he told us when we picked him up.
Well, sure, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Well, what about your client?
Well, what about her?
Well, she could have murdered her husband.
Yeah, but not Cy Nichols.
Why not?
Well, first of all, Pearl had no motive. And second of all, she was with Sloan. So by a process of elimination, it had to be DeSantis. See, he killed Graham because Danny double-crossed him. Then he went to work on Cy Nichols, hoping you'd pin it on Sloan and get Larry out of his hair.
Oh, then DeSantis had the dough all along?
That's right. When Pearl Graham grabbed her kid and beat it after Danny's murder, DeSantis just walked in and helped himself to the loot.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you overlooking something?
I don't think so.
Well, aren't you forgetting Hazel?
Oh, say, you're right, I am. Thanks for reminding me. So long, Ed. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Imagine this. Rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malted milk made right in your own kitchen. Good idea, isn't it? And it's easy to make, too, with Kraft's wonderful chocolate-flavored malted milk. Here's how you do it. Make a tasty paste of some Kraft malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Fill that glass with chilled milk, stir it again, and you have it. A delicious Kraft malted. Real nourishing as well, because it's full of all the food values in milk. Enjoy a Kraft malted often. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer tomorrow. The Case of the Bashful Boss. The Case of the Bashful Boss. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon when Mike Waring learns that some people operate on the theory that the way to keep a bad man down is to shoot him down. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, how did it go?
It was the end, Effie, but the end.
Oh, Sam, not another one of those society things.
Depends on what you mean by society.
Well, you know, Sam, cafe society. Cocktails for two, hands across the table, making another old-fashioned, please.
Let's not lose our head, Effie. Nothing but double martinis, very dry, with 2 olives, sweetheart.
2 olives? Oh, Sam, isn't that overdoing it?
It was all overdone, sweetheart. That's what cracked it. Now, stay right where you are. I'll be right down to mix up my report on the dry martini caper. Get it?
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. August is always a great vacation month. And for those of you planning to take your vacation soon, let me suggest that when you're packing, be sure you include a bottle and a handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. For no matter where you go, you can always depend on Wild Root Cream Oil to groom your hair neatly and naturally, relieve dryness, and remove loose dandruff. Yes, you can take it with you on your vacation, and you should. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
You look sober as an owl.
Wise as an owl, sober as a judge, F.
Oh. Well, the way you talked on the phone, I thought you drowned the shamrock, kissed the Black Betty, spliced the main brace, decorated the mahogany, made a Dutch bargain, or, in a word, gone to give a Chinaman a music lesson.
Effie, I wish you'd spend more time with Harper's Bazaar while I'm gone and less with the thesaurus of slang.
Ah.
Didn't know I could say that. Are you sober?
Well, I've been riding the choo-choo, drinking Adam's ale. And if you don't believe it, just ask me to walk a chalk.
Okay, heelsy-toesy, arms akimbo, eyes glazed.
Yes, Sam.
Now then, tip of the forefinger to the tip of the nose.
Oh, Sam, it makes me dizzy.
Dizzy Gillespie?
Dizzy go... Oh, Sam.
Exactly. And you are not sewn up, shagged, shellacked, shickered, stuccoed, tap-shackled, stiffo, or real crazy.
Well, you know best, Sam.
Good. Now try this one.
Yes, Prez.
Sitting posture, limbs cruciform.
What?
Cheesecake style.
Oh, Sam.
That's it. Now place the notebook. Just a little higher. Good. Yeah. Now apply the tip of the pencil to the top of the fool's cap and proceed viz.
Viz.
Date. August 1st, 1948. To Mrs. Netta Martini, 1000 Marina Boulevard, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, Dear Netta. The first I knew of the caper was day before yesterday morning when I saw your husband's picture in the paper. It was one of those lovingly retouched executive-type photographs of a man in his late 40s or early 50s, graying at the temples and wearing an embalmed man of distinction look. The story was headlined, Corporation Head Waylaid by Mysterious Assailant. Chauffeur foils would-be kidnappers at offices of Martini Trading Company. The item under it wasn't as thrilling as the headline. Sounded as if he'd been knocked down for his wallet and the attempted kidnapping had been dreamed up by a bored city news reporter. I tossed it into the wastebasket along with my morning mail and went back to the Police Gazette. On page 3, the phone rang. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Mr. Spade?
One moment. Who's calling?
Gordon Martini.
Not Gordon Martini, the corporation head, waylaid by mysterious assailant.
Chairman of the board, and there's nothing mysterious about it.
Then what are you doing on this phone?
I can't talk on the phone.
Where are you? In a hospital?
I left that pest house this morning. I'm at my residence, 1000 Marina Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you exactly 20 minutes by cab. You will meet me in front of the building, and we'll have our conference in my car en route to the office.
Where's your office?
Downtown Post Street.
Oh, why don't I meet you there?
I'm a busy man. Have a full calendar. I'm already late due to all that hospital red tape. But I can fit you into my schedule if you'll hurry. Now, look alive, man.
Well, it's a little early in the morning, but I'm trying hard.
Good. What will you want for a retainer?
I'll let you know if I decide to take the job.
Fair enough. 20 minutes. I'll expect you.
I should have looked more alive. It took me 2 minutes to get onto the street, 1 minute to flag down a cab, and 18 minutes to reach your address, Netta. A total of 21 minutes. As my taxi drew up to the curb in front of the canopied entrance to the corner apartment house at 1000 Marina, I saw your husband pacing indignantly up and down in front of the entrance, pausing only to glare at the outsized chronometer on his left wrist. His gray Homburg was perched atop an outsized turban of gauze bandage that decorated his head.
You're Spade. You're exactly 1 minute and 22 seconds late. Hours are made of minutes, minutes are made of seconds. In killing this seemingly negligible interval of time, you have wounded an hour.
Oh, I have? Well, I'm sorry. The traffic's pretty heavy out here this hour of the morning, you know.
You should have started 1 minute and 22 seconds earlier.
I'm sorry. There was a bore on the telephone, kept talking about how valuable his time was.
No, well, don't apologize. Only waits more time. Now, here's your check, $100. My car's just around the corner. I paid that chauffeur a large salary. We mustn't keep him waiting. In the meantime, you may as well start earning your fee.
I've been earning it for the past 22 minutes and 22 seconds.
Wait. I suspected as much. You drive a car?
Yeah, you mean one man drives all that?
I see him, that rascally chauffeur of mine. Sleep in the back seat. All right, come out of there, you. Hey, watch!
was behind him and a little to the right. The shock of the rapid-fire 30-caliber slugs lifted him off his feet and knocked him against me. I went down under his 300 pounds of dead weight. By the time I rolled him off of me and got up, the gunman had jumped out of the limousine and into a gray sedan that was double parked alongside. In the welter of traffic on the boulevard, I didn't dare risk throwing a shot after him, but I did get the first 3 numbers of the license plate before it buried itself in the heavy stream of AM commuters. That's when the air changed from exhaust fumes to something out of a Persian garden. I turned and looked for the first time into your Nile green eyes, Netta, and saw you twisting a handkerchief in your pale hands I might have loved beside the Shalimar, but on Marina Boulevard they looked like hysterics dead ahead.
Who did it? You saw him. Don't lie to me. Why don't they come? Where's the ambulance? Why are all those people standing around there staring at me? Make them go away.
Calm down.
Make them go away. I can't stand it.
No, stop it, will you? That's better. Now, come on over here. Who are you, his wife?
Yes, and it was all my fault. This is the end. I called Ernie out the window and asked him to come upstairs. I wanted him to return some lingerie. They sent the wrong color, peach.
Yeah. Who's Ernie?
He's our chauffeur. I was looking for the exchange slip when we heard the shots. Is he dead this time?
Yeah, don't go to pieces.
Poor Gordon, he had so many enemies. He didn't drink well, you know. People dropped us like flies.
Well, they certainly dropped your husband.
Are you a policeman?
No, but I'll do until the real thing comes along, which is right now. If I were you, lady, I'd go back upstairs and relax. They'll get to you soon enough.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Poor Gordon, he looks so natural stretched out on the pavement.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he'll get up and stagger on into the elevator. He didn't drink at all well.
Go on, will you?
All right, I'm going. Oh, Ernie, where did you go?
Down to the garage. I heard a car driving. Poor Mr. Martini. It's all my fault.
No, Ernie, it's mine if I only hadn't mislaid that exchange slip.
What?
You know, when I called you out the window to come and get that package.
Oh, that.
What do we got here? Who's the witness?
Me.
Oh, Spade. Lost another client, huh?
Not quite. I hadn't cashed the check yet.
Well, they got him anyway. All right, clear a space in there. Let him through with that stretcher.
All right.
Step over here out of the crowd, Sam. I want to get that statement.
Yeah.
All right, out of the way, please.
Okay, Gary, take it down.
Got a pencil?
Yeah, and I want it back.
Let's have it.
This guy is Gordon Martini. He headed up a local firm, the Martini Trading Company.
Yeah.
Last night he was working late at his office. Got boinged.
All right.
Phoned me this morning. Didn't know why. Thought maybe he wanted a bodyguard. Anyway, he needed one.
Mm-hmm.
Gunman was crouched in the back seat of the limousine, shoved the carbine out when Martini opened the door.
Carbine, huh?
Didn't get a good look at him. You could see why, the way it's closed in. No side windows.
Foreign car, isn't it?
Stop drooling. You can't afford one. You getting all this?
What about the getaway?
Martini fell on top of me. I saw the getaway car on the back of his head.
Yeah.
The car was a gray sedan. The back of his head was a standard make, too. Only got the first 3 digits of license plate, 5D9.
5D9. Anything else?
Yeah, give me back my pencil. The homicide boys want some help. They know my fee.
Mr. Spade.
This is Martini. Why aren't you and Ernie upstairs getting your alibis shaped up?
Oh, please, I can't face the questions just yet. Would it be legal if I just avoided them till I can collect myself?
I don't know about legal, but it might be smart.
Where can we talk?
What do you suggest?
Well, there's a little cocktail lounge up on Lombard where Ernie and I all... it's just around the corner.
Very handy. Let's go.
Against my mother's advice, I should have listened, but, well, that's why I married Mr. Martini.
Well, that brings us up to 1943, and it's only 11:45.
You're just like him, always holding a stopwatch over my head.
Always?
Well, he drank, you know.
You told me that.
But it's much more important than you think. He often fell down and bumped his head.
You mean that mysterious assailant that waylaid him last night in his office was a double martini?
2 pitchers full before dinner.
2?
Ernie had to carry him up to his office.
Well, what did he go up there for?
Oh, we had an appointment with the vice president of the firm, Mr. Nesbitt. Something had come up, and he wanted Gordon to sign some papers. I don't know what. It wasn't the first time. I waited outside in the car. After Ernie had taken him upstairs, he came back to the car, and we talked.
Ernie has alibis upstairs, downstairs, and all around the house.
Well, then when the others came out and Gordon didn't, Ernie went upstairs to see why.
Others? Mr. Nesbitt and who else?
Mary Callahan.
Secretary?
No, she's an attorney. And if you think everything was legal between those two, well, but after all, who am I to call the kettle black?
Now, what are you trying to tell me? That you got him drunk so they could make him sign some papers? That he got himself drunk so he couldn't write his name? Or that he just got drunk and fell down?
Between you and me, I think she pushed him down a flight of stairs.
In his condition, he'd never remember.
Why are you putting the finger on the Callahan dame?
Well, what would you think? She was the last one out of the building.
Why didn't you want to tell all this to the police?
Well, I didn't want to talk about his drinking. Things were bad enough already. That would have been the end.
Oh, that's as good an answer as any. What do you want me to do for you?
Prove that she did it and Ernie didn't.
I'll let you take care of Ernie.
Oh, no. I don't want to alibi him unless I have to. He might get the wrong idea.
You mean I've got the wrong idea?
He might think it meant I still care for him, and I don't. I can't stand him anymore. The way he chews those toothpicks. And besides, if his alibi is too good, I might have trouble about that carbine in the backseat of my car.
Pardon me, it sounded as if you said you might have trouble about a carbine in the backseat of your car.
That's what I said.
Where is your car?
In the garage. But somebody had it out this morning. They scraped the fender coming back in, and they ran into the wall. They must have been in an awful hurry.
Tell me, this car of yours, it wouldn't be a gray sedan?
Yes.
License number?
Oh, wait a minute. It's on my key ring. Here, 5D90...
That's enough. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I couldn't get up the nerve. After I heard you tell that policeman the gun that killed Gordon was a carbine, and the gray sedan and all that, well, it's the end.
I hoped you were right, but I didn't think so. When I went to look at the gray sedan in your garage, I knew you were wrong, dead wrong. It was the getaway car, all right, and the carbine, as you know, was proven later to be the one that killed your husband. But Ernie had turned into a very poor suspect indeed. He was hugging the carpet between the front and rear seats, and when I nudged him, he didn't move. He'd been shot at closer range than Gordon Martini, and the killer had used only one slug. It was planted in the base of his brain, which made him not only a very poor suspect, but a very dead one.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dry Martini Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Trading Company, good afternoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Nesbitt is in conference. I'll see that he gets your message. Well, what can I do for you?
I would like to see Miss Callahan.
Miss Callahan is in conference with Mr. Nesbitt.
Good. I would like to see them both.
But I have orders not to disturb them.
You do not have to. I will.
Just a minute. You can't go breaking in like that.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else. You won't ever get away with it. Why, everyone in this town knows about your underworld connection.
Why, you doddering old fool, when I get through with you, if you don't go to the gas chamber for Gordon Martini's murder, you'll wish you
Now,
had.
If I go to the gas chamber, it'll be for killing you, not Gordon.
Oh, you said it. Oh, why didn't I have witnesses here?
Miss Callahan?
Did you hear that?
You weren't talking loud enough. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, come on in here, and I'll tell you a thing or two. Close that door. Now, sit down.
Thanks. I listen better on my feet.
Oh, so you're the detective Netta Martini employed, eh? What's she paying you?
That'll depend on how much I have to do for her.
Well, I'll tell you how much you'll have to do for her. You'll have to make a case against me, and that's not going to be easy.
Why do you think she's out to get you?
Why, indeed. For years, this moth-eaten mouthpiece, this parboiled Portia, has been victimizing poor Gordon, taking advantage of his weakness for drink.
Oh,
Now that she's liquidated him, she appears with 55% of the common stock. Motive enough, eh?
Why, you
fraudulent old fool. I simply bought up his debts and threw an attachment on those stocks. Unethical, but perfectly legal.
Look,
Why, you're not even a proper thief. You're nothing but a bumbling old embezzler.
Now, listen
You had
here.
him killed because he was going to call in the auditors to look over those books of yours. The Dean of Double Entry, Mr. Spade.
Look, will you save this for the courtroom scene? Now, you've convinced me. You're both crooked. I'll see that you both go up for something. That's a promise.
Oh, Mr. Spade, I gave you credit for better sense. Do you know that this Medusa of the magistrate's court, this harpy of the Hall of Justice, tricked him into changing the beneficiary of his insurance the very night she pushed him down the stairs?
And you were all in favor of it when you thought you held the controlling interest in the company. Answer that. You see, Mr. Spade, he can't answer that.
Good. I'm glad one of you is temporarily lost for words. Now, I only want to know one thing, and I want a straight answer. And if either one of you starts off on another speech, I'm going to push you into the nearest cloakroom and lock you in together.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
Try me, sweetheart.
Well, what do you want to know about this Amazon ambulance chaser, this Trilby of the traffic course?
Watch it.
Well, what do you want to know?
About Martini's insurance policy. Now, you say he changed the beneficiary. Please answer in 10 words or less. Who was the beneficiary and who is the beneficiary now?
I'll have to answer that question in two parts. The beneficiary was his wife. He changed it to the Martini Trading Company, a corporation of the state of California.
Thank you, and goodbye, Mary Callahan. And that Netta took the heat off of you for the time being, which made things tough for me. Because Callahan and Nesbitt were so horrible, I never wanted to see them again, even to testify against them in court. I was sure of one thing. None of you had pulled the trigger of that carbine. There'd been a hired killer behind it, and the way he operated, taking crazy chances in broad daylight in a crowded street, told me an important thing about him. That night, I made the rounds of the joints. At a plant called the Bing Room, I found a bouncer who'd tossed out a customer that'd run up a bill and tried to pay it with a $1,000 check. He sent me to the Atlas Hotel. The Atlas Hotel is off of 3rd Street down near the railroad yards. Not even a flea bag. The fleas sickened and died a long time ago. They couldn't take it. And from the look of the guests sprawled out in the mission furniture of the lobby, they wouldn't be able to much longer. A half-dead room clerk came back to the land of the living long enough to mutter a room number and wave me feebly toward a flight of crummy stairs.
Yeah, what do you want?
You, Hack Hartman?
Hey, you got anything for me, huh?
Yeah, I got news for you. Get back in the room. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Well, come on in.
Drop the shiv.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll fix you. I'll cut you good. I'll cut you.
I'm glad you did that. You make it easy for me. Now get over there.
Leave me alone. I'm not feeling so good.
You can feel a lot worse. Who hired you to put the burn on Martini?
You don't get nothing out of me.
Who gave you that check?
Oh, leave me alone.
I got all night, Hack, and I feel better than you do. Now, what did you do with that check? I'll shake it if your teeth come out with it. Come on.
All right. Stop it. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Where?
Pocket. My shirt.
Don't reach. I'll get it. It was a company check, which is what I'd expected. It was for $1,000 drawn on the Golden Gate Trust and Loan. But I wasn't expecting to find the signature on the bottom line. It was signed in a bold, firm hand, Gordon Martini. Who was the penman on this?
He wrote it himself, right in front of me.
What was it supposed to be for?
He wanted I should knock off his brother.
You get mixed up?
Well, he's dead, ain't he?
That's what I mean. Gordon Martini's dead.
The papers got it wrong. That was his brother, his twin brother. And that other guy, that chauffeur, kept hanging around the garage so I couldn't get out. I had to burn him, too.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm making sense. Now get out of here. I'm getting steamed.
Don't let it worry you. I got a nice, cool place all picked out for you. After I turned Hack over to the cops, I did what checking I could on my own at that time of night. As nearly as I could learn, Gordon Martini could never have had a brother, twin or otherwise. He was a first child. His mother died in childbirth, and his father died 1 month later. So I went back to the offices of the Martini Trading Company, glass-keyed my way in, and made a quick frisk of it. There I learned that the signature on the check was indeed Gordon's, but that he had closed out his account at that bank the day he wrote it. I thought about that on the way out to your apartment.
Sam, I've been calling and calling, trying to reach you. I've been so worried. It's the end.
This time you might be right. Fix me a drink.
Well, there's nothing in the house but those prepared martinis Gordon used to drink. Is that all right?
No, but fix me one anyway. Never mind the ice. It's not morning yet, but I hate myself already.
Why don't you just relax and let me get it for you?
I'll relax. You get the martinis.
What happened? What'd you think of Mary Callahan? Isn't she the end?
She's cute. You're all cute.
All of me? How nice. I put ice in anyway. It's nasty without.
It's nasty anyway.
I hope it doesn't make you fall down the way it did poor Gordon.
Thanks.
Well, what's the matter? Too dry?
You open this bottle fresh?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Where are they, the rest of the bottles? Oh, yeah. More of the same. Is this all your husband ever drank?
Yes, gallons of it. It's a special brand. He even took it with him to bars and people's houses. He'd sit and drink them right out of the bottle like a little child. Then he'd be falling down drunk, of course. And that's how we lost so many friends. They dropped us like...
Like flies. Yeah, it was the end.
Who you phoning?
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Sammy, what can I do on you?
On Martini, Maxie, they got around to the autopsy yet?
Yeah, they rushed him through.
Got the report handy?
Right in front of me. Funny thing, Sam. The doc said they should have saved themselves the trouble. He'd have been dead in a week or two without no help.
What from?
Brain tumor. Malignant, it says here.
Any alcohol in him?
None from drinking, Sammy.
What about the head wounds?
Accidental fall due to periodic fainting spells. Part of his condition.
Thanks, Maxie.
Well, what is it, Sam? Were the martinis poison?
No, sweetheart. The martinis were colored water.
Why, they couldn't. Well, what made him get so drunk?
He didn't. He was sick.
But, Sam, who killed him?
He killed himself.
But he couldn't have.
He hired a gunman to do it. He planned his own murder.
But that was... Well, why didn't he leave a note or something? He could have ruined us all.
Come here, sweetheart. Put your little head on Uncle Sam's shoulder.
Why, Sam...
That's, just what he wanted you to do. He wanted to ruin you. He let Mary Callahan fleece him out of his interest in the company. He let Nesbitt juggle the books. He let you go your way with Ernie. He let all three of you fix yourselves up with as nice a set of motives for murder as a jury could ask for.
He couldn't have...
The real joker was the check he used to pay off the man he hired to kill him. It bounced. It also proved he'd planned his own murder. But he still has his revenge. Because the insurance that would have kept the corporation from going broke won't be paid off on account of the self-liquidating cause.
Oh, Sam, darling, what's going to become of us all?
Well, Callahan and Nesbitt will probably sue each other to death. You might have to go to work and earn a living.
Well, I have $500. I might invest it in something.
You already have. Here's my bill.
But, Sam, you didn't help me. What? This is the end.
No, it isn't, sweetheart. This is the beginning. Come here. Period. End of the end.
Well, if you ask me, you helped her.
Now, F.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Show what, F?
Man's ingratitude to man.
Hmm?
But what did Mr. Martini have against you?
Why, nothing, sweetheart. He, just needed a smart operator like, Johnny Madero was on vacation.
Sam.
Hmm?
Have you cashed that check Mr. Martini gave you?
Well, not yet.
Sam, any bartender would know better than to take a check from a man who drinks that much?
F, you haven't been paying attention. He didn't drink. He didn't. I was able to establish that later on. You haven't been listening.
At the time, Sam, for all anybody knew, he was a hopeless drunk. He was, Sam. Oh, you're so wonderful and trusting. But I do wish that you'd understand this. He was a hopeless drunk.
For the last time, Effie, he didn't really drink.
I'll just type this up, Sam, while you call the bank.
I'll do that.
A final reminder, friends. Whether you're going on a long vacation trip or just a weekend to the beach, be sure you've got a bottle and tube of Wild Root Cream Oil tucked away in your suitcase. Do this, and you'll find it's easy and quick to spruce up again after stepping out of the water or off the tennis court. For no matter where or when you use it, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. So at home and away from home, Help yourself to handsome hair with Wild Root Cream Oil. And next time you have a chance, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
I hope it was worth the price of the paper and carbons.
You made carbon copies of that? An unimportant report like that?
Oh, it bounced?
Well, the estate isn't settled yet.
Oh, Sam, you're so wonderful and trusting.
Effie, I am not wonderful and trusting. I am a hard-boiled private eye.
I know. Just a pity there's no money in it.
And I'm also two-fisted.
Sam,
Hmm?
have you ever thought of ceramics?
Of what?
Ceramics. It takes virtually no capital. All you need is a small furnace and some clay. And if you don't have any talent, you can just make ashtrays.
Thanks, I already have one.
Oh, flower pots are fun. You can pot them on a wheel.
And you can pot your hat on and wheel on out of here and also take your furnace and clay.
Oh, I love you when you're so gay and carefree.
I am not gay and carefree.
You are a hard-boiled private eye. Good night, Sam.
Good night, and sue me for your back salary, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
This you can really call a fish story. And I was the live bait.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At insurance investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Intercontinental Marine Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during assignment in San Pedro, California, investigating the loss of 2 pieces of property insured by you. Or the tuna were running and so was everybody else. Or I caught a fishing boat, but you should have seen the one that got away. Expense account item 1, $176.87. Airfare from home base in Hartford to off base in California. Expense account item 2, $10. Cab fare, Los Angeles Municipal Airport to the waterfront office of the Pacific Deep Sea Canning Company in San Pedro. There was perfume in the air, channel number 5. Inside, the name on the door said Walton. That's who I wanted to see, so I walked in.
Well, who are you?
I'm here to follow up the claim you made to Intercontinental Marine Insurance Company. My name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, when'd you bring the money? I need boats. The tuna are running.
No, Mr. Walton, I didn't bring any money. All I brought is a suspicious nature and an inquisitive mind.
What the devil do you mean by that crap?
Now, don't get your fish in a stew, Mr. Walton. This is standard procedure. No insurance company is going to shell out $400,000 without first taking a long, lingering look.
Well, there's not much to look at.
Yeah, so I understand. According to your claim, two of your boats, the Frank Walton and the Nancy Walton left port Monday afternoon and headed out on a southerly course. When you tried to establish radio contact Tuesday morning, you couldn't raise them. Pieces of wreckage and the bodies of two men were found Tuesday night, indicating that both boats were lost.
That's the story.
What made you so sure that both boats went down?
Because of those two men whose bodies were found, one sailed in the Nancy Walton, the other sailed in the Frank Walton. What more do you people want?
Just enough time to check everything thoroughly. You know, this wouldn't be the first time a shipwreck has been faked to collect insurance.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess the faster I get you satisfied, the faster I'll collect my money. Sorry I lost my temper, Dollar. I'll do everything I can. Send Captain Carpo in. Carpo's my fleet captain, Dollar. He can give you all the details. But I'm telling you, there aren't any more.
Well, one thing for sure, Mr. Walton. We can't blame it on the Pacific Ocean. According to my report, those boats sailed in fine weather.
That's right.
You call me, boss?
Yes, George, this is Mr. Dollar from the insurance company. He's here to investigate the sinking.
So?
I'm happy to meet you, too, Captain.
What do you want?
First, I want your theory as to what could have happened.
I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe they run into each other.
As fleet captain, you hire the hands for the boats, don't you?
That's right.
Are you the kind of man that would hire the kind of skippers that run into each other in clear weather?
They were good skippers. Now you listen to me. I've been captain of this fleet for 5 years. It's the first time we ever lose a boat or lose a man. You think we like this idea?
No, I don't, Captain Carpo. I don't think you like it any better than the insurance company likes the idea of losing $400,000. Well, at least if I find those sunken boats, that'll be salvage.
No, Mr. Dollar. That'll be a miracle.
The meeting busted up without me getting busted up, which was unusual in itself. And I hitched myself a ride out to an outfit who knows more about salt water than a Coney Island taffy maker. The U.S. Coast Guard. Enclosed find the statement of the commander of the station, Lieutenant Senior Grade Miles P. Endicott, Jr.
We've made thorough patrols using both air and surface craft. The bodies of the men recovered show signs that lead us to believe that they were blown clear of the lost ships by violent explosions.
All the lieutenant needed to say to make my eyes light up was that one word, explosion. Because in a marine insurance investigator's book, the word explosion sets off another word, scuttling, a widely used wet variety of fraud. In other words, blowing up your own ship to collect the insurance. And continuing this chain reaction, I followed the best available lead, the man in charge of the vessels involved, Captain George Carpo. I found him at 11 that night at a combination restaurant and bar named after the oriental fishing bird, the cormorant. As I looked in through the greasy window, an interesting sight greeted me. Captain Carpo slipping into a booth already occupied by an olive-skinned brunette, who was good enough looking, but obviously less than a queen. Carpo stuck his face in hers, spat a few words at her that I couldn't hear, shook his sledgehammer fist at her, and stomped out through her back door. I gave the front door some business, and, trying to look like I belonged to the place, strolled to the bar, bought myself a blast, and walked it over to the ladies' booth.
Well, who sent for you?
Do you mind?
I haven't got anything to lose if you haven't.
What do you mean by that?
If those are your own teeth, maybe you don't want to lose them.
Oh, Carpo's a jealous type, huh?
You don't believe in sharing the wealth.
Are you Carpo's girl?
Part-time. Who are you?
Well, if Captain Carpo comes back, he'll tell you anyway. So the name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Investigating what? Marine life?
Marine death. There was 2 sinkings in the Walton fleet. The company that sent me here insured the boats.
Sounds to me like you got yourself a tough job.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Who are you going to ask questions? They've been reported with all hands lost.
Who knows? Maybe I'll bump into a talkative seagull. Or maybe, if I'm lucky, a talkative girl.
What have you got that could make a girl talkative, mister?
Well, discounting my natural beauty and charm, I have money. Not too much money, but money.
Keep coming. I know enough not to talk before I give what I want.
Well, that makes it a Mexican standoff. I know enough not to pay for something I haven't heard yet. Let's start out with an inexpensive question, like, what's your name?
You can have that for free. Anita Vargas.
How long you known Carpo?
If you'll pardon the expression, on and off for the last 6 months.
How's he for money? Has he turned into a big spender recently?
Sure. Instead of 2 drinks a night, he's now buying me 4. Carpo will never be a big spender.
Where does he live?
1423 Parade Street.
How far is that from here?
It's here. He lives upstairs.
That called for a change of scene. I didn't know whether Anita Vargas really had anything to sell or not, but I didn't want what was left of our tete-a-tete to be interrupted by a violent re-arrival of the mighty Captain Carpo. So, expense account item 3, $4, picking up our tabs. Item 4, 6 bits, picking up a taxi, which dropped us at another bar, slightly less oriental, but definitely more obnoxious. We grabbed ourselves a table with a view of the sawdust on the floor, and waited for a waiter. He didn't come, but somebody else did. The owner of the lost fishing boats, Mr. Roscoe Walton.
What are you doing with this character, Anita?
I met him in college, Roscoe. Now beat it. And since one of you been getting drunk...
Don't tell me he's your boyfriend, too.
Uh-huh, part-time.
Maybe I'd better get lost. I'll call you later.
Yeah, maybe you better get lost. And stay that way.
Go ahead, Johnny. You better go.
Well, happy hangover, Mr. Walton.
You don't look like no college boy to me.
I was no professor of mathematics either, but I could add this much up. If those tuna clippers had gone down by explosion, somebody had to buy some explosives. Maybe locally. That problem I took to the local police, who went to work looking up names in the dynamite register. And since those explosives would have been planted while the boats were under the care and supervision of Captain Carpo, that problem I decided to take to him. It was 1:30 in the morning when I got back to the front of the Cormorant restaurant and bar. The grease joint was dark, but a light was burning on the second and top floor. I got halfway up the front stairs to ask my leading suspect a few questions about explosions when I heard something. Carpo was still moving when I got up there, but not for long. The back door was as open as the captain's life was closed. I looked down the back flight of stairs. It was either too dark or there wasn't anybody there, and I wasn't going down to look. I'd been over the body just to make sure. Oh. First they beat him half to death. I wonder why they didn't finish him that way. Huh?
Well, sir, perhaps it would be best if you were to remain where you are. At least, my pistol seems to recommend it. Well, well, you seem to have done inestimable damage to my good friend, Captain Carpo. The poor fellow seems to be definitely dead.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, you might be interested to know that CBS has acquired a couple of blocks of wood. You're not interested? Well, would you be interested if you knew that those blocks of wood had been carved into certain figures? No. Well, then let's try this. Would you be interested if you knew that those carved blocks of wood could talk? Ah, now you're beginning to sit up and take notice. Well, we might as well come out and tell you that these talking blocks of wood are named Charlie McCarthy and Mortimer Snerd, that they and a lively fellow named Edgar Bergen will be making their first appearance over most of these same CBS stations this Sunday evening, and that you'll be able to hear them every Sunday thereafter. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
was again. Always the suspect, but never the tried. With a dead body at my feet and a pistol at my head. The man holding it was neither small nor large. Thomas Mitchell type. His frame was fighting the seams of a sloppy tweed suit, and his pouchy face was fighting the alcoholic content of his blood.
Well, sir, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I came to talk to this man. Killing him would hardly be the way to kick off a conversation. How about you? What are you doing here at 1:30 in the morning?
Most amusing, most. Two accused men, each of them judging the other. Ha ha! With a dead man for a jury. All right, then. As for my testimony, my name is Cricket. I was on my way to discuss with the good Captain Capo a matter of possible mutual profit. Naturally, when I heard the shots from the street, I hastened to his assistance.
I won't ask you how you knew Carpo was getting shot instead of doing the shooting. My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator from Hartford, Connecticut. I was sent out here to look into two sinkings in the captain's fleet.
Oh, then you and I share a common interest. My business is ship salvage. It's obvious that I should put up this pistol and replace it with a shake of a hand. How do you do, sir?
In my business, you never know. How do you do?
This is indeed a most fortunate meeting. A pity that it should take place upon the very threshold of tragedy. Poor Capo. His face seems to have enjoyed the worst of an encounter with a monkey's fist.
How's that?
A monkey's fist.
I mean, what's that?
Well, a monkey's fist, sir, is a highly complicated knot woven about a slug of lead to lend weight. Ordinarily, it is intended for use at the end of a heaving line. However, it is sometimes used by seamen in the forecastle in the administering of torturous beatings. Now, what do you make of that?
Well, if we can take the word of the centuries for it, torture suggests the violent seeking of information.
That would indeed seem to be the case.
From the looks of this room, a monkey's fist or any other kind of knot wouldn't be hard to lay your hands on. What's that one on the wall there?
Oh, that is a miniature of a knotted ship's fender.
Fender?
It's a device for cushioning the shock between a ship and a wharf or another vessel. In modern sailing, this type has largely been replaced by the commercial cork variety. Oh, somebody evidently heard the shots and notified the police. Awkward.
Look, Mr. Cricket,
Yeah?
I feel like talking, but not to the police.
Splendid. Perhaps then you would be kind enough to join me in a nightcap at my quarters?
Lead me to it. Mr. Cricket's quarters turned out to be afloat and moored to a dock. It was a PT boat, ex-Navy.
Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
Now, first, that nightcap. Yes. Yo-ho-ho, sir, and a bottle of rum. And now, if you'll do the honors...
Delighted.
I will invite the London Symphony to play behind our chairs. Tchaikovsky, the Pathetique. Oh, utterly beautiful.
Wow. Sweet phonograph records, soft lights, and hard liquor. This is the kind of stuff I enjoy on my time off, which this doesn't happen to be.
There we are. Now to business. Mr. Dollar, I assume that the insurance company that sent you out here is not satisfied with the story of the sinking of the two vessels, Frank and Nancy Walton. I assume further that you have been authorized to spend any necessary monies to not only view the evidence firsthand, but also, if that evidence proves a criminal intent, to be able to retrieve it from the ocean floor for use in court. Are my assumptions correct?
They are. But it can't be as simple as you make it sound. The first job seems to me the toughest. Finding the spot where those clippers went down.
I would venture to say that with my special equipment, I could detect the presence of the fillings in Davy Jones' teeth. It is fantastic, sir.
And about your price. Is that fantastic, too?
My proposition is this. A flat price of $5,000. And, in the event that criminal intent is proved, the possession of the recovered hulks.
I assume this $5,000 is only payable if you succeed in locating the boats.
Let us substitute the term returnable for the word payable. I will need $5,000 in advance, and our contract shall state that in the unlikely event of failure, you shall get your money back less my necessary expenses. Agreed?
Agreed. I'll have your money for you in the morning.
Good. I trust I shall have your boats for you in the afternoon.
I couldn't tell yet about his fantastic sonic sounding device, but otherwise, Mr. Cricket was well equipped. If I shipped ashore a telephone, he ordered me a taxi. which I ordered to a corner near Roscoe Walton's Pacific Deep Sea Canning Company. Carpo's death made me want to get a good look at Carpo's office. Something about the way he died kept baiting up the thought that there was something fishier about this case than just plain old-fashioned insurance fraud. The only thing that was out of place in the place was under a rug, under Carpo's desk, a wall safe sunk in the floor. That proved easier to open than a poker hand with 3 aces. I lifted the heavy steel door. The first thing I saw was an oblong package, brown paper. I stuck one hand in to lift it out, and I couldn't. So I used 2, and my back was as heavy as lead. But when I tore off the wrapping, I saw that it was as valuable as gold, because that's what it was, a gold ingot. I didn't even have time to wonder, because the subject suddenly changed from lead to gold to cold steel in his voice and in his hand.
Hold it there.
Hey, Mr. Dollar.
It's a little late to be canning fish, isn't it, Walton?
Yes, but it seems to be just right for breaking and entering. What are you doing here?
Entering the last phase of this investigation, Walton, and breaking the back of your little racket. Or I should say big.
What do you mean, racket?
To me, it looks like your boats have been bringing in more than fish from the Mexican coast. This heavy little handful makes it look like they've been hauling in Mexican gold.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to stand here and be accused.
It's all right. You're not going to stand there. Not on those feet. Give me that.
You and take this.
Johnny. Are you hurt?
Are you kidding? You'll never make a living being a fight referee. I'm what is commonly known as the winner.
Johnny, do you really believe what you said is true?
What about smuggling in Mexican gold?
Yeah.
Listen, Anita. When you find a private citizen with a gold ingot, he is not using it for a watch fob. The only thing I learned after that was that 2 hours in the sack does not constitute a good night's sleep. By 10 in the morning, 1 phone call east and 1 telegram west delivered $5,000 into my hands from a local bank. And I, after a quick call to the Coast Guard to cover a few final details, placed myself into the hands of Mr. Cricket, Deep Sea Guide Extraordinary. 2 jolting hours later, our bucking bronco with a briny had us crashing to the swell somewhere off the island of San Clemente, which is somewhere some 60 miles off the coast of Southern California.
Well, Dollar, my boy, enjoying the voyage?
Yeah.
Oh, come now. This isn't what a sailor would call rough weather, you understand?
I understand. I only hope my breakfast does.
Oh, this is nothing. Why, I recall one time off the Spanish coast.
Mr. Cricket!
Yes, my man?
According to my reading, we're about there.
Good. Reduce your RPM. Now, Dollar. Now, prepare to be amazed.
Mr. Cricket had good reason to chirp about one thing. He sure knew his business. An hour later, the hulks had been located. We were riding on a mushroom anchor. A diver had been put over the side and was tug-of-war topside by a cable on a winch.
All right, careful now. Okay, clear the rail. Easy, does it. Far away. He's aboard and flat.
Quickly now, get his helmet off. Now, Dollar, we shall see.
For $5,000, I'm going to have to see.
Well, Riley, what luck?
We hit it right on the nose. They're both down there 30 yards apart.
Well, Dollar, are you satisfied?
Just about 90%, Mr. Cricket.
Oh, and the 10%?
Oh, look, it's this way, Mr. Cricket. If this case gets any place, I'll probably have to testify in court. So far, everything I've got is secondhand. That isn't worth much in court. I've got to see those boats.
What? Why, good heavens, man. You mean you want to go over the side?
I don't particularly want to, but it seems to be part of this job. Many times before in my career, I've thought I had a heavy weight on my shoulders. But that diver's helmet set the new record. And those lead shoes and that rubberized canvas suit didn't feel exactly zoot.
The
temperature of the water outside felt much cooler than that forming on my brows. This was a steam bath, airtight. 8 days later, in my mind at least, my lead wedgies groped for a foothold on a slimy bottom, and I had arrived shipside. As I had no immediate way of determining the sex of a sunken ship, I couldn't tell from a bath abeam whether I was looking at the Frank or the Nancy Walton. About then, a passing current grabbed me and invited me out to dance along the ocean floor. I grabbed out for anything for support, and it turned out to be a rope hanging from the clipper's gunwale.
Well, Dollar,
When the drift passed on in a huff,
all right?
I had a chance to take a closer look at what I was hanging on to. The line was secured to a woven rope ship's fender, which Mr. Cricket had not so long before told me was fashioned about a buoyant core of cork. But this one felt heavy enough to be loaded with county cork. And as for buoyancy, this was about as buoyant as a lead balloon. It was resting on the bottom and heavy to lift. The next current that swept over me was mental. I clawed the shark knife out of the diving suit belt, started hacking at the woven rope, then threw a thin layer of canvas. And that's as far as I got.
Dollar, is this phone system operating? Here now, Dollar. Are you there?
This ain't the three little fishies.
Oh, good. Have you seen the ships?
Yeah, they're here all right.
Are you satisfied that they were sunk by explosion?
Yep. They're blasted in all directions.
Then I have earned my $5,000, and I must bid you farewell.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, you have been all but lost in a diving accident.
Oh, yourself. What'll that get you?
In disposing of you, sir, I am confident that as well as pocketing your $5,000, I will also do away with the meddling of the insurance company. You see, when my diver comes down to recover your unfortunate body, he will continue our search for the gold.
Oh, well, I've got news for you, pal. You evidently didn't knock the hiding place out of Carpo before you killed him. But I was lucky. Not only have I already found that gold, I have stashed it.
Here now, Dollar, you're bluffing.
If you think so, turn off my air.
So you do know about it. Dollar, tell me honestly, are you open to terms?
Well, I'll think about it. All away! The trip up was slower than the trip down, which was luck for me. The first thing I heard when I broke to the surface was muffled by the helmet, but unmistakably gunfire. The Marines hadn't landed, but by George, the Coast Guard certainly had, and I had a grandstand seat for the whole affair. My winchman was busy ducking bullets, and the winch just didn't decide to stop on its own hook. So I went riding skyward until I was stopped by the tip of the boom. And there I was, hanging on its own hook, suspended over the deck, looking through my helmet glass at the raging battle below. Cricket, directly below me, was pumping a high-powered rifle, and between shots, shouting curses at whoever had opened fire on the U.S. government. Lieutenant Senior Grade, Miles P. Endigan Jr. stood silhouetted against the sky on the flying bridge of the Coast Guard cutter. I looked down 20 feet between my dangling lead-weighted feet and saw Cricket taking careful aim in his direction. So once again, I grabbed my razor-edged shark knife, stuck it under the copper rim of my breastplate, and ripped at the canvas, and bombs away. My weight did the rest. Expense account, item 5. Cab fare to the San Pedro Police Headquarters, where I made my statement and heard Mr. Cricket's. A badly damaged Mr. Cricket.
Well, sir, during a short stay in Cleveland, it was brought to my attention that every city in the country was suffering an epidemic of small-time gold robberies. Dentist offices, pawn shops, and so forth. Such a condition piqued my curiosity. Yes. Well, there's my love for money. And I studied the situation more closely. To my amazement, I learned that the gold was being melted down, fashioned into ingots, and sent off somewhere to the Orient for use in the gold and gun smuggling traffic. It occurred to me that if I could intercept the gold immediately after its dispatch, under the guidance of Captain Carpo, to a larger ship, being met at sea by his tuna clippers, then I could realize for myself a tidy profit.
Expense account, item 6. $7.50. A 5-pound box of chocolates for Miss Anita Varghese. Address, San Pedro Municipal Jail. It seems that the police sometimes classify a part-time girlfriend as an all-time accomplice. Expense account, item 7. Airfare, Los Angeles to Hartford. $176.87. And being Friday, what do you think they serve for dinner on the plane? What else? Tuna fish salad. Expense account total, $1,264.28. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Willard Waterman, Junius Matthews, Edmund McDonald, Georgia Ellis, Larry Dobkin, and Paul Dubois. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure and be with us at this same time next week when another unusual expense account is handed in by
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Every fall, the ladies like to go out and get some new fall clothes. Well, CBS has gone out and gotten some new fall shows. One of the gayest of these new programs is The Red Skelton Show, which makes its bow over most of these same CBS stations this Sunday night. There's no one quite like Red Skelton, as you'll find out when you tune in tomorrow. The Red Skelton Show is a part of the CBS Great Sunday Night Laugh lineup. Don't miss it. Now stay tuned for Vaughn Monroe, who follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Paul Masterson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
How can you tell, Tom? All you do is go up and down in the elevator all day long.
When I'm on the main floor, I can sneak a look out the front door to keep myself posted.
Oh, I see.
Here's your floor, Miss Wesley.
Thank you. When Mr. Boston Blackie arrives, bring him right up, will you?
Sure will.
Oh, Tom. Tom, quick, come here.
Holy mackerel.
No, jump, please.
Oh, see, Miss Wesley, grab her quick. I'm coming.
Get away from that window. Get away. Let go of me. Let go. Much longer.
I'm coming. There.
Oh, let me go, please. Grab her on. You have no right to stop me. Well, you shouldn't have stopped me.
You shouldn't. 25 stories, lady, in town all the way.
Let's take you to my apartment, Tom.
Yes, ma'am. Good thing we got here.
No, you've just postponed it. I tell you, I've got to die.
Now meet Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, Blackie, I'm glad you're here. I couldn't do a thing with it.
That's all right, Mary. Maybe I can do something.
Hi, Miss Wood. Hello, Shorty. Anything I can do?
Hey, be a nice boy, Shorty. Nice and quiet.
Oh, sure, boy.
Mary, what's this girl's name?
I don't know. She won't tell me.
Look, Miss, whatever your name is.
Please, I want to die. Can't you let me alone?
Look, nothing can be as bad as all that.
Please let me go.
When you're all right, we'll let you go.
I'm all right now.
Jump out the window again? Oh, no.
Please, I want to die. I have to die.
Won't you tell us your name?
No.
Look in her purse, Mary, and see if you can find a name and address.
All right. You don't understand, either one of you.
We understand perfectly. That's why we want to help you.
No one can help me.
My, this is a beautiful purse. Ooh, no wonder. It's a hazel.
What about identification?
Well, there doesn't seem to be much of anything in it. This card,
Let's see it.
there's a name written on it in pencil. Oscar Wolf. Here.
Hi.
boss.
Look, Miss, what's his name? Are you Mrs. Oscar Wolf?
No. If you must know my name, it's Larson. Mrs. Janice Larson.
Hey, boss.
Just a minute, Shorty. Look, Mrs. Lawson, what's your connection with Oscar Wolf?
He's the reason that I...
In words, then, he's making trouble for you.
That guy Wolf makes trouble for everybody, boss.
You know him, Shorty?
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Please let me go, will you?
Not yet. Try to keep it quiet, will you, Mary? Shorty, how do you happen to know Oscar Wolf?
Well, I guess I shouldn't have said nothing, Blackie, but me and my pals are going to take care of Wolf our own way.
Now, wait a minute, short one. You know better than to get in trouble again.
Yeah. What me and my pals are figuring on doing to this Wolf ain't no trouble, boss. That's a pleasure.
You let me handle Wolf for you.
No, thanks, boss.
Where can I see him, Shorty?
Now, look, please, boss, stay away from him,
Look,
will you?
Mrs. Lawson, maybe you'll be able to tell me where I can get in touch with Mr. Wolf.
I can't tell you.
All right, Shorty.
Oh, Blackie, do I have to?
What's his address?
Well, all right. Got an office in a hollow building, number 2121. But that's just a front.
Thanks, Shorty. And Mrs. Lawson, cheer up. When I find out what's behind that front, I'll be back.
Take the phone, take a letter to Mr. Robert Hyman. Dear Mr. Hyman, how are you? I am fine. I am fine. Period semicolon. It sounded regular professional. Now, let's see how it comes back. So you push the dictaphone needle back. So. Dictaphone, take a letter to Mr. Robert Hyman. Dear Mr. Hyman, how are you? What? Peter. Hi, Mr. Wolf. How many times have I told you not to play with that dictaphone? Oh, Mr. Wolf, it's fun. Look, I've been buzzing you on the inter-office phone for a whole minute. Couldn't you hear me? Was that what the buzzing was, Mr. Wolf? I'm sorry. Listen, we're having a visitor in a few minutes. Yeah? Boston Blackie. Yeah? He phoned from downstairs. He's on his way up. Yeah? Do you have to answer yeah to everything I say? Yeah. Listen, I don't know why Boston Blackie suddenly wants to see me, but I have a good idea. Probably found out what we're up to. Yeah. All right, maybe Blackie knows nothing, so no rough stuff unless it's necessary. So when you say the word, Mr. Wolf, I'm going to let you decide when and if this Blackie needs your attention. When he comes in, send him right into my office. You sit here at your desk and listen in through the inter-office telephone. Understand? Sure. And don't take time off to play with that dictaphone. No, listening in on you'll be just as much fun. All right. If what Blackie talks to me about hits too close to home, you come into my office and get rid of him. Rough stuff, maybe, huh? Only if necessary. Understand? Yeah. That's probably Blackie out in the hall now. Wait a minute and then send him into my office. Yeah, Mr. Wolf. Come in.
It's Oscar Wolf's office?
Yeah.
I'm Boston Blackie. I just phoned and made an appointment. Mr. Wolf.
Go right in. He's waiting for you.
Thanks.
The door right there.
Thank you. Miss Wolf,
Come in.
I'm Boston Blackie.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
It may not be a pleasure, Wolf. You know, you look very familiar to me.
I get out and around.
I think you mean in and out, Wolf. In and out of jail.
I've never been in jail.
Not under the name of Oscar Wolf.
What do you mean?
I came here with the idea that I was going to talk to a semi-legitimate businessman about some clients of his. I didn't know I was going to talk to you. You don't have clients, you have victims.
Well, go ahead.
Look, Wolf, I don't know what your racket is, but that's only because I haven't bothered to check into it yet.
Is this the beginning of a threat?
That depends on you. It might only be a warning. But leave certain friends of mine alone, or I'll not only break your racket, but your neck along with it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you know what I mean, don't you?
You propose violence to put an end to my business.
And to you, too, Wolf.
Are you suggesting, Blackie, that you'll go so far as to kill me?
Why not? Nobody'd miss you except the people your death would make happy.
You entertain rather morbid thoughts.
I'm the entertaining type. But don't let these friends of mine have any more trouble with you, Wolf. That's all I've got to say.
I still don't know what... Yes, Jim? Yes, he is. But I think he's leaving.
Yes, I guess I am.
Goodbye, Blackie.
If I were you, I'd keep hoping this is goodbye.
Yeah, Jeter, I'm glad you didn't forget to listen in on the inter-office phone.
Did more than that, Mr. Wolf. Not only listened, I took down everything he said on a dictaphone.
Won't you ever stop playing with that dictaphone?
Oh, boys, it was fun. Now I got something else to listen to besides the dictaphone coming back to me.
All right. Where's the guy who calls himself Jeter?
Here, Inspector Body, here. You want to talk to me, huh?
Yeah. When you came into this office this morning, you find your boss's body, huh?
Yeah.
Did you know Oscar Wolf was really Teddy Pascal?
It was Mr. Wolf.
You look dumb enough to believe that. Who's been gunning for him lately?
Nobody.
Come on. A guy like Wolf has guys waiting for him at every corner. Who could have come in here and let Wolf have it?
Oh. A man came in here yesterday and said he would like to kill Mr. Wolf.
Know the man's name?
Boston Blackie.
No, I don't believe it. This is one time I won't be talked into thinking Blackie killed a guy.
I have a dictaphone record that talks back to Blackie and Mr. Wolf.
You better talk sense.
You won't believe me? Listen. Play it for you. Now listen.
Are you suggesting, Blackie, that you'll go so far as to kill me?
Why not? Nobody miss you except the people your death would make happy.
You entertain rather morbid thoughts.
Stop that thing.
Good, Inspector.
That was Blackie talking, all right. This is one time Blackie's talked himself into a charge of murder.
I don't think Wolf will bother you again, Shorty.
Oh, me and the boys are seeing to that, Blackie. In fact, we might have seen to it already.
Huh? What does that mean?
Oh, nothing, boy.
Shorty, if you're up to anything,
No.
I'll get it. Probably the laundry. See if my fountain pen's in the bedroom, will you, Shorty? I've been missing it.
Oh, sure, boy.
All right. Now, what do you...
Hello, Blackie.
Well, Inspector Faraday. I suppose I have to invite you in.
I'll come in anyhow.
I'm sure of that. I was just thinking about you. Or rather, I was thinking about absolutely nothing, and that's the same thing.
Don't try any tricks now, Blackie. This time I've got you on a murder rap you'll never beat. You're coming with me.
Oh, no, not again. Put that gun away.
Blackie, come back here. I'll shoot.
Then go ahead and shoot. I'm going into the bedroom and lie down. I'm tired and mostly of you.
Blackie, so help me. Open that door. I'll let you have it. Unlock that door, Blackie.
I can hardly wait. Who did I kill this time, Inspector?
Teddy Pascal, alias Oscar Wolf.
Teddy Pascal, huh? I've seen that face somewhere before.
Oh, then you admit you went to see him.
Sure I saw him. What did I do? Forget to pay admission?
You threatened to kill him, Blackie, and you did.
Did that puff-brained sidekick of his hear anything I said to Wolf?
He not only heard it, wise guy, he made a recording of it, every word. That's why I'm taking you in for the murder of Oscar Wolf.
Sorry, Inspector, but I have other plans.
The only thing you'll be able to plan from now on is a jailbreak, chum. Because I've got the goods on you this time.
Oh, Inspector.
All right, Blackie. I gave you the warning to open that door. Blackie. Blackie!
Yeah?
Oh, what's the idea of scaring me like that? No, I missed on purpose. But next time I won't. And on purpose. Open up.
Okay.
That's better. Come out with your hands up.
I ain't done nothing, Inspector. Honest,
Shorty, you mean to tell me I've been talking to you?
Yeah, me.
Where's Blackie?
Well, a minute ago, he all of a sudden got tired of conversing with you, and I tailed it out the back way.
Now back to Boston Blackie. When a woman who later identified herself as Janice Larson tried to commit suicide, she was stopped by Mary Wesley, Boston Blackie's girlfriend. Blackie discovered that a man named Oscar Wolf was the cause of the woman's difficulties. Wolf, it seems, had also been making trouble for Shorty, Blackie's longtime friend. So Blackie saw Wolf, threatened him, and left. Later, Wolf was found dead. And when Inspector Faraday began to investigate, he found that Wolf's assistant had made a recording of the conversation between Wolf and Blackie. Faraday went to Blackie's apartment to make an arrest, but Blackie escaped. It is late the same afternoon. Blackie is sitting on a park bench with Mary.
What are you thinking about, Blackie?
Not what I ought to be thinking about at a time like this, in a place like this. You'll forgive me, won't you, Mary?
Well, all the same, we aren't just going to sit here and count daisies, are we?
No. I've been doing some thinking.
About what?
About what saps we were to fall for that Lawson woman's story. On account of it, I've had to duck Faraday's cops for hours.
But, Blackie, it seems so real.
If the story she told was real, why isn't the woman real, too? There's no such person as Janice Lawson, a telephone book, or a city director.
Well, then she just gave a false name under the circumstances. I don't blame her.
She's tied up with Wolf's death. In fact, I have two theories about Wolf's murder.
Two?
Shorty and his underworld pals were considering some kind of action against Wolf.
Oh, you don't think Shorty and his friends might have killed him?
I hope I'm wrong. But until I find Shorty, I have to think so.
Yes, but you said you had two theories.
My other guess is that Janice Lawson's attempt at suicide was a phony and the beginning of a plot to frame me for Wolf's murder.
Oh, darling, what makes you think so?
Isn't it just a little more than coincidence that Oscar Wolf was killed a few hours after I threatened him?
Well, yes.
And isn't it peculiar that Wolf's dumb assistant makes a recording of everything I said?
But you said he was just like an overgrown kid with a new toy.
Well, all I know is Faraday's going to hunt through this town till he finds me if he has to start using a vacuum cleaner. And I have to find Mrs. Lawson before he finds me.
Blackie, Mrs. Larson had a Hazelton purse.
Oh, that certainly helps.
Well, of course it does, silly. Hazelton purses are custom made by the B.J. Hazelton Company. I don't think they make more than 40 or 50 a year.
Say, if we can describe Mrs. Lawson's purse, the Hazelton Company might tell us where we can get a hold of her.
I should think so.
Well, come on. Now, let's get down to Hazelton's. You may have the answer there,
Oh,
Mary.
Blackie, you think so?
If we can get some information on the bag, this thing may be in the bag. Fourth floor, please.
So far, so bad, huh, Blackie?
Well, we found out from Hazelton's that just 2 people bought a bag like the one we described, not 20.
Yes, but the first woman we went to see wasn't our Mrs. Larson.
Then this has got to be.
What if it isn't?
Well, let's not even think about that.
Here we are, apartment 411.
Cross your fingers, Mary. This had better be it.
They're crossed so hard they ache. Ring the buzzer.
What a wonderful way to spend a beautiful Wednesday evening.
Yes?
We'd like to speak to the lady of the house.
She isn't in.
Hey, don't close the door just yet. We'll come in and wait.
She's out of town. She won't be back for a month.
Thanks. In that case, we won't wait.
Oh, Blackie, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Well, come on.
Maybe we better go back and ask to see a picture of that woman.
Say, Mary, did it seem to you that maid at the door was nervous?
Yes, I know.
She should be. She's the woman we're looking for. She's Janice Lawson.
Blackie, you're right. Of course you are. I wondered why she almost closed the door as soon as she saw us.
But I got a good look at her before she did.
And I see now how she got her expensive clothes in that Hazleton purse. She borrowed them from the woman who lives in that apartment.
And she picked your building and your floor to stage a suicide. She was hired by someone planning to kill Wolf. The whole thing is a frame.
But then Shorty didn't kill Mr. Wolf.
Shorty may still be mixed up in this some way.
Hey, let's go back and talk to that maid.
Oh, no. No. I'm leaving her alone until tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? Thursday?
Thursday, my sweet. That's maid's night out.
Hi, Blackie.
Get in the car, Mary. Too bad you didn't get back sooner. I was just listening to the police on the radio. Guess what? After 2 days, they're still looking for me.
I'm so surprised. Move over.
Convenient Instruments auto radios.
Oh, the maid is in that drugstore, and she's doing just what you thought, Blackie. She's telephoning. She knows that we've been following her.
Close the door. She may come out in a minute and drive off.
Okay. I got close enough to the telephone booth to hear part of what she was saying. She's going out to meet her friends, and she has told them that you were following her.
Well, this is working out better than I thought.
Oh, Blackie, no, it isn't. They apparently told her to let you follow her. Now set a trap for you.
Perfect. I'll ride right into it.
Oh, no, Blackie, no, you can't.
No, I'm pretty sure I can. Don't you see, Mary? If that maid is leading me into a trap, she also is leading me to Oscar Wolf's killer.
And also to an early grave.
Maybe, but cemeteries are so pretty this time of year.
Oh, Blackie, they'll be waiting for you. You don't know when or where. And now that they know you suspect them, there's no telling what they'll do to you.
Look, Mary, I'm glad you're worried about me. I wouldn't like it any other way. But unless I follow this girl, I'll have Faraday following me the rest of my life. Now, that's a repulsive thought.
Well, if you must trail this girl, then call the inspector and have him go with you.
Mary, if I called Faraday, I'd have to go with him. But you're right about the danger. Honey, I think I better solo from here on.
Oh, Blackie, please, will you get Faraday?
Why do you think I left my own car at home and rented this cream-colored jalopy? I don't want Faraday near me.
Please don't do this, darling.
Honey, I have to. Now, be a good girl and go home. I'll call you as soon as I have this thing cleared up.
Oh, Blackie, you're such a fool.
Go ahead, Mary. Please, a fool, then, huh? Out.
I'll say I'm getting out. Oh, my goodness. My purse, I dropped it.
Oh, you dropped your purse? Wait a minute. I'll come around and pick it up for
I
you.
can pick up my own purse, thank you.
Well, better do it quickly, then. Our girlfriend, the maid, is coming into the drugstore.
Blackie, please, will you change your mind and call Faraday?
Not a chance. I won't call him, and he has no way of finding me.
No? If I were you, Blackie, I wouldn't be quite so sure.
Oh, brother, another red light.
Give me a lift, Bud.
Sorry,
Thanks. Don't yell for no cops, or this gun will go off in your middle.
Well, you came along sooner than I thought you would.
You gotta go, Light. Get going.
Sure. Okay, where to?
Just keep following that car.
With pleasure.
And with me. Go left at this crossroad. I got a gun on you, see?
I'd rather watch the road than the rod. Jokes.
Glad you told me. And it's a cop car in back of it. He can't warn us, but don't give no signals when he passes.
Signals? You mean like dropping my handkerchief?
Hey, step on a brake. That cop is cutting us off.
How unfortunate.
Hey, what is it?
That we have company.
Okay, Blackie. Don't try any tricks. I got a gun on you.
Inspector Faraday, why, everybody has a gun on me, even my little playmate here.
Grab him on the other side, Monahan.
Got him? Let you go of me. I got a permit.
Sure. Come on, Blackie. You and your partner are going down to headquarters.
Not till I finish what I started.
You were finished when you killed Oscar Wolf.
I didn't kill Wolf, and thanks to you, my one clue to Wolf's real killer got away.
No stalling. Come on.
Look, Faraday, give me 60 seconds alone in this car with my pal here, and I'll find out who Wolf's killer really is.
And have you drive away? Nothing doing.
All right, here. Here are the keys to this car. Ignition and everything.
I don't know why I listened to you, Blackie.
Because if you don't, you won't know anything.
Let me out of here.
Oh, no, pal. Oh, no. You and I are going to sit here and play patty cake. Faraday, you and Monahan take a little walk, will you?
What are you going to do?
Give my pal here 20 seconds to tell me where I can find Wolf's killer.
What if he won't talk?
He'll talk, Faraday, or it'll be a week before he can move his jaw again. That mug said Wolf's killer was at 47 Willis Street, and this is 47 Willis Street. All right. Let's open the door.
How did you do that?
It was extremely difficult. I turned the knob. Wait a minute. The adhesive tape is coming off my knuckles. My pal's jaw was a little hard.
Look, if that door was unlocked, we're not on the trail of any killer. A killer doesn't hide out in an unlocked house.
He may have been expecting someone, you know.
You?
Yes. He expected me to be following a girl named Janice Lawson.
Who's she?
The girl I was following. And not for the reason you think. She probably screamed when she heard the siren on your car. Shh. What did I tell you?
The voice came from that room there. Let's go.
Not so fast.
Janice!
of California, on behalf of standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you have something that must be handled with complete confidence, then you need me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, hatred between brothers is an old and tragic story. More tragic in my case because in all the years we haven't seen each other, my brother Phil hasn't been exactly a model of virtue. I feel I'm at least partially responsible, and I'd like to make it up to him somehow. I think I
finally succeeded in locating him, but at this point I need your help. You can reach me at the Hotel Stapleton. It's signed Sincerely Yours, Martin Bettner. Gosh, I think in a way this is, well, touching. One brother realizing his error and trying to...
Brooksy, you're a dyed-in-the-wool sentimentalist. I bet you still have your first doll and your first dance program stashed away somewhere.
Yes, along with some other sentimental relics I've collected since I met you.
Oh?
A blackjack, an old and faded poison pen letter, one sawed-off shotgun.
Touche, Angel, touche. Now, what do you say we call this Mr. Bettner at the Stapleton and see just what he has on his mind?
I called you in, Mr. Valentine, because, well, in a way, you're my neighbor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Bettner?
Well, look here, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Yes?
Here in the personal notice column in the paper, your ad is just under mine.
Oh, yes, now I remember your ad. You've been running this for a week or so.
That's right, Miss Brooks.
I just didn't tie it up with your letter.
Oh, let me see that. Philip, let's forget the past. If you'll meet me halfway, we can make up for all that bitterness. There's even a place waiting for you in the family business. I'm at the Stapleton, Martin Bettner.
You said you'd located your brother, Mr. Bettner. He must have gotten in touch with you.
I said I think I've located my brother. But if Phil has seen my ad, he hasn't answered it. I got only one reply from Renee Clemens. Take a look at it, Mr. Valentine.
What does it say, George?
Uh-huh. Well, it seems Miss Clemens knows where Phil Bettner, quote, the rat, unquote, is now holed up. She's willing to part with that information for a price figure to be arrived at. Well, what's the problem, Bettner?
Well, back in Waynesville, I know my way around, but here in this town, I'm like a fish out of water. Back home, I've got my own hardware business. I know everybody to look at, and they know me, but here it's different.
Oh, I see. Well, why don't you just drive the best bargain you can with this gal, pay her off with a dated check, then see if her information is the real thing.
Oh, it isn't just the money. I don't know the kind of people Phil's been associating with in the last 5 years. This could be some kind of trap. Feel an awful lot better if you came along with me to see this, Miss Clemens.
All right, good enough. But look, Bettner, you've been hinting that your brother has been operating a little on the shady side.
Well, I'm afraid so.
Well, then the police could tell you where he was, just like that, if you got in touch with them.
I checked. Phil has no police record, thank heavens. He's been mixed up in gambling, mostly horse racing, and so far he's been lucky. 2 weeks ago, some people in Detroit told me he left for here, and that's all I know.
Well, assuming Miss Clemens is a local girl, your brother must have worked pretty fast to make such an indelible impression in 2 weeks.
I don't know what to think. But I've got to find Phil and talk to him.
Well, first, let's have a talk with Renee. She may know whereof she speaks, but I'm afraid her price won't be reasonable.
It'll cost you $500.
Now, wait a minute, sister.
The name is Miss Clemens. And I should up the price, seeing that all of a sudden I'm dealing with 3 people.
Please, Miss Clemens, I asked Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, to come along with me.
$500.
But Mr. Bettner only wants his brother's address. He doesn't want to make a down payment on the house.
Oh, I see we've got a Vassar girl here.
All right, ladies, enough of this banter. The price is too high, Miss Clemens. Sorry. Come on, Bettner.
Yes,
Let's get going.
Now, wait a minute.
Well?
What kind of a deal would you go for?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll be lavish with Mr. Bettner's money. $250 cash.
I have that much right here with me. What do you say?
Well, Miss Brooks still doesn't seem to approve of the price.
All I can say is you're lucky you're dealing with men.
Yeah, some girls are lucky to have what it takes to get what they want.
All you've got is an address, and it's not even your own.
Listen here, you
Break
little...
clean, girls. $250, Miss Clemens.
All right. Let's have it.
Certainly. Here you are. Now, where can I find my brother?
It's 356 Moreno Street. A grimy, broken-down rooming house. It's so dark you need a seeing-eyed dog to get up the stairs.
I got you. Just a cottage small by a waterfall. Thanks. We'll find our way.
Just be sure you tell him Rene sent you. I wish I could be there to see the look on his face.
Well, if you know Philip is so dead set against getting in touch with me, why are you doing this?
Let's be charitable and say I wouldn't mind if he dropped dead. And it'd be a pleasure to spend the $250 on flowers for his funeral.
Oh, I knew she had a kind heart.
Well, we may as well be going, Valentine. I know if I can just speak to Phil, everything will be all right.
Yeah, 356 Moreno Street, eh, Miss Clemens?
You heard me.
That better be Phil Bettner's place, or you'll find his brother is just an Indian giver. Get what I mean? Well, this is it. Number 7. He's got his card tacked up on the door.
Philip Bettner, investments. Huh. Who's kidding whom?
Oh, this is worse than I thought.
Looks like nobody's home.
We'll wait right here till he comes back.
I don't think that'll be very comfortable. Do you mind paying for a lock, Bettner?
What?
What do you mean, George?
Just this. We can at least sit down.
Phew. Oh, golly, where's the window? This place hasn't been aired out in a week.
The eternal feminine.
I don't know what I'll say to Philip. I don't want to hurt his pride.
Uh-huh.
What have you got there, Valentine?
Well, it looks like this desk is your brother's investment office. His favorite and only investment being horses.
I knew it was something like that.
What's up, darling?
December 20th, $2,000, Henning. January 3rd, $3,500, Henning, et cetera, and all to Henning.
What's that supposed to mean?
No wonder your brother Phil is living in a dump like this. From the way this stacks up, he owes about $25,000 to Lou Henning.
Oh, George.
Wait a minute, Angel. You see, Bettner, this character Lou Henning is the big shot bookie in this town. You don't go around owing him $25,000 for too long.
Oh.
George, please.
I was just trying to explain to Bettner. What's the matter with you, Brooksy?
That red spot under the closet door.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
It's all dried up.
Blood, George?
It's not red ink.
Well, do you think that...
Could be. Henning has his own way of collecting debts. Well, there's one sure way to find out.
Yeah. That's not Phil. Who is it?
This, my friend, is Lou Henning. Just about as dead as you can get with a knife stuck in your back.
Phil wouldn't do a thing like this. He might have been a lot of things, but he's not a killer.
I wouldn't know, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
There's no phone here. Beat it down the corner and call Lieutenant Johnson.
Oh, I won't mind getting out of here at all.
Valentine, couldn't we close that closet door?
Sorry. From now on, we can't touch anything.
Oh. I suppose the police will just take it for granted that Phil did this killing.
What would you think in their place?
I guess you're right.
Now, look, Bettner, I'm not saying your brother did this. But as soon as Henning's mob finds out what's happened, they're going to jump to their own conclusions. What I'm trying to say is, let's hope the police find him first.
I see. Valentine.
Yeah?
You're still working for me, aren't you?
I was, but things are a little different now.
No, they aren't. You still have to find my brother.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Find him before he's shot down in cold blood. With the police, at least he'll have a chance to explain all this, if there is an explanation.
You're putting me on a tight rope, Bettner. The police on one side, Henning's boys on the other.
If it's a question of money, whatever you say...
Looks like Henning's been in that closet a couple of days. It's not going to be easy picking up your brother's trail.
I'm not asking you to promise me anything, but try, will you?
Okay. Okay, it's a deal. But if Henning's mob gets to Phil first, that Clemens dame will be spending that $250 on flowers for your brother's funeral.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about gears. Most folks just couldn't say whether the gears in their cars are spur, worm, spiral, or hypoid, but the men at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations know the minute you drive in. And because there are so many different kinds of gears in today's cars, all these service stations carry a variety of lubricants to meet their special needs. RPM lubricants. each one tailor-made to carry away heat, to keep gears shifting easily, to do a better wear-saving job. Make sure you get an RPM lubricant next time you get that 5,000-mile change for your transmission and differential gears. While you're at the independent Chevron gas station or standard station, ask for a free copy of Batter Up, the new illustrated handbook on baseball. It's a gift to you from the service stations that say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Am I my brother's keeper? Martin Bettner thought so and hired George to help him locate his black sheep brother, Philip. But when they arrived in Phil Bettner's room, they found a body in the closet. The body of Lou Henning, a big shot bookie. George has just sent Claire to the corner drugstore to call Lieutenant Johnson.
Be reasonable, Bettner. I promised you I'd look for your brother, but I can't leave until Lieutenant Johnson gets here. He's going to have an awful lot of questions to ask.
But Phil won't have a chance if Lou Henning's men get to him first. You said so yourself.
I know. All right, there's one thing I will do, though. Make a phone call. I think I know just the character who might be able to give me a lead on Phil. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Say, I just remembered. I think I saw a phone down in the hall when we came in.
You could have thought of that before. I wouldn't be calling you outposts if I wasn't willing to pay for the information. The name's Bettner, Phil Bettner. Doesn't mean anything to you, huh? Now look, outposts, you're my favorite pawnbroker. You know everything that goes on in this part of town. He's probably hiding out. Okay, I'll drop around your place in an hour or so. That's funny. That hall light's out. Hey, what goes here? Hey, Bettner, open the door so we can have some light out here in the hall, will you? Come on, before I break my neck. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh! There.
Now, you stay right there by the head of the stairs, George, till I put on this light.
Never mind that, Angel. Open the door.
George! Mr. Bettner, he's...
Yeah. Looks like he got the same treatment I did. Hey, see how he is, will you, Brooksy? I couldn't bend down now to pick up a $1,000 bill.
Mr. Bettner. Mr. Bettner, are you all right?
Oh.
Good. At least he's making a noise.
George, he was knocked out, too.
It was Phil. I was standing there, and he came in the door, and then...
Let me help you get up, Mr. Bettner.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are you sure it was Phil?
I tried to talk to him, but he picked up that desk lamp and hit me with it.
You better sit down.
Thank you.
Your brother. So that's the one who threw me down the stairs. Why did he come back? What was he looking for?
Valentine, at least we know that Phil can't be very far from here. That should help you find him.
I mean, you're still interested in finding that brother of yours?
He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't even give me a chance to talk to him.
You stay here in the hall, Hennessy.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Hey, what is this? The St. James Infirmary?
Oh, Lieutenant Johnson.
Yeah, I get your point, Lieutenant. Bettner here and I took a little of the worse for the wear, but we managed to outlive the corpse.
Where is it, Valentine?
Over there.
Yeah, what do you know? It is Henny. Let you in on a little secret, Miss Brooks. I didn't believe you when you called me.
Why do you think I kept screaming at you over the phone?
Oh, Hennessy.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get the fingerprint boys and the photographer and we'll go to work.
Yes, sir.
Still can't believe it.
Believe what?
Lou Henning with his $25 silk shirts, and look at him. Folded up like a jackknife in the bottom of a closet in a crummy rooming house and killed by a cheap little gambler.
Oh, Lieutenant, I don't think you heard. This is Philip Bettner's brother, Martin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Lieutenant, I know there's only one thing you can think, but I still insist my brother didn't kill this man.
Look, I may as well tell you, Mr. Bettner, we've got a general alarm out for your brother.
Yes?
I suppose, as usual, Mr. Valentine, you've got an altogether different theory about this thing.
On the contrary, Lieutenant, I'm in complete agreement with you for once. Well, we dropped Bettner off safely at the Stapleton, and I bought you a nice, juicy hamburger. So now, out you go, Brooksy. You know what you're supposed to do.
Yes, George. But you don't know what you're asking of me. Renee brings out the fishwife in me. The Black Maria will be taking us both away.
Go on now, Angel. That gal in there didn't tell us half what she really knows. Maybe because you do rub her the wrong way, we can find out some more.
Well, okay.
And when you're through, wait for me in the lobby of the Stapleton.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't get there, I'll give you a call.
Mm-hmm. He's so good to me. Well, now for Renee. Wish I'd let my fingernails grow.
Yes, miss? What? Well.
Now all you have to do is whistle.
Yeah?
And I'll send you my grandfather's OU Kid button.
Huh?
Oh, never mind, Bogart. Get on your switchboard and call Miss Clemens. Tell her I'm coming up to see her.
Sorry, miss, she just left. I'll be leaving in an hour myself. Does that mean anything to you?
Listen, Junior. Did Miss Clemens say where she was going, and was there anybody with her?
Sorry, I don't know a thing about the affairs of our tenants.
Oh, I get it. Oh, now a bright, good-looking boy like you must notice everything. I could tell that the way you looked at me as soon as I came in.
Well, knowing yourself as you do, can you blame me, gorgeous?
Oh, if you keep saying those things, you're going to spoil me, sure thing.
The name's Tommy.
Yes, Thomas. Now, about Miss Clemens.
She left about 5 minutes before you came in. She had a couple of bags with her. She was with a big, tall guy.
Yes, Tommy?
He had kind of wavy hair, and I think she called him Phil.
Huh? Oh, that's fine, Tommy. That's just what I wanted to know. How can I ever thank you?
Well, I told you I'll be off in an hour. Wait. What was your name again?
I'll mail it to you on your 21st birthday. And that's a promise, Tommy.
Now look, Outpost, why are you making like a clam all of a sudden?
Is that what I was doing?
Oh, don't give me that. You've been selling information about people for years. Why the sudden... Oh, I get it. You already know about Lou Henning.
Who doesn't? Now look, Valentine, why don't you forget you ever heard of Phil Bettner? If I'm afraid to talk to you, who will?
Side pocket, 3-ball.
Sorry to interrupt your pool game, friend, but Whitey Sanderson said you might know where I might find Phil.
Look, brother, you're a stranger to me. Let's keep it that way.
Okay, boys, here's the last race, Hialeah. Queen Meg. Win, 880, place 660, 340 for show.
Say, mister, they tell me you're looking for information.
Who tells you?
Oh, word gets around. It's about PB, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right. Got anything I can use?
If you're willing to pay for it. What do you say we step out here?
All right, come on, give.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth, mister.
Okay, mister. Here's 5 tens. And don't try chiseling for more because it won't work.
I wouldn't do this to my best friend, except I had a bad day at the track.
Never mind that. Now, where do I find Phil Bettner?
22.5 Jackson Place.
Okay, Valentine. I got your call. Where's Phil Bettner?
Yeah, Lieutenant, that's your boy. What's left of him.
So Henning's mob did catch up with him first. That's about as neat a job as I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's been right cozy sitting here waiting for you.
I know. You lead an awful tough life, Valentine. Look, we're going to get him down to the morgue. You get his brother down there to identify him.
Yeah, I'll do that. You don't mind if I make a telephone call first?
What for?
I promised Brooksy faithfully I wouldn't leave her sitting in that lobby all night. And he's on his way to the morgue, Brooksy. So that just about washes it up.
Then I suppose what I wanted to tell you isn't too important now. Renee left her apartment with Phil a few hours ago.
Yeah, but look, Angel, tell Martin Bettner to meet me at headquarters. He has to identify his brother. But don't tell him why. I'll take care of that myself.
Well, sorry, George, you're going to have to call him yourself.
Huh?
I just saw something walk across the lobby, and I'm going to follow it.
What are you talking about?
Tell you about it later, Angel. I'll be seeing you. Going somewhere, Miss Clemens?
Oh, the Vassar girl again.
Yeah. Now, look, dearie, how about you and me going to the morgue together?
What are you talking about?
Oh, they'll probably want to ask you some questions about Phil. And I'd hate to see you take this bus and have to come all the way back.
I'm taking this bus.
You're just making things very difficult.
And what are you going to do about it?
Oh, I'm just going to tear your hair out and scream all over the place. Then they'll slap us both in jail for disorderly conduct. And the jail is right next door to the morgue.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, no? Ah!
Stop it. Okay, you win.
I knew you'd be reasonable.
Where's that client of yours anyway, Valentine?
Please, Lieutenant, be compassionate. I just told Bettner his brother's lying here in the morgue. He's having a cup of black coffee. Be here in a minute.
Oh. Swanson.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Got the tag on Bettner all filled out?
Just got through making it out. Bettner Philip, age 36, Caucasian, height 6'2", weight 190. Identifying marks, if any. Right arm withered, appendicitis scar, port wine birthmark over left knee.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Where have you got him?
Down the aisle there, number 302. When you get through identifying him, let me know and I'll put him away.
Come on, Valentine.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant.
Now, don't tell me this place is getting you down. A tough-minded character like you.
Oh, no, I was just thinking.
Let's see, 302.
Right down there, sir. I think they're waiting for you now. Thank you.
Oh, there's Bettner now.
Yeah. Are you okay now?
Yes, I think so. Could we make this as quick as possible?
I know, of course. Just necessary routine. Here. Is this your brother?
Yes, that's Phil.
Well, that's all there is to it, Mr. Bettner. We'll just put the sheet back over.
Lieutenant Johnson, he's down there, miss, but wait a minute, miss.
Hop this way, Miss Clemens.
Now what gives?
Yeah, what is it, Brooksy?
Look who I found, George.
Well, we meet again, Miss Clemens. So that's what you saw walking across the lobby.
What was this?
She's the young lady who gave us the information about my brother.
Oh. Well, you might as well identify him too, miss. Just for the record.
Oh, Phil.
I guess that clinches it.
I tried to tell him he wouldn't have a chance against Henning, but he wouldn't listen to me. How am I going to go on without him? I can't.
Isn't this a sudden reversal, Miss Clemens? Not long ago, you were willing to sell him out to his brother for $250.
Yes, and even spend that money on flowers for his funeral.
What's that?
I didn't know what I was saying. I was sore. I guess I loved him too much. He said he was going to walk out on me, and well, that's why I answered that ad of yours, Mr. Bettner.
It doesn't really matter now, does it? Lieutenant Johnson, I suppose I can call down here and make all the necessary arrangements about the body.
Just talk to Swanson, that's all.
I'd like Phil to be buried in Waynesville in the family plot.
Don't worry about a thing. You don't look too well. You better get back to your hotel, get some rest.
I'll see you about the bill before I leave, Valentine.
Oh, we won't have to wait for it that long. I got it for you right now.
Hey, Valentine!
What are you doing? I didn't make myself very clear.
Oh, John, did you hurt him?
What's the matter with you? Are you crazy?
Come on, get up, Bettner.
Hey, what's the idea?
Uh-huh. A nice 38 you're packing, bub. Is this what you mean by the hardware business?
Well,
Are you going to do some talking, or do I have to knock your ears off with this gun?
Phil, don't let him.
Shut up, you fool.
Yes, baby. It is Phil.
What's that? Then who's this guy on the slab?
Martin Bettner, I think, huh, George?
Right, Brooksy. And what do you got to say to that, Phil?
Nothing.
Okay, then I'll put the words in your mouth. You had a fight with Henning and you killed him. You knew that between the police and Henning's boys, you were as good as dead.
Oh, Phil.
But you also knew your brother, Martin, was in town looking for you, the brother you always hated. So you got in touch with him, killed him in gangster style in that room on Jackson Place, then hired me for this fancy runaround.
You don't know what you're talking about. It's beginning to make sense to me. Go on, Valentine.
You outsmarted yourself, Phil. You should never have put that light out and thrown me down those stairs. You see, that's something Martin couldn't have done in a million years.
Why,
What do you
George?
see for yourself? His right arm. We heard the report of Swanson. There was nothing wrong with Phil. But Martin Bettner had a withered arm. Oh, I wonder, Brooksy, why is it that when brothers hate each other, it's worse than all the Hatfields and the McCoys locked in one closet?
Didn't you suspect anything about Phil before Swanson read that tag at the morgue?
Well, when that character in the bookie joint sidled up volunteering information, it was a little too good to be true.
You mean Phil planted him there?
Uh-huh. But, Sweetface, blood is thicker than water. Brothers should love each other.
Well, I thought it was pretty unfeminine for Renee to rat on Phil one moment, then leave with him the way Tommy told me she did. You didn't even listen to me, did you, when I was telling you about that on the phone?
Well, maybe with one ear.
Then when I saw her in the lobby of the same hotel where Martin was staying, well, I had a hunch, too. Oh, of course, it wasn't one of those scientific hunches you get.
Yeah. But about brothers, Brooksy, do you think it's familiarity that sometimes breeds such mayhem?
Oh, not necessarily. Now, look at husbands and wives.
Huh?
They go on for years and years living together, and, well, they never think of murdering each other.
Oh, Brooksy, you just haven't lived.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. Can you imagine our friend George Valentine driving into a station and saying his car needed oil? You wouldn't catch George that way. He'd be sure to specify RPM motor oil, the great modern lubricant that's tailor-made to keep cars young. And if you consider your car an important investment, be sure you say RPM motor oil. RPM contains special compounds, and each added ingredient does a specific wear-saving job for your engine. It's a premium motor oil that stops rust, foaming, and corrosion, keeps your entire engine system cleaner. No wonder RPM motor oil is the 2-to-1 choice over any other motor oil in the West. Get it tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, do you think if Dr. Wormsley is right and he did see a man pushed off the roof, he'd be...
Nothing like checking, Brooksy. Now, wait a minute. The river's behind that high board fence and only windows from the elevator shafts on this side of the building.
That would mean that...
Wait a minute.
George, that's a man. I mean, it was.
Yeah, past tense is putting it mildly. Well, Brooksy, it wasn't just Dr. Wormsley's imagination. And the odds are this is the body of our Mr. Dunlap.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Ken Christie appears as Lieutenant Johnson. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gloria Blondell, Carlton Cadell, Tyler McVeigh, Harry Bartell, Bill Bissell, and Stanley Waxman. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
a guide for adventure, thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This is Golden Yo signing off. Thanks for watching. If you're listening to rumble.com/c/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.